A very good morning to you, our viewers at home, and welcome to Harare Sports Club. This, the Machinery Exchange Rugby Stadium. My name is Ben Muchedzi, and I'm here alongside Ruimbo Chaks, or Ruby, as he likes to call himself. We're here for the 4th edition of the NEDBANK Rugby Challenge Cup 2020-25, and interesting spectacle of matches lined up today. To start off with, we have the Junior Sable ladies under 20s facing up against the senior ladies in a select side who are looking to make the final cuts for final selections. And following up at that game at 12 o'clock, we have the Junior Sables, the men taking on Old Georgians Rugby Club, followed by the Pitbulls taking on the men from MANICALAND. At 20-3, Old Hararians take on MATEBELELAND in a classic interprovincial derby. And to round off the matches at the end of the day, Harare Sports Club taking on NEDBANK Greatness to Roots under 20 side.
Oh yes, definitely. So quite a lineup of matches there that we have, Ben, and of course a good morning to you. Good morning to all of our wonderful viewers, wherever you are around the world. It is, as you heard from Ben, the NEDBANK Rugby Challenge Cup 2025 version. We are going to be having this ladies' Sables of Possibles versus Probables. And of course, we've got the Ivory Coast series that is coming up. They are also preparing for the Rugby Africa Cup for women. So that is also very important in terms of team selection. Now, just going a little bit deeper in terms of how it's going to line up, how it's going to look. It is going to be a mixture of some of the mature ladies that have already gone on to represent the women's Sables. And then we're seeing in some youngsters being blooded into the side, and of course with the introduction of Ntsikelelo Sykes Sibanda as the new coach. Well, he's coming back into a role that he knows very well, because he was a massive proponent of putting women's rugby on the continent, on the map, and we're looking forward to what he will be able to bring to the side once again, so that they are ready for those assignments that are going to be coming up. More importantly, they had a bit of a breakfast this last Friday. I missed out on the bacon and eggs, but nonetheless, it was also very important to try and set up just that platform so that more funding can come in for women's rugby. I mean, you're going to see some of the talent that is on display here, and it's going to tell you a whole lot about what is going to happen. So let's quickly go into the lineups here. Lining up first are the Lady Sables Probables that are in the yellow kit to the left of our screen. Mabel Murungweni, Blessing Mvukwe, and Tarero Chinyengetere making up our front row. Tatenda Nandu and Fadzai Mandija, our back rowers. That's our locks. Rumbidzai Chigumbu, Langele Nkosi Nube, and Carol Malenga. Carol Malenga is no stranger to women's rugby. She's actually one of our quality players that makes up our loose trio. Going up to our halfback pairing, Constance Ngwende, and then we're also going to have Rovarashe Muzane Chita, who's playing at 10. And then Princess Mulambo, Cleopatra Kadimu, Wadzanai Chidawa, Tadiwa Moyo, and Proud Magumuta. So off we go as the ladies get straight onto it. And that's also another experienced player. That's Erica Mack, who plays for the ladies' Possibles this morning.
Yes, Erica Mack lining up in jersey number 6, the enforcer of the side for the Lady Sables Possible side, who are sporting a very colorful green kit today, as a penalty is signaled there by the referee. Holding on was the call there.
Oh, yes. Now, unfortunately, she's not wearing a jersey, but I believe that is Mabel Murungweni. She was the FS Raiders under 20 tight head. She's got a massive set there, and you can expect that once she does learn how to gain momentum when she runs, I think she could be a dangerous player, whether playing for the under 20 women's Sables or for the senior women's Sables side.
Yes, with the injection of the coach who's coming back into it and really now taking the reins by storm, it's to see that he can be able to inflict some fitness, technical ability, as well as utilizing that size, the natural size that some of these ladies have, to the betterment of the Zimbabwe play.
Oh yes, definitely. And whilst talking about the ladies' Possibles who have just gained a scrum here it's Memory Moyo who's going to be dealing with the scrum. But some interesting changes that we've seen in terms of the setup of the squad here, because Chiwoniso Mabika, who's at 8, usually spots the second center position, whether she's played for under 20 and even having represented the Lady Sables at one particular point as well. So it's interesting to see her coming from the back line and coming into the scrum. I think that's also speaking to some of the experience that she now has, and also maybe the legs no longer as swift as they used to be.
I should think that change would speak to her ball carrying ability and explosiveness in the midfield. You put that in a number 8, I tell you, your team can be able to get over the gain line. And I think that's more of a tactical change there.
Oh, yes, indeed. And as tackles are flying in left, right, and center, I'm sure we're going to be coming back to the first infringement, or the first place where the ball was knocked on by my Sazita there. That's Ruimbo Mujiganadzo, another very good player as well, who has represented both the Lady Cheetahs as well as Lady Sables. So one of the experienced players there. But let's quickly run through this ladies possible side. That is Skumbuzo Mchenje. She brings in a lot of experience, having played in South Africa. Tariro Nyamdeza and Vimbai Dewa, also having played for Women's Lions side in South Africa. Gabriel Chawatama and Mercy Runesu are making up that back row pairing. But here comes the ball out, looking for those hits. A great passage of play. They are popping the ball over the top. What I'm loving is the continuity coming from them, and Proud it's finally brought to ground, Ben.
Yes, some brilliant offloads in the tackle there. The ladies are taking the contact and trying to enable a little bit of fast-flowing rugby, drawing the tackle and offloading, speeding up the game a bit, catching the possibles unawares there.
Oh, yes, indeed. Now, spotting the number 13 jersey is actually Delight Nkomondo. That's on the ladies' probable side. Of course, here it does say Wadzanaichi Dawa, but that's not accurate at that point. But who are we? We don't set the team sheets.
Yes, the referee signals a high tackle there. The possibles really aggressive in the tackle at the moment, telling the opposition that they're actually there, you know, and stamping their authority at the breakdown, but illegally so. Penalty signaled with a quick tap, as we've seen. The ball's being turned over here as the possibles with a strong charge up in the middle, up onto the 10-meter line in their own half.
Oh, yes, indeed. And look, talking about aggression, you have to be aggressive because a national team jersey is on the line. And what could happen as a senior player, you might find yourself on the wrong side of selection, especially with some of the young under 20 players that are coming in. I spoke about Gabriel Chawatama. She did so well within that 8th man position for the FS Raiders under 20 side, leading them as well, or rather contributing towards their victory in the Paramount Garments 2025 under 20 league season.
Yes, as the ball is quickly tapped into there. Not rolling away, signaled there by the ref as a quick tap is taken. The ball is offloaded in the tackle. Strong run, busting the tackle. Hand off there. She's drawn just shy of the try line. Pick and go.
Oh,
looks to be held up there. An excellent defense. Brilliant scramble defense from the team in green on that occasion. Caught napping a bit there by the quick tap by the scrummy. And unfortunately, unable to reach out to dot the ball over the white chalk. And we see the possibles clear their lines through a goal line dropout. Looked like a knock there.
Yeah, just a little bit, what can I say, not concentrating too much there, a little bit more concerned about the players that were maybe rushing onto her and then not gathering that ball quite cleanly. And one of the things that we want to see and that we're going to expect from these girls, because a lot of them play for similar clubs, FS Raiders, Zimbabwe Titans will also be represented here. And we'll see them in the senior season as well playing. But one of the things that we do want to see is them being a little bit more polished. For ladies that have been playing this game for quite a while now, the expectation is that your skill sets are right on the money. When you're coming to international level, it's punishing when you get there, because they will not have any room for mistakes. Good shove, but off we go. Taryn gets the ball. Lovely little pass. And great running line there as well, Ben.
Yes, well orchestrated by Taryn Munudani in the 10 jersey as she takes it to the line, spreads it out. Unfortunately, the ball knocked on there by Nosta Binton. And ladies recover there. Ladies in yellow try to recycle. Ball's recycled and sent out into the line there. Rush defense in midfield from the Possibles.
Yes, good rush defense. Mebo Murungweni comes in. Finally, it takes like close to 3 players to take it down, but ball stolen again. But it looks like there was a forward pass there. But we would expect they Rejoice to have made the call because the ball was lost in contact. Or maybe it might have been ripped off.
Yes, that looked like Chiwoniso Mabika there, really attacking the ball in the tackle, double teaming and able to rip the ball away. Unfortunately, the pass out went slightly forward as adjudged by the referee as we pack down for this looks like the 4th scrum of the match. Even Stevens at the moment and in the packs.
Oh yes, even Stevens, and I think well balanced as well as they picked at this side, but the Possibles really struggling to get their scrum right, but the ball was out quite efficiently, so they can continue to go. Big tackle, and surely, yes, offside. I was actually just thinking it in my mind that surely Rejoice is going to call that because they were far too slow getting back into their defensive line there.
Yes, as Probables failing to secure the ball at the breakdown there. The ball swiftly turned over for the Possibles as they take the ball up and look to work in the phases within their own 22.
Oh yes, that was Mbaide with a carry, and this time, Ben, some of those skill sets we're talking about is the first time now we're seeing the ball being kicked up front, and their lack of surety in the fullback position for the Probables, and that is something that Sykes will not entertain in a side. You have to be sure as a 15, just as sure as you are when you're playing even the men's game.
Yes, Kudzanai Shirinda there identifying the space in behind as the fullback was committed towards the line and able to steal a couple of yards, 40 yards per se for her side. However, they failed to secure possession from that. As we see the Probables unfortunately bundled into the far touchline there to give a line out dead on the halfway line.
Yes, definitely one of the other things that the technical teams will obviously want to see a little bit more of as well is positional and tactical awareness from the ladies. Remember, this is senior women's rugby. No more excuses. You're looking to represent the national team. I'm seeing fullbacks who are literally joining the line like as if they're attacking when they're actually defending. You can't afford to do that. These days, there are 50-22s that can be kicked for. Territory can be gained, as we saw 40 meters here, as a result of a fullback not being properly positioned. So would love to see that as well being applied by the players, and hopefully the technical team is also spotting this.
Yes, that line out unfortunately going awry. The ball being thrown in by Tariro Nyamudeza and slightly going awry, and the Probables opting for a scrum. They seem to have a good set piece play as we look for the pickup from the 8th man once again, as we see an early substitution at the moment. Might be injury enforced. Just have a look at what might have happened to that player, as they seem to have gone off. Substitution of the 9 being replaced.
Maybe it might also be an issue of the ball not coming out quite quickly, maybe distribution not happening too well. But then again, these are kind of games that are mostly warm-up games, so we might even find us coming back in the second half and you know, having received some instruction to then apply that and see if any changes can come through.
Yes, Karen Munudani opting for touch there. Touch finder taking her sides to the 22. Can we see the Possibles being able to work up some good set piece play and their first bit of attack in the opposition half?
Yes, indeed, and it's good to see them going for set pieces. It is a portion of rugby that is usually ignored in our local women's rugby setup. A lot of the time, if you get a penalty, it's a tap and go. But as we were talking about, the senior levels do not allow such. You could actually lose possession when you actually had a penalty. Now, that line out didn't look straight at all, or may have been knocked on, but nonetheless, here comes the side. Now, here comes Lighten Komondo. She decides to go for a chip and chase. It's a favorable bounce, but well picked up by Kudzi. She straightens her line, passes her to Ruimbo Mchkanadzo. Was looking maybe to try and sidestep Delight there, but they know each other far too well.
Yes, guilty of indecision a bit there, trying to have a little twinkle toes. And as we see, the Possibles earn a penalty for another high shot. Tackles, the technical ability in the tackles. We try and play the game as safe as possible to look after the next players on the park. And tackles going slightly above the shoulder line at the moment. A little bit of a pointers for the coaches back on the training grounds there.
Oh yeah, so definitely one too many maybe basic errors that are being made there. Let me just say it's up to the nerves and maybe not hammer too much on them, but again, very rightly put, Ben, you can't afford to do these things. You are punished, especially at international level where they are ruthless in the application of the law. They apply it to the letter. So
yes, first correct well, straight line out there from Nyamudeza as Munodani in midfield with the wraparound from number 14 Ruimbo Mchkanadzo looking to attack the line there, and the ball is dotted down for a first and opening try by Kudzanai Chirinda. Some brilliant wraparound play there from Taryn Munodani, linking out with the wing Mchkanadzo and then offloading within the tackle to Kudzanai Chirinda. Possibles take the lead by 5 points to 0. First try, first blood. As we see Munodani line up the conversion, and can she make it 7 points to 0 for the Possibles this morning? Yes, and just to note there, whilst Munodani lines up the kick, she's got the distance. Unfortunately unable to find the direction. And just a note there on Tariro Nyamudeza, who is in fact a multi-talented sportswoman herself. Tari used to be in hockey circles. That's where we became accustomed, but now plying a trade in the colors of rugby at the moment. And she looks to vie for a spot as a starting hooker. And although she started off badly with a few throws into the lineout that was squonk, and making amends, crucially so, five meters out, regathered, that led to that opening try. Possibles 7, probables 0.
Oh yes, so it's like Nanaya Nkomondo decides to change direction. Tactic that can be quite interesting. Gabriel Chautama handing over to her other back row, and that was a low tackle. That was really good. That's the technique that you want right by the knees there. There's no way that a player can actually go. Mabel Murungweni getting into contact once again, has made quite a lot of carries within this first half actually.
Yes, their go-to person at the moment for the Probables, as we see a charge there from the Probables. Ball recycled here, sent out onto the blind side, short side here, crash ball into there. Number 15 guilty of holding onto the ball there on the ground. The cleaners a little late to the breakdown to protect the ball, and the Possibles really going in for the steal. Ruimbo Munyadzanyo there with the steal. Munodani failed to find touch. Unfortunately, a toe on the chalk there, and the ball turned over. A bit of luck there for Taryn Munodani in jersey number 10.
Oh yes, definitely a bit of luck. I mean, the ball wasn't supposed to go out, but anyway, foot in touch, and that has assisted things. But so far at the moment, as I mentioned before, with the understanding that is between quite a number of these players. We're seeing how they're beginning to affect things, and a couple of substitutions now that are coming on. Looks like Mabel Murungweni is also going to be walking off, and quite a number of other substitutions are coming on. Very sizable front row that has been replaced here.
Yes, the Probables are possibly looking for good go-forward ball there as they're being dominated in the breakdown. As we see that looks like a tactical change. Another throw goes awry there from Nyamudeza, and possibly a little bit of work needs to be done in the sheds at halftime to correct that.
Oh yes, let's see how this new front row will do against a very experienced front row. Skumbuzo Mchenje, Vimbai Dewa, and Tariro Inyamdeza. That's a very experienced front row. And coming up against a more locally based front row.
Yes, Ashley Wasili there on as a replacement scrum half, looking to inject into the scrum as a strong shove there from the Possibles. The ball is turned over, picked up. Munodani on the ball into midfield. Wrap around play. Ball going slightly behind. A bit of rush of blood there as it is picked up.
Well, one of the things I can say, Ben, there was the body positioning of the second center upon receiving the ball could not allow it to ship out the ball cleanly, and so that was the bit of a challenge that came with that particular one. One of the other things as well, now we're seeing Ruimbo Mjiganadzo going into the breakdown. You wouldn't expect a winger to do that, but guess what? They've even pushed out the likes of Erica Mack onto the far side, and this is tactical play. Look at Vimbai Dewa. That is the experience that comes in there.
Yes, a strong carry there from Wimbai Dewa with a strong fend as Gabriela Chawatama looks to get in there and off ball, playing the ball off the feet there as Memory Moyo takes a quick tap out to Joni Somabika, who takes the contact there, being held up in the tackle. Ref asked to release the tackle there. Ball gone backwards, and the judge to have gone slightly forward. A good passage of play there by the Possibles. Some continuity. I'd like to see them build up the phases a bit instead of always looking to attack off first phase. Maybe if they just take the contact, recycle, take the contact, build a bit of pressure, suck in the defense, and then send the ball out wide. It's a testament to them trying to play a very expansive and ambitious game. Backing themselves, I guess.
Oh yes, definitely trying to back themselves. It seems like they are taking, or rather throwing caution to the wind as they go about business, but they gain a penalty in that regard. Oh my gosh. Taro Munodani getting the ball. Oh, lovely offload. Erica Mack steps inside and outside on her way. Can't get the pass out to Ruimbo Mjiganadzo, who's now going to try wrestle against Ashley Wasili, who did very well to intercept that one because that one was a short try. But good running there, and Erica Mack obviously showing her experience, stepping inside and out. You would almost think she's a winger, but she's been a blind side flanker all her life.
Yes, the blind side there, accelerating off the left foot, jinking in as we see the Probables look to execute, take advantage of the width and overlap that they had on that occasion. But experience showing on that occasion. Erica Mack really stepping off strongly off her left foot. Again off the right, charging towards the line. Unfortunately, the offload going to the opposition really saved the day on that occasion.
Oh yeah, and in our last phase of play there, talking about experience, we saw how experience worked in the positive, but on the far side we also saw how experience worked in the negative. Ashley Wasili there, we know she's a young intelligent player, but there she was supposed to draw the man then pass, or draw the player then pass, but she passed it too early and ultimately a knock-on ensued because she wasn't settled upon dishing out that particular pass. So anyway, it looks like the Probables
Yes, Memory Moyo with the injection there onto number 12, Nokutenga Shoriwa, breaking the line with a brilliant line run off 10, and she dots the ball down right underneath the post. A brilliant set piece play there for the Possibles.
Oh yes, definitely a beautiful, fantastic move there. The inside out, and ultimately that inside running ball, they have to watch out for it to the PROBABLES, because this is the second time that move has been done. So you need to be quite tight, talking about the pillar posts after the breakdown. That's how you're able to shut down that space and ensure that at least there's a tackler that's there waiting for that a straight line run. But once again, Taryn Mnodani's awareness there, that's the reason why she's always considered for 10. Her ability to be able to find those positions, she's a fantastic. But Kudzai Chirinda is the one who goes for the conversion. They get it right, and this time round they're now leading 12 points to 0.
Yes, point of correction, the conversion goes over. It's 14 points, 2 converted tries there for the Possibles, and they look a well-oiled machine at the moment.
Extending their lead.
Point of correction there again, it actually is 12 points to 0. The first try unconverted, and as we see Chirinda there adding the extras to take a 12-0 lead for the Possibles. They looking very well set out today.
Oh yes, well set out. Decent take in the air and good securing at the breakdown. Nokutenda Shoriwa doing the scrum off duties in that sense. Ball coming out, Chirinda deciding to offload it on the outside. Great. A run to cut back inside as well. When you're running out of turf, you can always cut back inside as well. But the referee rejoices, spots an infringement there. Penalty.
Yes, guilty of not keeping her feet and playing the ball on the ground there, as a quick tap is taken again by Moyo. Unfortunately, the ball knocked on again. Hands letting them down on that occasion, but the quick thinking and trying to speed up the play for the Possibles there to try and catch the PROBABLES unaware, who aren't equal to the force that is the Possibles at the moment.
Yeah, and once again, maybe getting forced into old habits there. We saw a little bit earlier on them kicking for territory. We want to see that happening more often. Exercise your set pieces. You get better as you do them. The moment you just fall back into the tap and go system, you tend to fall into a sevens type of play, and structured rugby does not accommodate sevens type of play. Once again, that scrum for the PROBABLES has been wheeling and struggling for the longest, and it might be an issue of technique, it might be an issue of power, I'm not so sure, but it's not working too great. Finds the gap, almost makes it through, but great monitoring by Skumbuzo Mchenje.
Yes, the gap quickly shut down there on the number 12 as they look to shift the ball out to the right. A strong carry there and recycle for the Possibles. Wasili digging the ball out there. A dummy as she spots the gap as she looks to snipe in around the scrum.
Good to be able to put her knee down there. Now Delighted takes over the scrumming duties, and ball is coming out quite swiftly on the far side. Another high tackle, because clearly that one around about chest height. Rejoice is going to have a chat with the assistant referee to just make sure, was that tackle legal in the eyes of the AR. If it was, we go ahead with the line out. If not, we might just see a penalty being given. But looks like the AR has confirmed all's well that ends well, and so we proceed with the line out.
Yes, line out to the Possibles. Yeah, yes, the tackle deemed a little bit high there from our view, but the officials ruling that it was legal, and a line out to the Possibles as Nyamudeza throws the ball in straight on that occasion out to Munodani. Munodani shifts it out wide. Line is straightened there. Recycle for Moyo, who looks left, looked right. Unfortunately, the ball has been knocked on there. And a turnover. Can we see a bit of phases played by the PROBABLES here as they look to build some sustained pressure with retained possession.
I think one of the challenges as well that they need to quickly deal with is the inability at the moment to attack the gain line or get to the gain line. As a result, receiving the ball in a stationary position means that the ball has gone backwards and does not come flat to the gain line. And that will always mean that you are having to retry to get ahead, again. And you're having to work twice as hard in order to achieve the same goal. So hopefully these again are some of the things that the technical team will also try and look into as they prepare the ladies for a massive assignment that's coming. Ivory Coast Series Rugby Africa Cup as well. It looks like Taryn is going to be stepping off. She's had a pretty good first half.
Yes, well-deserved breather there. Might have taken a little bit of a knock. As we saw in that last patches of play there, Mulambo looking to beat the winger Muchkanadzo on the outside, but the experience showing again, just bundling her over into the sideline there, and line out and quick tap here for Captain Dewa, who charges the ball up, gaining some good ground there, brought down just inside, and the ball stolen there off the ground illegally, so the tackler not releasing as number 21 Ropafadzo Muzane Chita with the restart there onto Moyo onto number 19 Rutendo Morosi, takes it up to the line, brought down in midfield there. Muzane Chita recycled. A strong tackle on Mercy Runesu there in the midfield. Unfortunately, some abrasive defense there, but the charges were offside there of the Probables, as she looks to have come off second best after that tackle.
Yeah, indeed, landed quite awkwardly in that tackle, and might just also be an issue of the tackling technique, which might have undone her at that moment. But the score still remains at 12 points to nil, in light of the ladies' possibles, who so far have looked a more fluid side. Their scrums have worked quite well. Their substitutions have also come in seamlessly as well, whilst the Probables are still relying on stardust, as some would say, to try and get them over, but they haven't been able to make too many meters past the 10 meter in the opposition half, and that really will be a point of concern for the technical bench.
Yes, Kadimu looking to have taken a knock there as she is brought off and substituted. Precautionary, I should say, as they are trying to look after the players as much as possible, and this being this spectacle being used as a point of selection for the upcoming tournaments, as we see both ladies looking to jostle for final places in the national squad there, as the ball shifted on into midfield. Brilliant interchange there from the Possibles. Erica Max straightening it out, taking the contact, and a brilliant offload out to Kudzanai Chirinda, who dots the ball over the white chalk in the left-hand corner. And the Possibles seemingly running away with it here in the first half, running off to 17 points to nil with the kick to come.
Oh yes, indeed, Ben, really beautiful rugby there. And it comes back again. They know each other very well, both of them playing FS Raiders. In actual fact, their history goes back more than 10 years in terms of how long they've played together, Erica Mack and Kudzai Chirinda. So they know each other very, very well. And Kudzai Chirinda has dotted down a second try. She goes for the kick. It looked quite decent. The technique was also quite good. Unfortunately, maybe just pulling it on, or pulling it a little bit too much to the left, and missing that kick. So it leaves them at 17 points to nil, and giving the Probables a lot of work to do if they intend to get back into this match. I think one of the other things that maybe the Probables need to think about here you mentioned it earlier on, can we see more phases, them retaining possession? They haven't retained possession well enough throughout the match. Every time they've gone to ground, they've lost the ball in a jackal, and they need to try and retain possession. That's the only way that they can then be able to move forward.
Yes, they're brilliant with the ball in hand, yes, but the experience of the Possibles looking to attack the breakdown every time, and you just need to string those phases in. Maybe attack in pods of 3 or 4, recycle, suck in the defense, and then send the ball out wide. They have the basics, they just need to improve a little bit, in my observation, on that little bit of technical attacking style of play.
All right, so with the knock on there from the Possibles, the Probables have got a good chance here, well within the half of the Possibles. Surely this is an attacking opportunity. This is the time where you now need to call in moves. You now need to have an understanding of what you're going to do. Are you going to attack the blind side? You would want to have this scrum actually done quickly, because there is an overlap on this blind side here that I see Delight Mkomondo wants to attack. The ball is out. Eighth man pick and go. Decides to go into contact, but I don't think that was the wisest idea. Needed to have offloaded to the scrum half, because many players were here on the blind side that could have made life very difficult for Rumbo Mchikanazo.
Yes, pick and go there by the Possibles, and brought down with this, after a strong carry into the 22, 10 meters out. The ball is sent out wide here. A nice overlap. Can she shift out the ball? Unfortunately, the little chicken wing pass there going behind the player. The Probables were in for all money on that occasion. Should she have shifted the ball out to the winger?
Oh yes, she should have. There's actually no question about that, Ben. I think for any rugby coach right now, they are pulling out all the hairs in their head and wondering why she didn't just shift the ball out. I mean, the winger was scot-free for that try. But anyway, you live and you learn.
Yes, an absolute coach killer on that one. They're also lucky to have gotten the penalty on this occasion, as they offload in the tackle there. The Possibles really aggressive in the breakdown. Double tackling is also going for the jackal and steal of the ball as he straighten up the line there. A brilliant tackle in midfield there by number 13, Bridget Magaso, with a strong tackle. Unfortunately not rolling away. Wasili on the ball with a brilliant twinkle toes step off the right foot. A couple of meters short of the line out, the Probables reaching out for the line. Unfortunately knocked on in the tackle there. A bit of rush of blood to the head. They needed to be a little bit more patient on that occasion.
Tri-line fever, Ben. That's exactly what they call it. When you see that white chalk there in the midst of the sweat that is in your eyebrows and eyelids, you think you're gonna make it, but maybe just a few centimeters too short there. The idea was right for the pick and go, but you need to drive yourself over the line rather than stretch with your hand. Sometimes, especially when you're not exactly gifted with height and you know, that many centimeters to be able to stretch over. But anyway, a better piece of play right now from the Probables, who are adorning the gold and black. They need a Midas touch right now.
Yes, Chirinda with the spiral kick. He kicks the ball out for the Possibles. Regathered here by number 15, Proud Magumuta, who sprints across and is handsomely tackled there by number 12, Nokutenda Shoriwa. There was space in behind, as you're pointing out. Rimbo wants to kick the ball himself up in the studio here as Probables recycled the ball.
Oh yes, once again we're talking about that tactical awareness. At senior level, you've got to be watching some URC, you've got to be watching some Super Rugby, you've got to be watching some Curry Cup, something in there in order to be able to tell you some of these things. You're the fullback, you're the last line of defense, you're running across and you've got a green wall in front of you. Dotted back, Kudzai Chirinda obviously may have been waiting for it, but what you would have done, you've given your team some breathing room in order to be able to realign in defense, and you can then start afresh. But then again, maybe that's the reason why we don't have any coaching badges, Ben. Once we get our own, that's what the coaches will most likely say. get your own team and do the same thing that you're talking about. But hopefully we'll see some of these things as well.
Yes, I think I do boast a little bit of coaching history, except in the discipline of hockey. Tactics are important. Number 15s, I watch a lot of Super Rugby. You see, even international rugby, you see most teams attack from the base. The fullbacks are lethal. They can initiate that bit of counter-attack rugby, identifying where the space is, utilizing their ability with the boots to ball, and also their pace. And something the ladies can be able to work out, as we see the possibles there. A strong tackle from the probables in the far left corner, cleaning out the player there and forcing the turnover. Some brilliant cover defense there on that occasion, not letting them with an easy run in on this occasion.
Oh yes, better defense there. That was a really strong tackle, and I would like to believe that the player surely is going to walk back to their position and wonder what on earth just happened there. And most probably they're still seeing stars in their eyes. But what is important is that we've now seen some aggression in terms of defense from the probables. They are not going to take this particular match lying down, so that is much better in terms of the application. The line out is good, it's straight, ball comes out, Delight Mkomondo goes for the kick, it doesn't look too good, and a counter-attacking opportunity. Shoriwa, oh wow, oh wow, you almost thought that there was an offload there.
Yes, that looked like an offload there, and the ref are judging the probables to be offside on that occasion. And a brilliant offload in the tackle there by Chiwoni Somabika, who took the contact really well, bumping off 3 defenders, as we see a yellow card being issued here by Princess Mulambo for a high tackle. I think that she's guilty of or bearing the brunt of multiple penalties with high shots that we've seen from the probables. Turning the scoreboard for this side as she comes off the post there, as the possibles look to gather the ball. Unfortunately, a knock on that occasion. Welcome back to Harare Sports Club at the Machinery Exchange Rugby Stadium as we witness the second half of this opening match of the day between the Possibles and the Probables of the Zimbabwe Open Age Group. The Possibles leading by a convincing 17 points to nil, and the Probables with all to do in this second half, as we just give a shout out to this live stream brought to you by NEDBANK, who is the trustee sponsor of this, the 4th edition of the NEDBANK Cup Challenge in 2025. As the kickoff goes deep into the Probables half there, as fly half for the Possibles with a nice hanging kick there as the ball is recycled. Wasili with the chip kick there into the space, picked up by number 13, swung out onto the wing with a brilliant, unfortunately unable to keep control of the ball on that occasion, knocking it on in the tackle, as we see there the ball being taken up by Ruvimbo Mujganadzo, unfortunately failing to keep control of the ball, knocking it on in the tackle. First scrum of the second half to the Probables. Yes, Wasili to inject the ball there into the scrum for the Probables. A strong shove there for the Probables, taken out by Wasili onto the replacement fly half. Sibanda with the kick through there. Ball gathered by the Possibles with the counter attack here. Mujganadzo on the ball. A brilliant shimmy of the body with a brilliant fade inside out and ghosting past the defense there on that occasion. A brilliant tackle, a brilliant piece of individual brilliance by Mujganadzo, hacking.
Well, that was a really brilliant runner from Mujganadzo there, again showing her experience, quality and class, so we appreciate that. And Mujganadzo obviously very much a front and center of some of the team selections that will be taken for the women's Sables. But Kutaichi Rinda has been busy with the boot, and that's a beautiful technique. Gets it in between the sticks there, and that takes them up to 24 points to nil just after the halftime break. And what you would want to see is a bit more fight from the girls. Leading the line here for the Probables is Rumbidzai Chigumbu, also known as Pokelo in the rugby circles, but has got a massive frame, and also in national team colors tends to be an enforcer alongside Erica Mack. So we'll be expecting her as well to bring her experience to this pretty young side. Held up and finally makes her way to the ground. Great contestation at the breakdown. That's exactly what we want to see. And again, now we're seeing some really good work.
Yes, look to have hands on the ball on that occasion, but ruling that possibly illegally so on that occasion. They managed to get the Mets onto the ball there. Carol Malenga with the steal at the base of the ruck there. And yes, the Possibles a little sluggish in this second half. They're not really securing their ball as well as they were doing in the first half, as the ball shifted out here to Ruimbo Chigumbu. Chigumbu with the carry, driving the ball into the 22 as she's brought down, recycled there. Talent Tagarira shifts the ball out wide. A brilliant break there by Tatenda Nandu, spotting the gap and accelerating. Brought down just shy of the try line. Ball recycled here for the Probables. Onto Tariro Murungweni, who crashes the ball there out towards Zanai Chidau. A strong upright tackle there. Player running the ball a little bit upright. Poor technique. You might end up being chopped or brought down really heavily there as the Possibles look to inject some pace here, as that ball looks to be not secured properly and deemed to have gone out of the ruck, and Nostam Binton scrapping at that ball and earning her side the turnover there as Chirinda takes the ball to the line, shifted out wide by Shoriwa, the vice captain.
So once again, Probables are just not having the ability to execute. That looks like a knock-on at the back there, and those are some of the cardinal sins of rugby. If you do knock the ball on, you tend to find yourself in a pretty pickle, and you pay the price for conceding possession in your own territory. Again, another opportunity to go into the 22 and try and make something of this. And as we take a look at this backline, Ashley Wasili now moving into a fly-off playmaking position. We all know her quality and class there, so they'll be looking to try and dish the ball out to her and maybe try to see if she can find a dummy or two. The scrum is wheeling for days, and that is a penalty. And this is one of the first few moments that we've seen that Possibles, a scrum wheeling. A quick tap and go here. Not necessarily a bad idea, especially when you're in the 22. I'm against tap and goes when you're at the halfway mark. Pass comes out again as the Probables are striving towards the line.
Yes, doesn't look like the tackler is rolling there. Very slow, slowing the ball down at the breakdown. Wasili looking to get the ball there, and ref ruling that they were not back 10.
Well, they needed to have gone for a quick tap and go there because the Possibles defense had their backs towards the opposition, but they've taken their time, they've slowed down play, everybody has aligned. So now a tap and go is really of none effect unless there's poor tackling, which there seems to be. And they've finally dotted down their first set of points, breaking through and finally managing to dot it down. Kudakwashe Maopa is the one who dots down the 5 points for the Probables, and finally we've got our points on both sides of the spectrum here, Ben. But the feeling just is they could have done a lot better a little bit earlier on, and the drop kick technique generally at this level is for 7s and not 15s. You would have wanted to see at the bare minimum a kicking tee coming out, because that is how we prepare our girls and our ladies for international rugby.
Yes, a bit of a note there for the coaches as we see the Probables really come out all guns blazing in the second half as they look to turn the screw and really claw their way back into this game. Yes, an early try from the Possibles. However, the fire still hot in the belly of the Probables as they pull one try back. The score is 24-5 to the Possibles as we see number 12 and vice captain Nokutenda Shoriwa with the kickoff here for the Possibles as the ball is taken up there by number 13 Wadzanai Chidawa with the strong carry onto the 10-meter line for the Possibles. Wasili onto the ball, strong carry here. The players going into the tackle zone a little bit upright and unable to get go forward, being dominated in the tackle there. A strong tackle on Tatenda Nandu, who is playing at outside center in the 4 jersey as they look to offload here. Brilliant handoff there. Second one and a third one. Recycled ball here for talent Tagarira. Tagarira out to number 7, Langeni Nkosi Ncube, who shifts the ball into midfield as the Probables look to build the phases. As I think the coaches heard what we were saying in the first half there, Rubimbo.
Definitely indeed, and that continuum is definitely doing them a world of good. On the outside there, another fend could have offloaded as the player was coming inside, but then again that also takes some insurmountable skill that is gained over years. But they've gained themselves a penalty, a much brighter start from the Probables here, and hopefully it will amount to 1 or 2 tries being scored, and more importantly the scoreline becoming much closer than it actually is.
Yes, the scramble defense from the Possibles on that occasion. The tackler not releasing the ball, not releasing the tackler rather, after completing that tackle and holding on and forcing, deliberately slowing down the play, as we see the Probables inject a little bit of pace into their attack here. Nandu on the ball, shifted out wide here to Tadiwa Moya with the sprint out to, and a brilliant cover tackle there by number 4, Gabriela Chawatama. Brilliant cover defense there by the Possibles as the Probables look to recycle.
Yes, great tackle there. Also a feeling that she slowed down. Maybe she was afraid of the contact before it came, but if she had just accelerated a bit, I'm sure she would have gone over try line. Mahopa, it looks like she's coming back again and wants to collect the brace if she can. And looks like it's a penalty for holding on. Quite unfortunate for Mahopa because so near, but unfortunately yet so far.
Yes, brilliant, brave charge at the line there, tucking her head down, putting her head down, a brave dive for the line, unfortunately brought down just short. As an attempt at a catching of the ball there by Princess Mulambo. Very half-hearted at the attempt there, a little bit of fear in the eyes as she was possibly guilty of looking up to see who was coming for her and knocking the ball on that occasion, and it is a scrum down on the far end of the field for the Possibles, but a much improved passage of play there from the Probables in this second half, Ruimbo.
Oh yes, improved performance. They now need to just begin to bury these opportunities as they get them coming along. That will definitely help them in terms of getting points on board. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are joining us, it is the NEDBANK Rugby Challenge Cup, the 2025 version, the 4th edition of its kind. And this is the time that we're seeing women being involved within this edition, and that is definitely a step in the right direction. It is obviously coming to the end of Women's Month, and we have been celebrating what women are doing, accelerating growth, accelerating development amongst women, and this is one of the things that they have to do, and NEDBANK doing a fantastic job of ensuring that that support is given to rugby to make that happen, Ben.
Yes, a brilliant piece of CSR being exploited by NEDBANK, who've really come to the fore in support of our young women, all the ladies within Zimbabwe, in support of the growth of the sport within Zimbabwe. As we see, the talent out here on display today is absolutely phenomenal. The fans are coming out all dressed smart. Ladies, we love you. Thank you for coming out. This is for you. This is your month. And the strong carry by Shoriwa in midfield there, as you saw, she bundled over Mabel Murungweni, and she Possibles looking to gain back a little bit of momentum on that occasion. Captain, or vice captain, leading from the front.
Oh yes, definitely indeed. That's exactly what you want. Without that, I don't think you can be able to get the momentum that you're looking for. But let's see how they go about business here. And another big run there as they're trying to get over the halfway line. Hitting the gain line is important. Mabel Murungweni tackled low, tackled hard, but she's made her carry. Wasili now. Oh, that pass was almost suicidal, but somehow, some way, Pokelo gets the pass out. That's a pass now. Surely can they offload? They need to get those offloads going. Oh, Ashley Wasili almost falling asleep there.
And Possibles looking offside there. The officials actually calling the players back on side, but ball looks to have been stolen on the ground there by the Possibles.
Well, judged by Rejoice there to have been held on to, but I do feel that there was a release on the ground. The ball was released. It was now a tussle between the two who had gotten their hands onto the ball. And if I was the ref, whether I'm wrong or right, I would have called for a more there. But anyway, that's just me. Rejoice will tell us after the match whether she got that right or wrong. Yes. But anyway, moving right along as the Probables continue to attempt inroads at the Possibles. The chance is there if they can just mop up the final ball. A decent
chase
idea
there from Wasili, however, it wasn't quite on the money, but a nice idea there as the space was there to take it on. We're trying to see the players exert a little bit of imagination and craft in their play. A good effort in the end there. Unfortunately, turning over possession as the Possibles look to build up the phases once again here.
Well, Ben, I usually say if you haven't done it at practice, don't try it in a match. Oh, it looks like a high tackle on Shoriwa there, and that actually might just be a yellow card. These days, you're given yellow cards for that, and it looks like Rejoice is going to have a chat with the captain as well as with the offender. And usually when the ref calls in the captain, a yellow card is coming. You'll be very lucky not to receive one. And there you go, yellow card does come out. And it looks like Carol Mlenga has to walk off and go and take her seat.
Yes, Mulenga identifying the threat. That is Vice Captain Nokutenda Shuriwa shutting it down, but unfortunately illegally so, with a little bit of a high shot, a little bit of a talking to there by the ref, as the Probables are seemingly making numerous high tackles or high shots on the opposition. And rightfully so, the ref has given them a warning. Each high tackle is an automatic yellow card.
Indeed, it is. We're going to be coming in for a scrum. Ashley Wasili has slotted back into a fly of position, scrum of position rather. And a couple of substitutions coming on again. The return of the senior front row, Wimbai Dewa, who is captaining the Possibles today, or in the green jersey, just in case you were wondering, and the Probables in the gold jersey.
Yes, Wasili switching back into halfback there, and a talent Tagarira onto first 5'8", which is fly half, and she looks to inject a little bit of an enterprising style of play, taking the ball to the line to try and create those gaps there, as the ball is picked up at the base by number 19 Hazel Njaya with the strong carry for the Probables. Can they recycle here? Wasili digging out the ball onto Tagarira. The size is there, Ruimbo. Unfortunately, the technique into the tackle is a bit wrong there, as the ball is shifted out into the left. Injection of pace and straightening in the line here by the Probables as they make inroads into the half. A brilliant show and go of the ball there by number 4, Tatenda Nandu. Ball not secured at the breakdown. The loose forwards of the Probables not really putting in the work to get to where support of the ball carrier, as the ball is shifted out wide here into midfield. Number 17 with the charge, Kutakwashe Maopa.
Oh, good quick hands. Well, it does finally get to the intended target, but when you're running across, you're eating the space of the winger. But she manages to find her way through the middle. Lovely gap that she spotted there, and made a good couple of meters. Probables now getting closer and closer to that try line. No try line fever is what is required right now. Pick and goes can work. They decide to go wide. Can they get it wide? Oh, lovely dummy finds the gap. Can she dot it down? And it looks like she might just have fallen a couple of centimeters short. Ref calls for them to split. Is going to call the assistant referee to see whether that was try time or it was a knock on.
Yes, a brilliant left foot step there and surge forward from Cleopatra Kadimu in jersey 12, spotting the gap there. Mismatch with the loose forwards or the forward pack in the midfield, and just short after she reached out for the try line. They brought down just short, and the Possibles knocking on the ball there in the attempted steal. A lifeline, I should say there, but the Possibles or Probables are really bringing their game in the second half.
Yeah, bringing their game and doing quite well at that. What I would love to see at this point, when you're this close to the try line, you're going to have to put your back into it. As a scrum pack, you want to push hard, you want to push low, you want to try and drive it all the way to the try line, because you're that close. You're right by the 5 meter. All you want is a 5 meter shove from your pack in order to get close to the try line, and maybe an 8th man pick and go, and you get that try. They didn't push enough in order to get themselves close enough, but they're going to have to do the work to try and get there. Ball is now coming out. Need to get straight in the line. Well, surely it's going to be try time on the outside. Oh, they're making a massive meal of this one. But finally, should it be try time? Is it try time? Rejoice is going to have a little bit of a chat with Cynthia, her assistant referee. But I would like to believe that they did finally get over the line. But I think it was far messier than it should have been. But after all, a try is a try. It looks like it might be danger time here for the Possibles. When a referee calls and the team has walked away feeling like they've scored a try, there's a high likelihood this could be a penalty try. And there might have been an infringement, a yellow card reaching out into the pocket. And so it's a yellow card to Ruimbo Mjiganadzo. She's going to go into the sin bin. Rejoice is going to go right in between the sticks. Signal penalty try, and that does a whole lot to the scoreline. It takes it now to 24-12.
Yes, the Probables there guilty almost of butchering that what seemed to be a certain try in the corner there, and unfortunately a bit of foul play by number 14 Ruimbo Mjiganadzo. Insult to injury, penalty try, and a yellow card there. Probables pouring themselves back into this game here, and points are 24-12. Still time to play, and literally all to play for, and as they try to salvage something from this match.
Right, so they're going to restart play. The kick looks bobbly. It does make it past the 10 meters, so that's what matters. Do get the ball across. Now, looking to rebuild again. Pokelo straightens her run. Always a very difficult runner to get down.
Yes, Probables recycling the ball out there as they look to exit their half. At this moment, as you should see, there's a little bit of space in behind. A very flat line as the ball is taken up by Mabel Murungweni, who's trying to spot the gap on that occasion there.
Yes, indeed. Now, very interesting that Murungweni, who is spotting all black for the Probables, is now lining up here for the ball. The ball goes straight through her hands, and I'm not so sure if she was the intended recipient.
Yes, missing the target on that occasion there, as we see hands being shown, just being delayed on that occasion when it should have been shoveled out wide. I'm not sure what the thinking was there by number 12, Cleopatra Kadimu, but she looks to the heavens as if to ask the question, but she should be looking at herself in the mirror on that occasion, Rimbo.
I think the heavens had absolutely nothing to do with that one. This one was all on her, and she needed to have made sure that she got the pass out either with immediate effect or have gone into contact if that was the intention. Taryn Nodani comes in, obviously spotting a different jersey number 21, and scrum half duties. She has played as a halfback before in her lifetime as a rugby player, so won't be too much of a challenge for her.
Yes, a little bit of confusion there on my part, as I did see her sport the white headgear and the jersey change. Of course, maybe the jersey was ripped in the tackle after she had a very enterprising first half in the 10 jersey at fly half, and now she goes into scrum half as the ball is picked up here by Skumbuzo Muchenje at the base of the ruck, and bundled into touch there by number 8 Carol Malenga, and a line out here for the Probables as they look to escape some and gain some territory in this second half, as they need to be playing rugby in the right end of the field for them to be able to effect some form of return or salvaging on the scoreboard.
Oh yes. Well, another change as well comes in for the Probables. Let's see if she can get the line out right. Immediately picks up on the ball. The line out was straight, but actually that is Skumbuzo Mchenje. She's also changed her jersey. So A bit confusing, but anyway, we keep moving forward as the possibles now deciding to go on the blind side, picking up on their captain. Dewa, very difficult to bundle into touch, but I think there she kind of assassinated her plot to try and actually get through by running close to the touchline. Never was going to be easy for her to get through there. So nonetheless, lessons learned. We live and we learn. More substitutions, I believe, are coming on, or that have already come on for the possibles. Going for the line out.
Yes, jersey 19 Hazel Njaya with the throw in. And the ball not going straight there, and a free kick. This looks like an early jump being ruled by referee Rejoice. And Munodani looking for the quick tap. Will she give the ball out to Moyo? Moyo out to number 1. Skumbuzo Mchenje, who takes the ball to the line with a strong carry there. The cleaners look to get to the breakdown on that occasion. Ball looks to have been stolen. Yes, Probables have secured that ball there. The possibles slow to the breakdown on that occasion. Balls shifted out wide here for the possibles as they look to recycle. And holding on to the ball there on that occasion as Nosta Binton looked to steal that ball at the base of the ruck. A quick tap from Dewa, who crashes the ball there, bundling over the defender, and with a strong leg drive brought just short of the line. Can the possibles recycle here? It looks like the tacklers aren't rolling. Slow ball for the possibles here.
Yeah, slow ball, pick and go, but great defensive work as well to try and push them back. But they need more and more of what Kudamaopa has given them there in order to keep pushing them back. Right now, doing very well. It's past the 5 meters, so great defensive work. They keep doing that. The possibles will be forced to go out wide.
Yes, pick and go there. Mnodani out to Moyo. Moyo shifting the ball into midfield to Binton. Binton unfortunately unable to gather the ball. A brilliant step there from Rutendo Morosi as she regathered. That ball looks to have gone backwards there into the arms of Shuriwa. Recycled here for the possibles. Mnodani shifting it out wide to number 11 Binton. Binton out to Morosi. Morosi shifting it out again with the wraparound. Back to Morosi. Morosi with a canter on the far left-hand side. A brilliant loop around play there from the possibles. Ghosting past the defenders, bamboozling the defense on that occasion. The Benson 6s and 7s. Morosi with an easy run into the try. Jotting down in the far left corner, giving her side a 29 points to 12 lead in the second half. Some much awaited points here for the possibles in the second half, Ruimbo, as they're wrestling back the momentum once again.
Wrestling back the momentum, and I think more importantly ensuring that they keep the scoreboard ticking there, because it was getting a little bit dicey with the momentum that the Probables were now beginning to gain. But I think what is important is the fact that they've now got the 5 pointers, and now maybe waiting on Taryn to try and send it over, send the score into the 30s.
Yes, Munodani, can she be dead on target here? She's got the distance and surely the direction as well, earning her side a further 2 points, 31 points to 12, courtesy of the boot of Taryn Munodani on that occasion. A very enterprising and well-calculated kick from the far left-hand side, and this is what we like to see, converted tries, Ruimbo, because at the end of the day, rugby is a points difference game, and in those critically contested matches, it might boil down to the final kick off the tee.
Oh yes, 31 points to 12.
as number 13 Watsanai Chidawa rather kicking off for the Probables as the ball is taken up here by number 14 Muchkanadzo, shifting the ball out wide, out onto 18 with the handoff. A strong carry there, ball sent inside, however picked up by number 8 Carol Malenga with some brilliant cover defense there as the Probables look to recycle.
Oh yeah, look, to be honest, I would of course be more lenient on Erica Maka there. I mean, that was a hard pass to have executed straight to her player. Remember, Mjganadzo rips it out. She's running across, decides to stop, and I'm not so sure why she did actually stop, because she was just about to find a gap. Luckily for them, they do have a penalty in their favor.
Yes, the player being called by the referee, a little bit of dissent there as she thought that the Possibles looked to have sealed the ball off at the ruck there, and that ball was out of the ruck a long time ago. But yeah, ref's call at the end of the day, you got to maintain your discipline, and it earns her side 10 paces back again as Munodani shifts the ball out to Moyo. Moyo on to Shoriwa with a strong carry as he takes the ball into the 22 for the Possibles. Recycle ball here for the Possibles.
Great contestation at the breakdown, forcing that turnover. Quick tap and go here, looking for the pass, running across just a little bit, straightening her line, and hopefully they can get a hold of the ball. They do. Now going in and trying to build a few more phases, loses the ball in contact and hands the position back to the Possibles, who will gleefully take that ball and look to counter-attack again. A good running line as well.
Here's Muchenja with a strong carry up the middle there for the Possibles as it's shifted into midfield here to number 3, and Vimbai Dewa, the captain, with a strong carry on that occasion. No advantage being ruled there after what might seem like 3 phases of play. It wasn't a penalty, but referee calling it knock on, bringing the play back there as she looks to settle things. But some good enterprising play once again from the Possibles here as they ring the changes once again to try and they seem to be testing out those combinations well, which seem to be working superbly at that, earning their side in a very handsome and comfortable lead of 31 points to 12, and territory as well. They are in being able to rule, and a standout player for me at the moment in jersey number 14 for the Possibles is Ruimbo Muchkanadzo, who's been enterprising all over the park today. Ruimbo.
Oh yes, definitely your work rate can never ever be questioned. That's a ball straight out to the wing here, who's going to cut back inside. That was also a good cover defense there, and she was way offside. That was quite interesting to have thought that she had any legal right to go for the ball there.
Yes, Hazel Njaya with a brilliant cover tackle there out to number 4, Gabriela Chawatama, who had received the ball out wide in space, acres of space, but brilliantly shut down by Njaya on that occasion. Yes, accidental offside on that occasion.
Looks like more it's an obstruction from the second side. So that is a penalty. Ball finally comes out, looking for a hit. And well, she does continue with her leg drive. Finally brought to ground. Ball comes out, straightens her line, good. Offloads. Again, need to be falling properly. And look at the jackling from Ruimbo Mjganadzo. You talked about her work rate, both in defense as well as offense. She's right there. So someone who has really developed herself into a top rugby player over the years.
Yes,
donned the jersey for FS Raiders, now playing for Harare Sports Club.
Yes, a brilliant piece of individual play there. Tackling, immediately getting on her feet, jackling for the ball, turning over the ball there. A real game awareness at that time. And for me, a real strong candidate for a man of the match, a woman of the match in this opening encounter, as the Possibles are leading the Probables by 31 points to 12. A few minutes to go here in this second half, with the line out on the far end of the field for the Probables. And an interesting spectacle of women's rugby on display here. Some marvelous, marvelous talent out on display here today, Ruimbo.
Oh yes, indeed. You talk about the time. 6 minutes to try and turn things around. I doubt it will be possible for the Probables, pun intended. But ultimately, at the end of the day, I think it has been an interesting display of rugby. Delight Nkomondo looking for the straight line. And doesn't quite find her way through, but still, what an overlap. Great hands to have actually caught what was a hospital pass for ages, and they can recycle now, keep going. Once again, my challenge, Ben, continues to be running across. You are always killing the gain line, and you find the players that have got a bit more experience and understanding are the ones that are running straighter or straightening their runs.
Yes, as you see, the tactics being employed by the Possibles, the more experienced side. You'll see them attack in pods of 3 and 4. Yes, they will go lateral, lateral, lateral. On the third or fourth phase, they will look to straighten that line, and that will be able to open up the gaps for themselves. That's why they're able to get over the gain line after 3 or 4 phases. A leaf to be taken by the Probables, not for a lack of effort, but a slight adjustment on the technical side of things for themselves should do them a world of good. As we see the Possibles packed down here for a scrum. Tara Munodani to inject for the Possibles, Rimbo.
Oh yes, Taryn here will be looking to come to the blind side. I can almost read what she's thinking right now, having watched her over the years, and a good straightening line there. Shoriwa comes to the breakdown and looking to contest, but also great strength by Cleopatra as well to ensure she wrestled away from it. Now, Probables, can they give us one last flurry in this match? Pick up a try, looking to go for a hit. That was such a direct hit. I mean, I could see her once she got the ball, she was like, I'm coming for you. And she went straight for the player there.
Yes, Nosta Binton brave in the tackle. They're chopping at the legs of the player for the Probables there, and forcing the player to the ground, and immediately the Lucies of the Possibles in and over the ball, stealing the ball at the breakdown, earning them a turnover and penalty resultant from that, as we see the quick tap as the ball is charged onto the 22 for the Possibles. Nodani out into midfield, Shoriwa taking the ball to the line, bundled over by number 8 Carol Malenga.
Erica Mack goes into contact, taken down. Of course, tons of support available. Mjganadzo decides to go on the blind side and does make a couple of meters, which are always appreciated in rugby. Rugby is a territory game as well.
Yes, number 8 there, Chiwoniso Mapika, putting the shoulder in and really taking the ball to the line for the Chargers. Moyo out into midfield, juggle of the ball there.
That looks like Chawatama spotting the number 8 jersey. And the ball does spill out, another penalty. And the referee not happy with play there. Rejoice. Taran looks to go for a quick tap. Already runners on this near side. Erica Mack decides to, oh, that was a decoy run. And she's allowed her player in the number 4 jersey to go. That was a beautiful run by Erica Mack, by totally deviating all of the play towards her and then releasing it to the player wearing number 4. And well done to her. So try time it is 36 points to 12.
It's a brilliant piece of hold-up play there, really taking the ball to the line, holding the ball in both hands, taking it to the line. Right-hand side here, right behind us as she looks to convert this kick for her side. Yes, the kick slightly not having the legs on that occasion, but dead on target. A brilliant effort there from Tarrant Nodani as a ref. Rejoice, blast the whistle to signal the end of the match. Here, finishing 36 points to 12 to the Possibles. A very interesting and well energized and competitive match by the Zimbabwe Open ladies.
Oh yes, definitely well done to them, and we'll obviously be looking forward to who will be named out of this side, who will then go on and represent the Lady Sables as they go to the Ivory Coast series, and more importantly to the Rugby Africa Cup. And so of course that's the end of it all. Next match coming up is going to be a tussle and a battle for real. It is the Junior Sables, our under-20 side, who are going to be playing Old Georgians, the senior men's side. So stay tuned right here on Rising Stars as we bring you that action live and direct.
Welcome back to Harare Sports Club at the Machinery Exchange Rugby Stadium for this, the second match between the junior Sables and Old Georgians of Harare. The senior men's against the juniors, the under-20s. Under-20s coming off a nice victory, 39 points to 33 against the Australian Outback Barbarians in Bulawayo a couple of days ago, as they're looking to fine-tune their squad for the Bathurst Trophy, which is later on this year, as we see Shamar Jackson picking up the ball there with Wayne Kunaka with the kick there, caught in field by St. Old Georgians, who shift the ball handsomely. Maziwa with the tackle in midfield there for the junior Sables. Yes, Old Georgians look to insert some dominance here with some strong carrying as they're bringing the ball into contact really aggressively on that occasion. But the junior Sables up to the task at the minute.
Oh yes, definitely indeed, as we want to see if these boys are ready. And right now that handoff proving quite clearly that Tadiwa Nasheunganai needs to polish up there on his tackling aspects. That was a good straight ball there and needed him to be running straight onto it, and because he didn't, ultimately that's where the knock-on came from. But this is a really good junior Sable side. I was looking at it last night when it was picked, and my expectation is that with all of these names, I think we have seen these boys over the years in schoolboy rugby doing very well, but this is a different level altogether. And I mean, let's look at that front row. Takudzwa Matrimbo, former Lomagandi, Luanja Mutima, who's the co-vice captain, former Prince Edward, Emmanuel Tawana Gabi. They played in that same side, Nyashangwarati and Tafara Dewa. They were the Pitbulls locks or back rowers this season in the under-20 side. Then you have got Kudzai Chenda, Farrell, Mudiwa, Maziwa, and Alan Maunga. All of them are making up the loose trio. Now, Alan Maunga, if you may remember, he has been in the junior Sable setup for quite a while. And the reason being, he got into that side when he was very young. And so that's why the continuum is there. And with the new rule coming through that youngsters from the 19th of October 2004 being allowed, you are finding that the likes of Alan Maunga, Wayne Kunaka, all falling in that bracket.
Yes, some very enterprising play from the under-20s. They're trying to really swift the ball, move the ball, shift the ball silkily there. And Old Georgians guilty of knocking the ball on in the tackle, deliberately so. Some nice structure play that I'm seeing, a vast improvement from a couple of days ago down in Bulawayo, as number 15, Tinotenda Chinyadza, looks for the touch finder for the under-20s here.
Huge high ball, well collected at the back.
Yes, failing to find touch on that occasion. It is important. Set piece play is really important here, as we see the ball bouncing up for Rusike. Rusike is spinning the ball out to Shamar Jackson with the grubber through into space here. A brilliant kick by Shamar Jackson and the chase.
Oh, great defensive tackle as well by Shamar Jackson, putting them under pressure. That's a great charge down, and the ball goes loose. But luckily, Old Georgians do get their hands onto it and maybe can clear their lines in a much better fashion than we've seen right now, because if they do this in the season, teams like Old Hararians, Pitbulls, and even Harare Sports Club could have them for dinner.
Yes, Old Georgians in front of the kicker on that occasion. First penalty for the under-20s, who look to settle things down here as Captain Eman Gabi looks to debate with his charges as to what he's going to do here. Looks like he's going to go for a touch on this occasion. It's important that the kicker ensures that he does find touch off the tee, as it just brings about an unnecessary counter-attack by the opposition. So percentages at the end of the day.
Yeah, percentages. Looks like Tino Chinyanza is the one who's taken that particular kick. He's obviously donning the fullback jersey, wearing number 15. There were quite a number of fears, and it was quite scary when he limped off at Old Georgians, having pulled his hamstring and couldn't play the rest of the season for Pitbulls. But he's managed to come back for the Junior Sables, recover in time, and hopefully will also be in the Bartes squad when it is named after this tournament is done.
Yes, line out there and rolling more, brilliantly set up by the Junior Sables at the back there. Looks like Lulu on the ball here, or Captain Iman Gabi with the strong guy with Lulu on his shoulder, recycled. Lulu with the ball here. Pick and go at the base by the Junior Sables. Pick and go once again. OGs look to be a little bit offside there at the base of the ruck. Rusike with the shovel ball out wide to Mawunga. Mawunga shifting the ball. Try time. Shamar Jackson with the step in field. And a try there. Brilliantly worked piece of play there from the Junior Sables. Very patient, taking the contact, offloading in the tackle, creating the space for the outside runners. Shamar Jackson stepping off the right foot.
What we usually would see him do, but he went for the one side step, he went into the running line, he scored the try. That's what's important. Now, of course, the Junior Sables have got 5 points on the board, need to get the conversion right through. Tinoru Sike, they've got tons of kickers in this side. I mean, you've got a Tinoru Sike, he can kick it, he gets this one right. You've also got the likes of Unganai, who can also kick on his day, Wayne Kunaka, who can kick on his day, Tino Chinyaza, who can kick on his day. So ultimately, that's exactly what you need. If one kicker is off, then you can
as the Junior Sables look to really gather control. A much improved performance for me from what I saw a couple of days ago. Very controlled, not panicky on the ball. They're really sure of surveying their options, running with ball in both hands. That keeps the defenders guessing and able to offload. And the brilliant support play as well, as we see number 13, Munangi Kamwendo, gather the ball there for midfield.
Oh, Chinyaza
from Chinyaza with a brilliant show. Chip and chase here for Chinyaza with the support of Ivan Chirengende. Looked like a knock there. Advantage being played by the referee. A brilliant breakout play there from Zimbabwe under 20 Sables. Tinotenda Chinyaza with a brilliant show of the ball and accelerating through the gap. Chip and chase and earning inside a brilliant piece of 70 meters of territory for the Junior Sables. A very controlled approach at the moment for the Junior Sables.
Oh yes, indeed. And look, Tino Chinyaza proved quite a lot throughout the under-20 season. That is a good quality player. Also was very unfortunate during the senior, or rather during the schoolboy season, playing for Lomagandi last year. And I can tell you, unfortunately, he got injured in the early part of the season, and they really couldn't get as much juice out of him as they would have loved. And they ended up playing for the better part of the season without Tino Chinyaza. But oh my word, all I can tell you is that this Junior Sable side is coming together, is gelling together. They've been together for a while. Now they are looking to deliver what needs to be delivered on the park.
Yes, set piece play here, as you've seen. Some standout players for me a couple of days ago. Kudzai Chenda onto the open side flanker in jersey 6. A very abrasive player at that. And as we see, Kunaka injecting the ball here as the Sables look to drive the ball to earn the advantage with the shove. Advantage signaled here as the front row of Chinengende with the strong carry in midfield, bundling over the defender. Quick shift there out to Ungs, out to Rusike. Rusike unfortunately unable to offload within the tackle there, which was a try for all money. Guilty of being selfish, to the groans of the crowd on that occasion. Yes, Rusika running with the ball in the wrong hand on that occasion. He's taking the contact on his right shoulder. Ball also in the right hand, which dislodged the ball. The ball was supposed to be in his left hand to effect the offload within the tackle, or at least reach over behind the tackler and then pop the ball. But a try for all money for Shamar Jackson there, which would have been his second. Some brilliant attack play though from the Junior Sables.
Yes, brilliant attack play, and also very good from Wayne Kunaka, being able to offload and ship that ball out wide as quickly as possible to ensure that there's a 2v1 that was available there. But anyway, that is a try opportunity gone. They now need to move on and focus on what needs to be done next. Here comes the scrum. All Georgians, can they get it right? Ball is out. Very bobbly. Looks like they're going to try and run themselves out of trouble. All Georgians with a long pass over the top. Great running. Beautiful offload. He's on his bike, but Wayne Kunaka is there. Inside pop pass, and that is going to be try time all day. All Georgians, what a response from them. Ran all the way from the 22, but that is also going to be a telltale sign for the Junior Sables.
Fly off with the kick here for all Georgians, lines it up, and unfortunately missing the target there.
Speak up a little bit more, get his boys into defensive shape. Once that counter attack was on, he needed to get the boys to fold and really populate that side, because that's how all Georgians was going to be coming. But anyway, lessons learned. We live and we learn. That will be my tagline for today. Ball comes up. All Georgians have received it again, and remember, they are playing a senior side, so obviously a bit more experience here for all Georgians. They've learned the tools of the trade. These youngsters are getting to learn the tools of the trade.
Yes, senior level of rugby comes with that extra bit of finesse and power, as we see the ball being carried really strongly into the tackle. They're bumping off the defender with number 1 Takudzo Machimbo with a strong carry. Recycle for Kunaka, who sends the ball out to the right. Maziwa with the strong carry for the Junior Sables.
Ball comes out once again. It looks like it's a great run, and it's a try time. And that looks like it might be Kudzai Chenda who's scored that try. But the way that he went down didn't look too good. He's kind of holding his shoulder there. I hope that there isn't anything to be too worried about.
Yes, as Chenda reached out with the strong and long levers of his right arm there, the defensive tackler bundling onto his shoulder, jarring it a bit there, which will cause him a little bit of pain, but nothing that he can't shrug off. He's a tough lad, I must say.
Oh yes, indeed. And of course you've got Ann Butao that's just running on to make sure that everything is in check. Ann Butao, of course, the physio for the new Junior Sables, the Zimbabwe Junior Sables, knows these boys inside out, has worked with them for a while. Quite a number of Bates trophy stints as well. And the conversion looks good from Tino Rusike. So that is going to take their score to 14 points to 5 against All Georgians. All Georgians will not feel too hard done by what has happened there, because they were able to counter-attack, and they've seen a couple of loopholes, and we'll be hoping that it all works out. Chenda is in a bit of discomfort here as he comes to Emmanuel Gabi, his captain.
Yes, captain just asking his teammate there whether he's okay or not. But Chenda, being a tough boy, looking to shrug it off and play as Dewa steps brilliantly with the offload onto Shamar Jackson here as the clean out comes from number 13 rather, Kamwendo onto Rusike Kunaka. Skip play there. And a brilliant tackle on Matsimbo there. But Chinyadza entering the line there, creating that overlap, bringing in that little bit of creativity and pace into that back line. Some brilliant from the number 15 so far.
Oh yes, indeed. I think Matsimbo there needed to be a little bit more stronger in contact there. The expectation is for somebody that spends approximately 60 or so minutes in contact in scrums, that he should have been able to hold on to the ball a little bit better there. But look, all's well that ends well. They should be able now to just maybe try by all means to retain their possession. But beautiful work from the back line. These boys clearly understand each other, and I like the combination that has been put together here, because you've got Ungana and Rusike who are playing for Old Georgians, as well as Shama Jackson. Then you've got two Steelers players who are the center pairing, Ivan Chirengende as well as Munangi Kamwendo. And then of course you do have one Pitbulls player in that back line in the form of Tino Chinyadza, who can be able to just look at how things are going, especially with this creative play. I think a lot of creativity, especially when you look at Munangi Kamwendo and Tino Chinyadza. Expect them to be pivoting there alongside the likes of Tino Rusike, and then you can expect the enforcement from the likes of Tadiwa Unganai as well as Ivan Chirengende. Those are going to be strong hits all day long. And of course, who can forget about the pace, as we always expected from Shama Jackson.
Yes, Shama Jackson with sporting the white headgear and also white boots. White Lightning, as I'll possibly nickname him. And he's a very enterprising and quick, elusive player for the Junior Sables. But I tell you, my standout player in the midfield pairing would have to be Kamwendo. He runs some very brilliant lines off the shoulder and some very brilliant off supportive lines there. Be sure that he will work that combination well with Chirengende in midfield there.
Yes, indeed. All Georgians now are getting ready to feed there. And we'll be looking for good runs as well. One of the players who has really stuck with them and has continued to play quite well is Nigel Siabwanda. He's wearing number 14 here for All Georgians, right close to us here on the near side. And it looks like that scrum has gone in favor of the Junior Sables. Great shoving there, and have forced that turnover. They want that scrum. They want to keep on testing their physical capacity. Can they do it? Can they not? Well, we'll get to see as they continue to play.
Yes, the front row for the Junior Sables there, Matsimbo, Lulu, Luanji, Mutima, and Captain Iman Gabi there with the strong hit at the mark, as the ref looks to reset that scrum. An early shove again from the under-20s, a little bit overzealous on that occasion. Quick tap from OGs rather. The chicken wing pass, another chicken wing pass out to the 10, out to the 15. Try line begging here for the OGs. Shamar Jackson holding up the player, but tackle ruled by the ref. Recycle ball, a quick snipe on the blind side there.
And
Timotenda Chinyadza caught napping on that occasion, not really watching the play, and a quick snipe from the OG's scrum half, dodging the ball just on the base of the ruck. Quick thinking there from the halfback, pulling the try back and earning his side another 5-pointer, Ruwimbo.
Oh yes, definitely. And really well worked. Again, this is where seniority comes in and the ability to be able to spot these gaps that are opening up. I was just looking at this composition, a lovely amount of experience that is just littered all across this Old Georgians lineup. You've got Vuyani Tlomo, very much an experienced campaigner in the Cheetahs setup, and of course also now beginning to knock on the door for Sables. Then you've obviously got Tino Chifumbu, who's pulling in the strings from a fly-off perspective. That is a beautiful boot there coming from their number 13 to ensure that it is now 14-12 in favor of the Junior Sables. The Junior Sables have to find ways of ensuring that they do respond and then be able to maintain their scoreline. I think also what has been a challenge is the excitement of having scored 2 early tries against Old Georgians. Now you need to calm down. Now you need to kick for territory. Find the 50-22s. You've got a Chinyadza who can do it. You've got a Rusike who can do it. You've got a Kunaka who can do it. Use these boys in order to gain the territory. You aren't supposed to be running all the time and expend your energy, because this is what happens. The counter-attacking force of Old Georgians has been quite good. Well, Rusike has taken the ball, long pass to Wayne Kunaka. He's gonna spread it out to Chinyadza. Chinyadza to Chirengende, at least he stands or holds his ground as they now look to build up once again, Ben.
Yes, Kunaka with the recycle. The Chirengende is standing tall in the tackle, strong in the tackle. Lulu and Matsimbo driving the ball up in midfield. Strong ruck over, but the ball looked to spew at the baseline there for the Junior Sables as OG's cut-out pass out into the wing here. As the number 15 canters in on the far end side, a brilliant cutout pass by the number 10 for OGs. And the under 20 Sables defense caught napping once again. Shamal Jackson really high up as it's ruled a forward pass. A lifeline, a lucky break there for the Junior Sables.
Very lucky, Ben. Very, very lucky. I mean, if there's anything, they need to be kneeling down and praying to God and saying thank you for that forward pass, because they were caught napping. Now, from a technical point of view, I would say one of the reasons they're being caught napping, especially on this near side, was the fact that Shama Jackson was out of position.
Yes.
Now, international rugby dictates remain in your area of operation, remain in your channel, run your channels and defend your channels. And unfortunately at this point he was absent from his channels, and Old Georgians found that space, and they're spreading it wide quite quick. Another thing as well that you don't want to see, Alan Maunga has got to get out of that back line. The moment he gets in there, he is going to be tested for pace, and we saw he was left for dead.
Yes, illegal scrummaging, the illegal bind by OGs on that occasion, and earning the Junior Sables a very critical penalty as they look to kick for territory here. Can he send his charges into the 22 and create a platform for attack on that occasion? And yes, the Junior Sables really need to look at different areas on the field and how they can exploit different types of tactics in terms of, do I go in, take the contact, absorb the pressure, recycle, and then shift it out wide, rather than a very expansive type of play that they're trying to do at the moment. Yes, they try to play fast-running rugby, but it's not every team that can't match that. And we're seeing OGs are equal to the task today.
Oh yes, indeed. Dewa gets the ball. Wasn't too clean in his offload. Luange Mutima goes into contact.
Yes, recycle as well as Junior Sables. Captain Gabi onto Rusike. Rusike onto number 12 there.
Chirengende, Kunaka, Alan Maunga. He's going to go into contact. Bumps one, bumps a second. His leg drive is so strong at the moment. Finally goes to ground. Great meters or great carry, and that's a penalty. All Georgians found a very eager there to get onto the ball, but that was a good run, good strong run from Alan Maunga. Great to see him now impacting the game a little bit more with his size.
Yes, Maunga really pumping those legs there as he takes the ball up. This time, OG's equal to the task on that occasion. Ball sent out wide here. Dewa, quick shift to Rusike. Rusike out to Gabby, out the back door. Maziwa out to Shamar Jackson, who's guilty of not watching the ball and just looking at the defenders to see who's coming at him. You got to be brave in those contact zones, Ruimbo. I mean, you're an international or national player. You got to really grit your teeth, go hard at the ball and take that contact as a man.
Oh yes, Maziwa, there may be also, once again, this is where we talk about game awareness and ability to understand your position. By that time the ball came to him, the move had been shut down because the All Georgians defense had folded. So even if he had given it to Shamar Jackson, there was no room for him to make it through. So take it, go into contact, recycle the ball. There were enough the gaps on the far side that were now beginning to open up, and I'm sure it would have been try time. So it's one of these one or two small things as well that they just need to get right. So far, in terms of the entertainment and the brand of rugby, there's no question or doubt around it. This is what Sean D'Souza lives for. He eats, breathes and dishes out entertaining rugby, fast running rugby, and also quite tactical as well. But these boys have to be careful in order to keep All Georgians out. All Georgians are now once again on the counter attack, an inside switch, and now just a side stepping in, and the ball is ready, but great intercepted by Machimbo. Oh, it looks like Nyashangwarati was on his way back. Oh, Dewa.
Yes, Kamwendo with the counter attack here in jersey 13 for the Junior Sables. On that occasion, they're allowing OGs to play from deep. Junior Sables defensive line really flat and narrow on that occasion. OGs recognizing it and shifting the ball out wide as Machimbo goes past the first tackler as in through the side, judged by referee there as Captain Gabi looks to clean out the tackler on that occasion, but illegally so. Actually, ref rules holding onto the ball. The Lucies a little bit slow to the breakdown on this occasion, but if you can observe Ruimbo on set piece ball for OGs, the defense of the under-20s is quite narrow and flat, and OGs have recognized that. They're maintaining their width with their fast outside backs and really utilizing those outside channels really well to their advantage.
Oh yes, 100% Ben, you're spot on there, and that's why I'm talking about being able to realize your channel and defend your channels. So one of the things as well that you will see with the setup that they've taken with the Nunganai, who's more acclimatized to being a center player, he will drift a little bit more centrally into the midfield. Shamar Jackson as well, who really wants to put in the work rate, will also find himself drifting inside. That is where the defense becomes narrow and you lose your shape, and then you find yourself in a pretty pickle. But look, at the end of the day, I think they have matched All Georgians there and thereabouts. I think the most important thing now for them is to be able to manage the game, control the game, wrestle it back in your favor. You don't necessarily have to be scoring to control the game, but sometimes you just have to be gaining territory. Force Old Georgians to counter-attack from their own 22 all the time. At some point, after 3 or 4 counter-attacks, they're going to get tired, and ultimately that's when you begin to pounce in with your physicality, jackling of the ball, and so on.
Yes, that line-out deemed to be not straight on that occasion, and yes, well set by OGs, but unfortunately not straight by the injector on that line-out, and a turnover here right on the 22 of Junior Sables. Can they execute some set-piece play out from deep? I tell you what, I'd like to see Rusike on the ball a little bit more to control that territory. I mean, there's acres of space here on the near side, and if he can possibly take the ball to the line. But OJ's defense, as you can see, not quite as flat, but they're sort of anticipating what Rusike might execute here for his charges.
And that is not a great sign. With does it look like Emmanuel Gabi, who's down on the ground? He has been a man struggling with injuries.
Yes, he was carrying a bit of a hamstring injury. Yes, might have been brought back a little bit early against the Outback Barbarians a couple of days ago. But this game, nothing short of physical, and your body is going to bear the brunt of it at the end of the day. But he's a tough lad. I'm sure he'll be able to shake this one off, and Butau will really get to work and really spruce up those muscles once again, such that he can be able to run on an inspirational captain as he is, Emmanuel Gabi.
Oh yes, indeed.
Yes, just a break up in play at the moment as they attend. It's actually Kudzai Chenda who's down with an injury there. It looks like yes, his shoulder, he hasn't recovered after that very first try that he put on, as he looks to have a sling put in on his right arm there, as he is, well, not so much of a sportsman on the field. I'll clap him off myself, but very enterprising player, an exciting player who's very abrasive. I think the Junior Sables will miss him, but nothing short of some good replacements on the sideline. We'll see who's that in jersey. Looks like jersey number.
It looks like it's jersey number 18, Rufaro Shenje, the former St. George's captain. He was the captain last year, and also played for the Zambezi Steelers this season. Well, huge. Oh my word.
Yes, OG's there screaming at the referee, asking for advantage. However, he had already blown the whistle, and yes, the Junior Sables lucky on that occasion, as the wraparound play back to Rusike. Rusike guilty of not keeping his eye on the ball, maybe a little bit hasty and looking towards his options early instead of gathering the ball, just keeping the basics right, gathering and then shifting the ball. And we see the old Georgians really look to turn the sword here to the Junior Sables, as they have an attacking scrum in the heart of the 22 of the Junior Sables. Right in the middle of the park, they can go either left or right at the end of the day.
And so all the Georgians a little bit livid when the referee there. They did want the advantage. They felt that they were going to be able to dot down the try. But either way, they do have this wonderful opportunity. A big shot from the under-20s, but it's an 8th-man pick and go. He goes straight for the hit.
Yes, a strong tackle by Kamwendo there, as OGs look to execute the width there. Brilliant step in field. Scramble defense from under-20s. As they look to contest at the breakdown. Ball picked up at the base by OGs. They look to recycle, dug out by their 9, onto their number 1 prop here. And the ball is knocked on. Emmanuel Gabi. Sit down is what he said. Alan Maunga, 3rd time lucky and guilty of holding onto the ball on that occasion.
Well, once again, what has to be key for Alan Maunga is not to play to the gallery. 1 handoff, 2 handoffs was enough. Go down, set the ball up, get yourselves out of trouble. You are in your red zone right now, which is your own 22. And all Georgians have gotten the turnover, and we've seen how the distribution of Chifumbo has been lethal. As we can see right there, now going, can they make it all the way through? Falling a couple of centimeters short, getting ready to recycle the ball. Sidestep to trying to go back into the fringes of that breakdown. Now, well done to the Junior Sables. Great defensive work. But all Georgians are still conducting the pick and go. And the referee, I believe that that one has been held up. And might just mean it's going to be a penalty still in favor of all Georgians. And what I would do right now with a good kicker such as Tino Chifumbo, I would go back, take the conversion, 3 points, 1 point in the lead. and that would be what we call test rugby.
Yes, ref playing advantage on that occasion there. The ball was held up over the try as the Junior Sables looking to salvage and save their try line at the moment. Brilliant chop tackles in there. Junior Sables spreading the ball out wide here as 13 steps back inside. Chirengende with the tackle in midfield. Spot tackle by Shamar Jackson there, forcing the knock on the wing. Possession to the under-20 Sables. Shamar Jackson still strong on the ball here. Pumping those legs. Kunaka distributing out to Matsimbo, to Rusike, out to Dewa. Dewa with the delayed pass out the back door. However, that ball knocked down deliberately. Advantage to the under-20s here. Offside signaled for OG. Some brilliant play there by the winger Shamar Jackson, who stood strong in the tackle there, really fighting and trying to get the ball out wide, hounded by two OG's defenders on that occasion. Some good strength shown by Shamar Jackson.
Oh yes, indeed. Now, what I would love to see from here, of course, which is what it looks like is going to be a Tino Chinyadza kicking for touch and being able to find their way through. Also, I think what is also very important is for the Junior Sables. Once again, we've been talking about it. Wrestle the control of the game into your hands. He's decided to go for a kick. I'm not so sure if he's found touch. He's failed to find touch, but good run from Nyashangwarati to apply pressure at the back there. But you have to be careful because All Georgians counter attack is quite serious, and coming up against forwards here might just be a challenge. But Luanj Mtima puts in a good tackle. Shama Jackson with the counter ruck. Great pickup by Ivan Chirengende there.
Yes, and Lulu over the ball, covering, sealing that breakdown nicely there. It's the number 18, Rufaro Shenje, taking the ball up. And Shamar Jackson into the breakdown. Rusika taking the ball to the line with the chip through. As Kamwendo looked to run that line. Penalty there, and an illegally so, some deliberate breakdown of play, preventing Kamwendo from picking up the ball there, leaning into Kamwendo cleverly, let's say, but the ref right on the money, rightfully so, ruling an illegal challenge there, earning a penalty to the under-20s Junior Sables here, as Emmanuel Gabi is on the ball here. Looks like they're going to do a quick tap here onto Alan Mawunga. Ball is shifted out to Luanji. Luanji with the strong carry, pumping those legs there as he's brought down to ground. Kunaka shifting the ball to Gabi. Gabi looks isolated, but Gabi bumping the legs there in the tackle. OG's bringing him down just shy of the line there.
And that's a penalty against the Junior Sables. And to be honest, Emmanuel Gabi needed to have been more mature there. Shama Jackson with an off-the-ball incident might find himself also going off the field, because you cannot tackle a player once the referee has called a play to stop. And so they need to call a little bit of discipline on the boys there, that they relax. And as a co-vice captain, Shama Jackson, we do not expect that from him. He has to be the one leading in discipline. But coming back to the decision to tap and go there, not a smart idea from Emmanuel Gabi. There was an opportunity to get 3 points, extend the lead to 5.
Yes, Junior Sables there. Yes, they're trying to execute that bit of play, but Captain Gabi on that occasion was guilty of being isolated. Yes, they're trying to attack him pods. On that occasion, he was left alone. However, a turnover and then some ill discipline from co-captain Shamar Jackson there, earning further 10 yards on the penalty as OG's exit their half, and with that kick for touch, and about 5 meters in to the Junior Sables half at this moment, as OGs have the throw in at the moment. Right under our nose here for this line out. As the ball is taken here by the Junior Sables number 4, Nyashangwarati. Strong carry there. Kunaka out to Rusike. Rusike with the dummy ball out to Chirengende through there, out to Rusika, who's absolutely hammered in midfield. Shenje with the ball there. for the Junior Sables. Lusike, who's got enough from that Kamwendo, shifting it out to Ungs. Ungs with the chip through. Yes, Lusike there not doing himself any favors because he's caught the ball and he's got his back to the defensive team. He should catch the ball and watch where the defenders are coming from. He could have easily evaded that just by stopping, as the defender has already committed. But he took the shot nonetheless, shrugged it off, and he's there back in the 10 pocket.
Oh yes, indeed. So good running play as well. Once again, the moves there, the looping runs, and the straightening lines. It's looking quite good. But I must say, I'm slightly disappointed with the forward pack, except for the back rowers. I think Nyashangwarati, Tafara Dewa, as well as Chenda, who had to go off injured there, have been more present at the breakdown. We've seen Luanji Mtima also putting in a couple of good runs, but I'm sorry to say that both my loose head and tight head prop have not been making the big hits required of them. Momentum has been far too slow going into the hits. So for Old Georgians, neutralizing their threat has been really, really easy. For a body that size, you're supposed to be hurting people out there on the park. Well, not necessarily breaking bones, but you know what I'm saying, Ben. That's
Yes.
what we should be expecting from them as well. We've seen a little bit of Alan Maunga. Would love to see a lot more of him. More importantly, at the breakdown, jackling the ball, taking it away from Old Georgians, effecting turnovers. These are some of the responsibilities of eighthmans these days. Well,
Yes,
2 or 3 basketball passes not necessarily coming off there, Ben.
Yes, OG's trying to they're toying with the Junior Sables at the moment. Yes, rightfully so. I mean, seniors against juniors, it's just like playing with your little brother in the backyard. You always like to pick on the little ones, but the little ones are actually up to the task. They're really up for it today. And as you were just mentioning, yeah, the Junior Sables front row, 130 plus kilos, both Ngwarati, or rather Matsimbo and Captain Gabi. And today a little bit lethargic, I might say. Gabi, yes, he is carrying a little bit of a hamstring injury, but we would like to see them get a little bit more involved in those strong tackles in and around the rucks as they look to shift and orchestrate play around them and their big frames.
Oh yes, definitely, and hopefully we'll see a little bit more of that. But the line out does belong to Old Georgians of a penalty that they kick for touch. They are also going to go for their own driving maul, having seen the Junior Sables do it. Now Old Georgians are releasing the ball out of that driving maul a little bit too early. I think the intent was to try and maybe offload it quickly and get the ball running out, but here we go. It is the halftime break, and the Zimbabwe under-20 Junior Sables are leading 14 points to 12 in what has been a very entertaining first half here against Old Georgians.
Welcome back to the Machinery Exchange Rugby Stadium in the heart of Harare, the capital of Zimbabwe, for the second game in the NEDBANK Cup Challenge. This is the 4th edition in 2025. Junior Sables under 20 taking on OG's club from Harare. And kickoff there by the under 20s who've rung the changes in the second half. As we've seen, might look like a complete overhaul, except a few within the front row for in the pack in particular for the under 20s, as OG's with the exit there, number 16 on Karai Munashe for the Junior Sables to inject here, as Captain Gabi looks to have gone off as well, replaced by number 24 Tatenda Kamvumbi, as number 17 Wayland Chakirai grabbing the ball there for the Junior Sables, and 19 Tafadzwa Chetaika with the ball, which is adjudged to have gone forward.
So interesting changes there. Looking at some of the faces that have come on, you've already mentioned some of them already. You are now in the thick of things. Wayne Kurai Munashe Kudzai, Wayland Chakirai. Wayne Kurai Munashe, former St. John's College boy. He played as hooker as well last year for St. John's College in that massive pack. Wayland Chakirai was at Churchill. Tafadzwa Chetaika, the electric scrum half from Pitbulls, also coming from Churchill. Another man that I've seen there is Tadiwa Nashe Maradze, who's wearing jersey number 22. Jersey number 17 has gone to Tinashe Nyanyiwa. He's one of the back rowers that have also come in. Nyashangwarati has stayed. Looks like maybe Tafara Dewa is the one that has gone out. And that scrum very powerful from all Georgians as they begin to rebuild their play. Tino Chifumbu looking to send it out wide as quickly as possible to catch these boys off guard. A good chip over the top. Shama Jackson makes a meal of that particular ball. Kamvumbi with a couple of side steps and dummies offloads it to Shama Jackson. That was a horrible decision, and that once again shows the level of inexperience. Kamvumbi does have the capacity to kick it out. Clear your lines. You are in the red zone. That's exactly what you must do.
Yes, Chetaika there, yes, with the brilliant dummy, but Shama Jackson lacking a little heads-up play there as they look to do the counter-attack from deep. Yes, some spirited enterprise trying to pull the magic out of deep there, but safety first is the call. Is in a very tightly contested game at 12-14. A narrow 2-point lead to the under-20s now under the pump here right on the doorstep of their try line.
Oh yes indeed, and all Georgians here will be smiling from ear to ear because this is a good attacking opportunity. They are spreading their line there. Even the blindside winger has come in to join as a second receiver from Tino Chifumbu. So it looks like it might just be going through the hands, or it might be an 8th man pick and go, and it is, and he spins around and it's try time. Surely that was far too close for them not to have scored from there. And now because of that score, they are now the ones who are 3 points ahead.
Yes, brilliantly worked attacking scrum there from OG's, driving slightly angled into the right, creating the opening for the 8th man on the left-hand blind side. A really small blind side, catching the defenders unawares as they were committed to the scrum, moving inward. 8th man picking it up, diving over, and the scores now 17 points to 14 at the moment. OG's with the kick there. Unfortunately, the radar slightly off, going past the left-hand upright, and the point remains 17 points to 14 as Junior Sables, they're guilty of some uncharacteristic mistakes and errors from deep, as they look maybe guilty of a few extra changes there, disrupting the flow of the game, but still plenty to play for. They can regather their thoughts, and we see a really high drop kick off there by Rusike.
That's a penalty against the Pitbulls there.
Looks like a tackle off the ball there. A tackle off the ball by the under-20s. Yes, and OG's failing to find touch there with Chataika with the counter-attack here. Former Prince Edward boy shifting the ball out wide here onto number 22, Nyanyiwa, with the kick through, and a brilliant kick altogether, earning the 50-22 for the Junior Sables. A good heads-up play there by number 22, Tinashe Nyanyiwa, for the Junior Sables.
Well, it looks like there's a switch there, and obviously not your fault there, Ben, because the 22 there is actually Tadionashe Maradze. He played for Pitbulls as well, was one of those explosive players, particularly within the center pairing that they had this season, that made a whole lot of work there. Ethan Chaponda is the young man who's wearing jersey number 20 there, and good line out, looking quite good as they now begin to look to go forward. The ball does come out, and
yes, looks like it's out on under 20 Sables side. Pick and go at the baseline by the forwards. A strong carry there, pumping the legs as the cleaners go over the top there. Junior Sables picking and going. Looks like a change of tactic here within the second half, and double blast of the whistle. Trouble here for OGs.
Oh yes, trouble here for OGs. It looks like it is a penalty in favor of the boys. In my view, get a kicker on. Get the 3 points. You don't need the physicality. Let's not forget, these are boys that are preparing for the Butters Trophy starting on the 17th of April right here in Harare, Zimbabwe. Teams like Kenya, Tunisia and Namibia will be coming down here, and who knows, maybe right now they've got a sneaky eye on Rising Stars as they're watching how these boys are preparing and what the competition will be like against them. And so I would want to see them play more test rugby. When you play some of these other games, it's going to be a game of fine margins. In this massive encounter where you're playing against senior players like from Old Georgians, what you can expect is that you need to play test rugby, reduce the physical contact, increase the opportunities of yourself scoring in the ways that World Rugby has created for you to score. You've got drop goals, you've got penalty goals, you've got obviously options like lineouts here to try and ensure that you can be able to create these scoring opportunities. Also great awareness, pick up by Machimbo, looking to make a hit, makes a meter or so. That's good enough. Each centimeter is as precious, and the ball goes on the outside, and it's a try time, and it looks like it might be Tafara Dewa. Tafara Dewa is really a plucky and tricky back rower. He's one who also offers options in the back line, and there looks like he just gave an option, and it's try time.
Yes, Dewa diving over in the far left-hand corner there for his side, and some brilliant set-up play there by the Junior Sables. Really patient approach, taking the ball to the line, pick and go, really patient, and then sending the ball out wide to the space out on the short side on the left, and the Junior Sables bundling over and to take them back into the lead by 19 points with the kick to come as Tino Rusike lines it up here.
So Tino Rusike and now getting ready to line this one up. His kicking has improved, particularly from the season. And this time round, he doesn't seem to get the direction, and that is the commentator's curse.
Classic commentator's curse, Ruby, there on that occasion. And just one of those, and there was a nice charge there by OGs. Maybe that put the kicker off a bit, but the score does remain 19 points to 17 to the Junior Sables, and they really need to keep control of this game, as we've seen Rusike move back into fullback, maybe to execute that kicking style to take advantage of the territory, as Dewa right on the money with a strong surge down the road as Shamar Jackson is on his shoulder. A brilliant ball out to Jackson. Jackson with the offload, and looks like a very high tackle on scrum half Kunaka. It's actually Chataika there, guilty or copping a high shot. He was in for a try in all money, and rightfully so. The ref adjudging it to be a penalty try. A double hit by the Junior Sables, and on that occasion brilliantly caught up in the air by Dewa, towering above the OG's scramble runners there, and galloping down the left-hand channel. Inside ball to Shamar Jackson, who ran a brilliant support line off the right shoulder, who was then ankle tapped in the last minute, popped it up to Chataika. Chataika illegally tackled, penalty try to the Junior Sables. Junior Sables 26 points it should be, as it was 19 points, a converted try, and 26 points to 17, rightfully so, as we see the scoreboard being corrected there.
Oh yes, a wonderful piece of play. Dewa gets the ball this time round, decides to ship it out. Rusike now to Kamvumbi. Kamvumbi to Maradze. I told you Maradze is slippery. He's got pace for his side. Inside pop pass to Kamvumbi. He pops it out. Picked up by Rusike. They still can counter-attack, and Rusike stopped. Referee might feel that there was a deliberate knockdown. A yellow card is going to come, and off you go. But Tadiwa Nashe Maradze, once that boy begins to run, we saw it throughout the season when he was playing for Pitbulls. Oh my word, he is a fantastic runner, fantastic impact player, and I believe that's why, of course, today he's coming off the bench. Now it looks like sense has prevailed. A penalty has come. Kamvumbi looks like he might be going for the tap and go. I wouldn't have done that. I would have gone for the 3 points, kick it over. 19 points ahead. It means you've got 12 points rather and lead if you kick that over, and now start to control the game. Force all Georgians to keep on chasing. Well, they decide to go for a kick into touch. Very dicey kick, especially considering he's right-footed, but they decided to go onto the far left side. Philip Ellis looks like he's coming off the park for all Georgians. Substitution coming on.
Yes,
he's done his work.
Yeah, some quick thinking there by Chataika of Zimbabwe, or Kamvumbi rather, and sending the ball out for a line out as the Junior Sables look to execute some set piece play. Rolling more, we should expect here, out to number 17. Kudzai Chakirai takes the ball in there as yes, Junior Sables keep recycling the ball there. That seemed to have been ripped in the tackle, unfortunately brought back for a knock-on for the under-20s there. After that piece of play by the number 24, failing to grasp the ball in contact, knocking it on, and a turnover deep in the 22 of OGs for the put-in.
Oh yes, it looks like Shamar Jackson has also come off the park. He's on the bench, limping just a little, so I think he might just be getting a little bit of medical treatment there to try and get him right, but they're more than enough. The players that have been put together and assembled by Sean D'Souza, a rigorous, thoroughly exhausting, only he has the energy to do it kind of a process. After having taken a look at more than 400 boys from across the country through the Grassroots to Greatness program, and whittling it down to what we are seeing now. And of course, we're also going to be seeing the Grassroots to Greatness high performance side. This is all courtesy of the support coming from NEDBANK as well, who have allowed him to have the dream of being able to put together boys, put them through a system and a program, get them into alignment camps of what he expects on the park as a Junior Sables head coach. So, look, kudos to Sean D'Souza. I will say I don't think there would have been anyone else that would have had the desire, the time, and the effort that was spent in terms of assembling this side. But all Georgians are looking to run themselves out of the park here. Maradze meets up with an All Georgians runner.
Yes, Junior Sables looking to counteract here. Unfortunately, the ball going awry a bit there. Ref being caught in possession. Junior Sables scrapping for possession there. A knock on adjudged by the ref, and well, the ball seemed to have come off the ref on that occasion. So yeah, rightfully so, gifting the ball back to OGs who were in possession. Just to go back onto your point, lauding Coach Sean D'Souza for all the work and effort that he has put in. Rightfully so, being rewarded. You couldn't have done it without the support of NEDBANK, and every coach, even around the world, you want to have the best foot put forward. You want to have the best kind of players at your disposal to be able to pick from, and NEDBANK has really allowed Sean D'Souza to execute that with this coaching staff, really picking the cream of the talent within the different age groups, within the different teams right across the country. As you mentioned, more than 400 boys that he's been looking at, and the squad has been trimmed down. It was 40 odd a couple of days ago. Now it's crunch time. You're looking at about 25 players that are now jostling for that final 18 or 23 rather for the Bathurst Trophy, which is coming up. But credit to him, his commitment is unparalleled. We salute you, sir, Sean D'Souza.
Oh, yes, indeed. And as the Junior Sables now attempting to make use of the set piece, offloading to Wayne Kuraimanashe, comes back inside. Matimbo holding on to the ball, but unfortunately Kamvumbi there knocking the ball forward in contact before Matimbo got his hands onto it, and that is also another opportunity that has gone down the drain. Well, for those of you that have tuned into the Rising Stars platform, we are bringing you rugby action throughout the day today. Ben and I, myself, Ruimbo Chakoreka, have been giving you commentary. We saw the ladies' game first up. Now we're witnessing this game between not Pitbulls rather. That one is the next game, but witnessing this game between the Junior Sables and All Georgians. Next up will be Pitbulls taking on MANICALAND, and I think that's also going to be a nice, good tussle. MANICALAND did give the Zimbabwe A side a bit of a tussle last week, and a good pick and go here from All Georgians. Chifumbu looking to offload it. Siabwanda, I think, taking on a ball that he needed not to, but they are going, and good tackle by Ethan Chaponda. Now ball comes out, Chifumbu to Vuyani Hlomo. Again, that was a nice, good straightening of the run there, and they are being shoved back. The Junior Sables, as All Georgians look to regain pride, loses the ball in contact, still inside, and this time round it looks like Philip Chimaka onto the ball, and we know how he loves to use his boot, and that one bounces over him. That was a brilliant kick by Philip Chimaka.
Yes, Chimaka, brilliant heads-up play there, identifying the space in behind the OG's defense, who had been backpedaling on that occasion, and the cruel bounce of the rugby ball evading the winger, and then a quick throw in, unfortunately not going straight, and reset called by the refs and or the officials rather, but some brilliant heads-up play there by the under-20 number 23.
Oh yes, so Philip Chimaka, ex-Wise Owl player, also played for Pitbulls in that center pairing alongside Maradze, so you can see how Pitbulls this year has also made its contribution to this Junior Sable setup. Good to also see all Hararians players. We finally found out that number 18 is Sean Doa. Sean Doa did play as the 8th man and co-captain as well for Old Hararians. He was the captain of PITBULLS last year, so leadership definitely runs through his veins.
Yes, shout out to Wise Owl School out in Marindera, who have really come in leaps and bounds over the last couple of years, developing some very strong and hardy, energetic and enterprising magicians of rugby players, and it's proving to become a little bit of a powerhouse out in the Eastern Highlands, eastern side of Nash East there in the Northern Province. And testament to the structures being put in place at the school. Yes, education focused. One must do very well in the classroom, but equally so, excelling out on the sporting field, and they're doing rightfully so. A team to look out for in the schools league this year again, as they narrowly lost to St. George's from what was a final contentious call by the officials, but revenge is on the cards this year, I'm sure, Ruimbo.
Oh yes, definitely. They are going to be one of the teams to watch out for in the league, and I'm sure they're going to ply their trade when the first preseason tournament comes, which will be the Mukuru St. John's Derby Festival, which is coming up in a few weeks' time.
Yes, as we see in jersey number 21, Mr. Philip Chimaka Kadiki, as they call him, the tiniest lad on the field, but a little Jack Russell at that. That boy is really brave. My size, as you can see, remember, but he does pack in the power. He goes into contact aggressively and really stands his ground and stands his own, just as is expected at national level.
Ben, he's nowhere near your size. You're a giant compared to that young boy. But one of those things, Chataika, a fantastic player. Jack Russell, that I can agree. He is very plucky, very inquisitive of the defensive plans of any opposition, distributes the ball quite well, and also a leader on the park. And a turnover here for the Junior Sables. Looks like Tinoru Sike on the charge. Munangi Kamwendo misses the tackle, so now they are counter-attacking our older Georgians. Ball comes back into the middle of the park. Second attempt, and well, luckily it did bump back, so it is going to be a continuous play. Ngwarati looking to jackal. He's right on top of the player, and unfortunately Ngwarati are judged to have sealed.
Yes, hands on the ground at first there by Ngwarati. Just short, slightly short there, as Kadiki, as you saw, really sniping for that ball at the breakdown. Doesn't matter about his size, but he'll really go for that ball. Really brave young lad out on the number 21 jersey for the Junior Sables. As the gap opens up in midfield there, the ball slightly knocked in contact there as the midfield hole looks to open up there as Maradze there in jersey 22 almost being beaten by the OG's number 10. However, a brilliant turn back and scramble defense, forcing the knock on the OG's number 10, and we look for a put in to the scrum just on the other side of the 10-meter line in the under 20s line here, as we see the Junior Sables look to set up with more players committed to this open side here, as we see them trying to execute some set piece play. But a nice chip and chase there from Kamwendo earlier on in the passage there, looking to execute and really take advantage of the space in behind.
Oh yes, it does keep the opposition guessing. Chataika gets the ball in, spreads it out now. Chinyadza to Maradze, who goes in for a hit. Needs to be careful. It was almost isolated there. Ball out to Rusike. Rusike. Oh, they didn't quite communicate well with Ethan Chaponda. And the turnover is affected by Old Georgians, who will look to counter-attack themselves.
Yes, the switch play there from Rusike, and Chaponda unlucky on that occasion, as the ref no advantage signaled there, as we see Captain Gabi is back on the field after a breather, and
So it looks like wearing jersey number 25 is the man that we initially thought was 18. That is Rufaro Shenje, who's doing quite a bit of work in the scrum there. Did very well with the Steelers this season. A side which came from the Division 1 last year, having won Division 1 last year and managed to finish third in the Premiership this year. So it can only spell good times for the side, and they will be hoping that they can do well again next season. But as for the players on the park right now, they need to try and defend this. Old Georgians, good feed, but the scrum collapses and it's a penalty against Old Georgians. And Chinyadza decides to come on the ball. I think a wiser decision is to kick into touch. Oh, well, Chinyadza doesn't quite get it right, and Old Georgians could actually make use of a counter-attack. Lateral run at the moment. Good tackle. Fortunately, can't jackal. Vuyani Shlomo just taps that ball straight into Junior Sable's hands. Chataika gets it out. Machimbo goes into contact. Chataika. Ndoa goes back into contact again. Good pick and go here. Emmanuel Gabi coming into the game exactly as we are expecting. And Old Georgians, oh my word, being too eager at the breakdown. A tap and go. Chataika tries to get himself over, but Old Georgians were not back 10, so they'll come to the 5 meter.
Yes, OG is guilty of playing the halfback there. Chataika looking to be thick in the action. They're trying to take the quick snap, and he's likened a lot to the great Aaron Smith with his quick enterprising play, as Emmanuel Gabi picks up the ball off the base of the ruck, dives over for the Junior Sables, giving them another advantage, 31 points to 17. Captain Fantastic, Eman Gabi for the Junior Sables.
Oh yes, the game would not have ended had he not scored, and that was our expectation of Emmanuel Gabi to also dot down a try for himself. It would do him a world of confidence. Don't forget, he also scored an all-important try as well during the Butters Trophy last year, right here at Harare Sports Club in that win. I believe it must have been against Namibia, and that was the final game that they played before they then played Kenya. So let's see how it goes about right now for Sean D'Souza and his technical bench. The hope will be that the boys will go into the Butters Trophy having polished up one or two things, especially when it comes to game management. In terms of their attacking flair, there's no question or doubt around that. In terms of how they're clicking in the back line with the various combinations and impact players off the bench, no doubt about that. But a number of things that they have to polish up in terms of game management, preserve their energy, preserve themselves, so that injuries do not become something that beckons against them.
Yes, it's all about preparation for that much coveted Bathurst Trophy that Zimbabwe will look to reclaim after losing it last year. But they're preparing quite well, really going through the paces week in, week out. It's all about trying new combinations, trying new patterns of play, as we see there, as Zimbabwe look to have an overlap at this ball. Is lost in contact there after a strong tackle from ex-Tiger number 20, Takudzwa Chiesa. A crunching tackle on number 20 of Zimbabwe there, and opposite on opposite. The experienced player proving the better on that occasion there.
Oh yes, definitely proving the better, and against Rufaro Shenje, quite unfortunate to have been the victim of that one and losing the ball. It does happen, it's part of rugby. I mean, you don't necessarily catch them all the time, but that was a good strong hit by Chiesa, just announcing, I am here.
Yes, Chiesa just coming onto the park here. He has had his injury struggles in the past. He is in contention for that Sables final squad. And as you see, Chiesa with the acceleration of pace as he attacks the outside shoulder of the Junior Sables, bringing the OGs attack into the 22. A step off the right foot by the OGs number 10 as they recycle the ball here and look to attack the under 20s try line once again. Can they build some pressure here? Ball taken up into contact as Dewa looks to go. The ball is shifted out wide and the prop drops the ball cold. Picked up by captain Emmanuel Gabi. Quick recycle by the under 20s as they look to inject some pace in this attack. Dewa out into the ball to Kamwendo. Kamwendo on the wing with the chip and chase. Brilliant ball there by Kamwendo. Ball taken into the 22 and a great cover tackle there by OGs. Looks to have been playing the ball on the ruck there. A bit counter ruck by under 20s. Deemed to have gone in through the side, but some brilliant play down the left hand flank by number 13 Kamwendo with some good heads up play. Chip and chase. Unfortunately, the support runners not quite up to the task, but a brilliant piece of play there by the Junior Sables.
Oh yes, very important to also point out that what that actually did for the Junior Sables, it put them up the field, cleared their lines. Now they have to watch out for this attacking play. Taku Chiesa offloads it, inside run, good step on the inside. Chiesa now will try go for contact, but meets up with a former boy as well from the same school. That's Tino Rusike. I'm sure there will be hugs and giggles and smiles afterwards, but very good work by Rusike in the end.
Yes, a little bit of a master and the apprentice occasion on that occasion there, but Rusike equal to the task on that point on his older compatriot as OGs look to charge towards the try line of the under 20 Sables, and turnover here for the Junior Sables, however, also caught on the ball. Quick tap there for OGs as he goes for the line. Looks to be held up.
And it looks like he has been held up as Shingijoya is going to bring play to the 5 meter. Is it going to be a penalty? He says get that penalty taken again, surely this time round. Old Georgians have fluffed it. Oh my word.
Yes, prop with a little bit of white line fever there. A bit of rush of blood to the head, not effecting decent enough pressure from the looks of it from here as the officials deliberate whether there was sufficient pressure on the ball as he bundled over the line there. However, it's ruled to have been a knock on that occasion.
Well, all Georgians are also going to have to really polish up as they go.
Yes, officials look to be deliberating here. Left and right officials trying to give their opinion on what they saw. I think for our sponsors out there, NEDBANK, we here at Rising Stars could utilize a little bit of extra cameras in the corners there for those instant replays.
Oh yes, TMO would be an absolute blessing. But Shingijoya is going to come back and say, sorry gentlemen, it is going to be a retake of that penalty or another penalty, because it looks like all Georgians are going for another tap and go, and they've got so many numbers on the outside. I think the Junior Sables are lining up on the wrong end of life, because a long ball from here onto the far side surely should see the gap where Philip Chimaka is all alone against close to 4 or 5 men there.
Yes, and 4 to 5 really large men of the forward pack of OGs as they look to just whisper in the ear of a nice set piece play here as the ref is asking them to really take note of time, and ref blasts the whistle as they sent the ball out wide here, and definitely a very easy over the top ball there, and the Junior Sables caught very narrow on defense, more so towards the ball, but a nice ball by the scrum half tapped and sent over the top for an easy gather and dive over the line on the far side of the field. OGs on the scoreboard in the second half for the first time, and the score goes up to 33 22 at the moment with the kick to come.
With the kick to come, also another expectation would be to see that conversion being successful. If they can get it successful, it looks like he just pulled it to the left again, a little bit too much. So 33-22, that's where the score is. Now, while the victory will not be a question, the gaining of points or by opposition against the Junior Sables might be a bit of concern, and I'm sure they will work on it. Most likely they might have a training session tomorrow or so, and defensive systems really have to be dealt with for them. Tinoru Sike on the ball. He's going to try and launch this one forward. A great take by Rufaro Shenje. He did that all season, last season for St. George's. Philip Chimaka. Oh, that's a high tackle. Oh, lovely distribution from Chataika to Gabi. When Kuraim Nashe pops it out. Looks like Ivan Chirengende with a big hit there. He's on the ground waiting for support. It has come. Chataika now out to Chinyaza. Chimaka. Machimbo into contact. Meets a red, white, and black wall. Ball comes out to Kurai Menashe again. He tosses it out, but unfortunately doesn't toss out an accurate pass. Will Shingi Joya bring it back to that initial penalty advantage? I don't think so, because the momentum has already gone. So we will now just continue with play, and all Georgians will have the line out. But 33-22 in favor of Junior Sables.
Yes, the Junior Sables there with some nice enterprise play, some patient build up there, but now guilty of sending the ball back against the grain on that occasion when they seem to have an overlap out on the open side on the right hand side here, as the ball pops up and grabbed by the OGs, who accelerates. Number 13 coasting past Rusike. Rusike with the upright tackle there, popped on to Chiesa. Chiesa with the strong fend as he goes towards the line, not held in the tackle. He continues going.
Well, quite a lucky tackle there from Tino Chinyaza. I would have felt that that was a bit high. Oh, Tino Chifumbu trying to step in and out and being over elaborate with the ball and loses possession. And I think all Georgians will be very livid with him there, because ultimately if they had scored that try and converted it, it would have been a 4-point game, and who knows what would have happened from there.
Yes, the number 10 looking to stand up the defender there, unfortunately caught in two minds whether to go himself or to offload, and then unfortunately knocking the ball on that occasion. But a brilliant run out from deep from the OG's number 13, who then offloaded onto substitute number 20 Takuzwa Chiesa. Chiesa with a strong carry, not held in the tackle, got up again, really recycled that ball well for OGs, who were on the attack. Unfortunately the ball knocked on in the final passage of play there, as the Junior Sables has put into the scrum by Kadiki, and Junior Sables are within their 22, looking to execute an exit play here as the ball spews out, as that is finals and the end of this encounter between the under-20 Junior Sables, who finished this second match of the day by 33 points to 22 up against All Georgians. All Georgians, yes, the old horses, experienced dogs in the park, but falling short on this occasion. A lot of lessons learned, and Coach Sean D'Souza has some time to reflect on this game, as he's seen a different approach from his side today, still coming out victorious. We'll be back after this break as we see the Pitbulls take on the gentlemen from MANICALAND. Thank you.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our third match of the day. It is the infamous Pitbulls, who have been growing over the years, who are taking on MANICALAND. MANICALAND Select, who last week showed some good potential and promise against the ZIMBABWE side. Good tackle coming in against MANICALAND. But they have retained possession and are now looking to build through the phases. And MANICALAND are going to look to make a statement here. Let's see how they go about business. Passer coming out to Masheja. He is the number 10. And unfortunately there, MANICALAND just found to be in the wrong position. Now a couple of youngsters that have gone on to grow and pursue their rugby at senior level, who are playing in this Pitbulls side. Ben, it is an interesting side, a very heavy Pitbull side. Some players who have come from HARARE Sports Club, especially the man donning the number 13 jersey, a hard-running center, McLean Muhambi, younger brother to the current head coach of the HARARE Sports Club under 20 side, Osborne Muhambi. And both of them, we know they love contact for days.
Yes, McLean was my junior. I shared a desk with Osborne back in the day. He decided to eat his beans and vegetables. I stayed away from them, and he ended up in the national side, and we drifted over to hockey. But a brilliant showcasing of support of family within the sport. The Muhambi family really stand out in the world of rugby in Zimbabwe, as we see the Pitbulls, very lanky and bulky individuals, looking to bring the game to MANICALAND. However, MANICALAND equal to the task on that occasion, stealing the ball at the breakdown, holding on, ruled by the ref, and earning a first penalty, as we see the number 10 for MANICALAND looking to find touch and take a side into the 22. Unfortunately not finding touch, as the Pitbulls look to exit their lines there. A kick coming off the side of the boot, as MANICALAND with a bit of a wanga pass, I'll call it, and yeah, forcing the error there on his teammate. He didn't do his teammate any favors there, remember.
Absolutely not. But what was actually quite shocking was the person who effected the kick. The man who effected the kick there is Vincent Chimwendo, also known as Ghost. And for us to have seen a loose trio player actually kick the ball from the 22, quite surprising, but good game awareness, because in the 22 you don't play games, you find yourself in a pretty pickle. But here comes of course Pitbulls. Their number 9 is Shelton Sakurungo, and gets the ball out to McLean Muhambi, who is going to give it out to Kudakwashe Madiro. And the winger here is Liberty Sibanda. He's taken down. A nice sizable crowd for MANICALAND here. And going straight into contact once again. McLean Muhambi onto the ball, looking for the pass onto the outside. The feeling was it was a forward pass by Talenta Gandiwa. Otherwise you would have expected there the Pitbulls to have been barking and hounding as well on the park, as they would have opened up the scoring in this particular match.
Yes, the Pitbulls really looking to take the ball to the line, as we saw from McLean Muhambi there, really hitting that pocket really well, and with the flat ball out to the winger, unfortunately going slightly forward. The crowd really felt that was borderline forward, and should have been an opening try for the Pitbulls, but nonetheless, we packed down for the first scrum of the match here, as the MANICALAND gentlemen are within just outside their 22. A strong setting here on the scrum. Ref calls use it, distributed into midfield here. And trying to offload the ball in the tackle there, which wasn't on, forcing the turnover, as the Pitbulls are on the ball here with number 22. Who charges the ball up.
Oh yes, number 22, Prince Chinyandura, is also Prince Chinandura also trying to make sure that he's moving ahead, but Talon Gandiwa feels that that was also another point of an infringement. And Pitbulls have now gotten a penalty in a very good area. Smart idea, wise choice. Go for the kick into touch. Now the player wearing number 19 was also part of the junior Sables setup. He's now continued with his senior rugby career. That's Tadiwa Marumisa. Of course, he played on the fringes last year. I believe he was there last year. The throw comes in from Joseph Tumba, who gets the line out right, and Pitbulls are on the attack and on the charge. Lovely little pass, and that was a flying out to try and get the tackle in. Inside pop pass to the man who's wearing number 7 for the Pitbulls. Now a straightening run from Takudzwa Makwewera. Ball comes out, and sometimes these inside side steps are not yielding the kind of result that they would like to have, and hopefully at some point they'll be able to balance themselves out. Well, doesn't look like the ball has found touch, and for MANICALAND, coming from their own penalty, needed to have allowed that ball to go into touch, but was also afraid that Pitbulls were also lining up to collect it. So for the Pitbulls, Joseph Tumba will have another line out throw.
Yes, MANICALAND boys look to be very well drilled by coach Jeff Madake and assistant coach Itai Nyakambaza, and brilliantly managed, of course, by Mauricio Laya. Which was a bit of a tongue twister there.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that entire technical bench is for the Pitbulls. For the MANICALAND side, you would obviously expect to see the likes of Advocate Mwayera, Casper Bandi as the manager, team doctor, Dr. A. Mbawa. Looks like they have come for a battle and they're doing well so far. A pass out to McLean Mohambe, but that was well intercepted. But it doesn't seem like as if they had retained possession, but Talon Gandiwa says otherwise. So for the boys from the mountains, so far doing well enough to stave off the attack that is coming from the boys in purple and grey.
Yes, MANICALAND boys, they're really coming fast out of the line, diving for that ball. They're catching it with both hands in the intercept, forcing the turnover by MANICALAND, and it's a scrum again, although still within their half, and the Pitbulls guilty of not really executing a fast, good running ball with the possession that they've held throughout this first half.
Oh yes, indeed. Now the scrum comes in. MANICALAND looking to get the ball out. Allowing the scrum to really come up like this means that you have to reset again. I'm not so sure why the delay in getting the ball out of the scrum. I would like to see MANICALAND maybe trying by all means get the ball in, get it out quite quickly, and then be able to get their backs running, because last week we did see Brendan Jameson, and Brendan Jameson was part of that under-20 Junior Sables squad, which did lose out to Kenya right here at Harare Sports Club, but now playing for MANICALAND, played a pretty good hand even last week as well with the boot. So that's the expectation. That's what we want to see.
Yes,
Again, Pitbulls continuing to drive forward.
Yes, as a ref ruling that they should release the ball there, as the ball is taken up there by number 23, Tinashe Jeremiah, as McLean Muhambi drives the ball strong into the 22 of MANICALAND there, and MANICALAND offside in that piece of play there, as they look to see what they can conjure up. They looks like they're going to kick to the corner through Derek Karuma, who is the captain or co-captain together with Prince Kapesi in jersey number 8 for the Pitbulls.
Oh yes, very interesting as well to see some of the players that Pitbulls have managed to muster into their lineup. I think it's going to be a very entertaining senior men's season when they do play. Last week in what we would say was a warm-up for the NEDBANK Rugby Challenge Cup, Pitbulls did beat Old Hararians, which is one of the other tougher sides, but one would say Old Hararians was slightly weak without some of their players who are also plying their trade for the Sables.
Yes, a weakened squad, but nonetheless we expect these boys to really deliver at the top level, because that is the kind of rugby that we are expecting to see as spectators back home, and as we try to improve our level showing and our footing on the international stage. As we see MANICALAND try to exit here, unfortunately that pass not going to hand. Looks like the Pitbulls are on the attack here, but that ball had gone forward. It's just the final pass, Ruvimbo, where yes, the try line is begging, and a bit of white line fever again for the Pitbulls. I think the third or fourth occasion so early on in this match.
Oh yes, quite scrappy, I must add as well, in terms of the play in that last exchange. So the expectation is that they get to clean that up and then hopefully deliver a much better performance throughout this particular first half. It is the first half, as we've mentioned, and Pitbulls are taking on MANICALAND. It's still 0-0 in the 2025 version of the NEDBANK Rugby Challenge Cup. Ball comes out, now deciding to go upfield, and that ball bounces quite trickily and almost picked up by Tadiwa Nyamdanda. Almost picking that one up. I think it was so close.
Yes, the ref calling time off there, as looks to have been a bit of foul play, as the player was in the air as he was trying to catch that ball and illegally taken out by the player. So as he's deliberating with the touch judge, and to see whether it should be a penalty to MANICALAND on this occasion.
Well, Talan Gandiwa consulting the assistant referee, and clearly not happy with something. And as I've always said, whenever a captain and a player are called in, it's never ever good news. But Talan Gandiwa says that there was foul play, and he gives the penalty away. And picking up the ball quickly, as always, the scrum half. Every halfback is very eager beavers, I like to call them, and that's a Sean Kusena. The kick into touch doesn't really allow them to gain as many meters, but the most important thing is that they do retain possession. Your expectations, Ben, so far from the side, from both sides rather, how they've gone about business? Have you been impressed or still yet to be impressed?
Yes, they're both really physical sides, looking to bring the heat. They're big, bulky players. However, I'd like to see the 9 and 10 combination from both sides really take control of the game, to try and steer both sides more around the paddock, as that ball looks to be a little bit not straight, but still stolen by the Pitbulls, as the ball goes out wide, and McLean Mohambi not gathering the ball in midfield there. Looked to have been a knock-on, but ref Talent says play on as we continue here. A strong charge by number 7 for the Pitbulls there. Takudzwa Kamucheta on the ball, out to number 14, Takudzwa Chininga. It's a team of Takudzwas at the moment.
From Taku to Taku. Well, Joseph Tumba goes into it, but needs to be a bit careful there, to be honest. I felt that was a leading arm, but anyway.
Yes, forearm to the face there. However, number 1 for MANICALAND, Braden Sibanda, equal to the task. He's a tough boy, as that pass looked to be a bit of a hospital pass onto the number 15. However, gathered it nicely, as the Pitbulls look to recycle here, clean out. on the ball. Very strong clean out at that. Out onto number 17 on the ball here.
Joseph Tumba. It is Joseph Tumba. Should be spotting a number 2, but anyway, he's spotting a jersey. That's what matters.
Yes,
now
that ball lost in contact as you see MANICALAND look to execute a counter attack, and the Pitbulls look to counteract there. No advantage signaled by referee Talent as from the knock on there as play settles down a bit. Yeah, a little enterprising play from the Pitbulls, however, a little bit of 6s and 7s. Undecisive play. It's really hit and hope, happy-go-lucky as we call it in the world of hockey. But nonetheless, I'd like to see a little bit more controlled, running with the ball in both hands, straightening it out, and really taking the ball to the line more from both sides.
Oh yes, I'm talking about a man that they aren't really using as much. McLean Mohambi isn't really receiving clean passes in order for him to do the kind of damage that we know he can do. He's a hard tackler, he's a hard runner, and that is a pick and go coming from MANICALAND, a pick and go that goes horribly wrong as the passer to Murangwa was poor. Now Pitbulls are the ones who are now taking advantage, and it's another pick and go trying to score the try, but it looks like just centimeters short once again Pitbulls as they now try to drive for it, and it looks like it's now try time. Finally they got over the line and the try has been scored. Just trying to see who has gotten that try, who was responsible for it. Looks like the man in the headgear wearing number 22, Prince Chinyandura.
Yes, Chinyandura there actively picking up the ball off the base of the ruck, catching the MANICALAND defense, napping and bundling over and diving for the opening try of this third match of the day between the Pitbulls of Harare and the men from MANICALAND. 5-0 kick to come as we see number 10 and fly off Derek Karuma, who is the captain of the Pitbulls, line up this kick pretty straight and he misses. Commentators curse once again.
Well, Ben, it looks like we need to be both arrested and sent to jail for some of these commentators' curses being a little bit too optimistic before they execute it. Next time a kick is going, well, scouts on, we are going to keep quiet and allow them to do what they need to get done. But I think more importantly for the Pitbulls, they will now be at ease having scored that first try. For MANICALAND, they will feel they are very much in the game and will want to go forward. Now the man who took the kick there is former Sables and Cheetahs player Stephen Hunduza, who's now also part of the technical bench at Wise Owl. No surprises there on why Wise Owl is now doing so well.
Yes, that international experience really showing as the Pitbulls look to execute a play here. With the wings, should have passed the ball infield there. Liberty Sibanda holding onto the ball after his players was bellowing for the ball, inside ball there. They were in for all money in behind the MANICALAND defense. Unfortunately, not up to the task on that occasion. But as you mentioned, Bunduza really doing some wonderful work, giving back after he's been there, done that on the international circuit, in the national setup, and also really trying to impart that little bit of experience and execution within the boys at Wise Owl. And really, Wise Owl is becoming a force to reckon with.
Oh yes, indeed. Let's see how they go about business from here. And that's a great counter offensive. MANICALAND looking to hold on to the ball. And assistant referee was juggling with the fact whether that was a knock on or not. But anyway, what matters, Brendan Sibanda into contact and unfortunately holds on to the ball. So it's a turnover in possession.
Yes, a bit of justice served on that occasion as yes, the near touch judge here was signaling it to be a knock on, and Captain Karuma in the 10 jersey looks for territory. Fortunately, something that's that we spoke about in the under-20 match earlier on, our kicking isn't quite there, and even at senior level we're seeing our kicks aren't really that good. It's merely gaining 20 meters at best instead of them trying to be as accurate as possible, sending or driving the teams back, even pinning teams back by kicking for territory, I'd say, Room.
Oh yes, 100%. I agree with you there. At senior level, the expectation is you do much better with your kicks. Now here comes McLean Mohambi. I did say that this is a band that they needed to use much better. Pops it out to the man who comes back on the inside. That's their fullback.
Yes, Mohambi there with a barnstorming run in midfield, gaining 40 yards advantage for his team. And can the Pitbulls recycle here? Jersey 22.
Well, knock on, and it's an advantage.
Looks like somewhat of an early tackle there. Not held in the tackle. Picking up the ball again. Pumping those legs is the number 9 for the Manicaland gentlemen.
Sean Kusena. And well done to Manicaland for being able to recover there, because that run from McLean Mohambi was really, really good. And I just feel maybe there the fullback just stepped in a little bit too early. Sometimes try and go towards the touchline, gain more meters, then set it up just before you go out, and that can do a world of good.
Yes, that only comes with confidence, as they might be lacking a little bit of it, having been pinned back by the Pitbulls in their half for most of this time. And we see a penalty being kicked here, a much better kick on this occasion. However, it is adjudged to be a knock-on, unfortunately, and it is a first attacking scrum for the Manicaland Chargers within the 22 of the Pitbulls. Can they execute something to salvage some points, as this is their first entry into the Pitbulls half?
Oh yes, indeed. Manicaland have got this wonderful opportunity. They need to execute, and I think more importantly, they just need to get it right. If they can just get it right, they'll do a world of good. Sean Musena getting ready for the scrum feed. It comes in quite cleanly, hold their scrum steady, which is good. Lovely side step. Oh, he finds the gap. Pitbulls are sliced open there by the number 17, Rodwell Shapi. That was a beautiful run. And it's try time by Manicaland, and they level things. Pitbulls are found wanting there, but I think Rodwell Shapi gets all of
the line. You keep the defenders guessing. He ghosted in from the left, stepped off the right, accelerated through the gap, taking the space, brought down just shy of the try line. A quick recycle for Manicaland, bundled over, drawing the scores equal to 5, and the kick has just gone over. Manicaland into the lead, their first penetration into the opposition's half, and managing to come away with points. A converted try, 7 points to 5 to Manicaland.
If there's one man who is not happy, Jeff Madaki is going to be blowing a gas.
As he really executed that gap really well, took the space and really grabbed the opportunity by the horns there, as the Pitbulls look to regather their restart there as they enter into the 22, and the player is holding onto the ball there as Shapi is on the ball once again with a strong carry for the Pitbull as the box kick is executed here.
Well, that's a penalty. Of course, Pitbulls were not back 10 there, so that is going to be a good advantage for Manicaland, but really good play. I think Shapi, really good player and doing really well. I mean, if you look at his body build, you'd actually think he's a hooker, but the way that he's running like a really good backline player. So Manicaland unearthing really good rugby talent out there in the mountains.
Yes, Manicaland, my home province. I hail from the trusty Temaruru,
Ah.
out along the Nyanga Road, just 35 kilometers. It's tarmac all the way. Don't be jealous, Rimbo. I know you're jealous. Yeah.
Now, Sue. But definitely, I love MANICALAND just as a whole. Far too many good areas to always go and visit and relax. Also, another thing that you've got going for you, fantastic water, especially when it comes out of the springs and the mountains. Always beautiful to drink, whether you're in Nyanga, you're in Vumba, you're in Mutare, or you're also going all the way down to the likes of Chipinge. A 5-meter line out, but Joseph Tumba says, son, you are not going anywhere. And with that, it looks like it wasn't for the 5. Didn't really come on the 5, but that was a decent attempt at a set-piece move, which, if it had actually come together, Pitbulls were also going to be in trouble.
Yes, some brilliant set piece, innovative play there by the MANICALAND men. And as you were saying, Ruimbo, MANICALAND boasts some brilliant tourist attraction sites. The beautiful Eastern Highlands, home to the very majestic Mtarazi Falls. Many activities to do there. Camping facilities are far and wide. Aberfoyle, the tea plantations, tea and coffee that is exported far and wide around the world. It comes from Zimbabwe. We are the home of some very beautiful and tasty flavors, with a big charge, as we've seen, by the Pitbulls there, and knock on in contact there. An unfortunate knock on by number 1, James Marambire, who took the ball very firmly into contact, but the Pitbulls equal to the task, shutting him down and knocking that ball out with number 3, who seems to have taken a knock there, Dylan Chiduku, who has gone down as the medics run on to the field there. But some brave defending by Chiduku on the Pitbulls attack there.
Oh yes, a brave defending, and tends to come with its own issues. Of course, the hard running of these guys is going to be intense pretty much throughout the half. So do expect it to be from the playbook of the Pitbulls. They run hard, and they run hard throughout. So the expectation is that for the next 80 minutes, for the next 50 or 60 minutes, they are going to be running hard. But Dylan Chiduku looks like he's now drinking water, has somewhat recovered from that monumental bust-up, I would call, in the middle of the
Yes, a collision of dinosaurs in the middle there. Both men really built well, by Chiduku taking the knock to the head, but he himself, you know, us MANICALAND men, we're very tough men. We take the contact, we'll take it as it comes.
I like that, Ben. I like that, Ben. So anyway, it is going to be a scrum, but still it's going to be in favor of MANICALAND. As you can see, Sean Kusena is going to be in charge of making sure that everything comes together.
Yes, Kusena with the put in for the MANICALAND men here as they pack down on this near right-hand side in this third encounter of the day of this, the 4th edition of the 2025 NEDBANK Rugby Challenge. Yes, MANICALAND caught behind the gain line there on this occasion. Number 17, Rodwell Shapi on the ball there, shoveling out wide onto the wing to number 15, Brendan Jamson. Jamson with a strong carry there, unfortunately losing the ball in contact. Release is being called by referee Talent as the Pitbulls recycled the ball. Brilliant twinkle toes there from number 11 for the Pitbulls, Liberty Sibanda, as he looks to take the space inside with the kick through, and gathered brilliantly by the lanky sweeper there for MANICALAND, who unfortunately kicks it out on the full. Guilty of listening to the crowd on that occasion, who were begging him to kick chip and chase. but unfortunately coming off slightly off the side of his boot, out on the full, and a line out for the Pitbulls on the 10-meter line in MANICALAND territory.
Play to the gallery and you will be full of foolery. That's the simple explanation I have for you. If you play to the gallery, you'll be simply full of foolery. Because the idea may have been okay if it had come off, but it makes you look quite foolish when it doesn't come off. Pitbulls now have got a penalty in their favor. I would have loved to see maybe an attempt at post, but again they decide to go into touch.
Yes, Captain Karuma opting for touch on that occasion as he tries. Yes, the scores are quite evenly balanced with just a narrow 2-point lead as he sends his team into the 2022 with number 17 Leon Ncube looking to throw it in for
so Joseph Tumba is the one apparently wearing that number 17 jersey.
Yeah, somebody was messing around with the computer at typing. Yeah,
actually was enjoying typing names in their wrong places. But anyway, it is now MANICALAND who are on the charge. Lovely little offload straight to the winger here, and it looks like they might be in trouble, but I think he didn't see the Pitbulls players that were already lined up at the back and out of steam. He's now allowed Liberty Sibanda, who's now on the charge, looking to take the gap.
Yes, some brilliant counter attack play there, not releasing the tackler. MANICALAND who have a player down within the 22 as the medics rush onto the field. The player looks to be really suffering off a knock, down on his haunches there, not moving. I do hope that he is okay as one of his players is signaling to the bench for a change, but play does continue whilst the medics attend to the injured player there.
Oh yes, one of the things I think that we were talking about a little bit earlier, even when it was for the junior Sables, the avoidance of contact is one of the best things that you can do in rugby. As I mentioned before, so many ways of scoring, so many ways of managing a game, so many ways of gaining territory, and immediately we have seen it is going to be a substitution. Ambrose Sakala is going to be coming on, spotting the tint. I think we saw on social media handles last night, he said, I've got the tint and I'm ready to play for my province. So he's now come on, and very unfortunate for the player that is on the ground.
Yes, Ambrose Sakala was jotted down as number 7 for the MANICALAND men. However, he's just come on, yes, as you said, sporting a lovely gold tint in his hair. Something to say about that?
Well, look, sometimes rugby needs a fashion statement. We tend to see a lot of fashion in the stands, but let's see some fashion in the field.
Well, I hope this fashion can translate to some silky skills and positive impact play on the field. Otherwise, it becomes fruitless at the end of the day. Of a breakdown in play at the moment as we see the stretcher to have come up on the field here as the player is stretchered off, and a little bit of positive sportsmanship by the Pitbull players as they clap off the injured player. That's what you want to see in rugby, in any sporting discipline. It's all about the camaraderie and team effort all round. No malicious behavior on the field, and we just look to compete and make it the spectacle that it is.
Oh yes, indeed. And now it is the Pitbulls once again who have got possession. They'll be hoping that they can actually score some points here, because it has been tough times as well.
Yes, the crowd is well and truly out here in Harare, and the sun is shining on this, the 4th edition of the NEDBANK Rugby Challenge, brought to you by NEDBANK, courtesy and being streamed by Rising Stars Media.
Ball comes out now. looking for that massive run. Beautiful runner from a fullback position. Maybe just went in too straight, and I think you've been complaining about this all morning, all afternoon, Ben. Your body position when you're going into contact has to be correct.
Yes, you just display yourself as a moving target. You know, as the ref rules that the tackler should have been released there. As number 12 ships it out. Unfortunately, that pass really going too low towards the feet of the supporting runner on his outside right shoulder, and Pitbull's guilty of that on multiple occasions. Just the pass is not sticking to the target. I mean, the players will be running with the target. You're supposed to hit the chest, Ruimbo.
Oh yes, 100%, and the ball distribution there will always put your other player in serious trouble if you don't actually distribute the ball quite nicely. But in any case, it is the ball to MANICALAND, and MANICALAND will hope to clear their lines. So Shapi there, seemingly the first receiver or the fly off there.
Yes, steady scrum for MANICALAND as Shapi is on the ball. A brilliant kick. Nice height and distance on the kick there. Trying to be gathered by Sibanda. Sibanda, brilliant footwork there. Sibanda on the ball. Shifting round. The Pitbulls secure the ball here at the base of the ruck. Number 9, Shelton Sakurunge with the ball here. Number 7 hit hard in the tackle, Chakuza Kamucheta, as he drives forward.
Marumisa going in once again, one of the former Junior Sables players. Ball is out, looking for that pass to the wing. A great running line. Well, that is Kamwendo there who's running the wing line. He manages to offload it as well. So Pitbulls are slowly but surely gaining their territory. Penalty advantage, and quick tap and go here by the scrum half. Makes some really good meters. Now coming out, really great hands to have taken it that low. Once again, that ball distribution has to be adjusted and fixed, otherwise it will cause them serious challenges. And well, he lost the ball in contact, and McLean Mohambi was actually appealing there, expecting something decent. Oh, ball out now. Vincent Kamwendo knocks it on. That's a knock-on advantage. Where are MANICALAND players? They're looking like they're already winded before the first half is done and dusted. And this was a wonderful opportunity to apply pressure on Pitbulls. But it looks like Talent Gandiwa is still going to work in their favor with that knock-on from Vincent Kamwendo, also nicknamed Ghost, was in 2 Barters Trophy sides and managed to win on the second trip.
Tell me a bit about this nickname, Ghost, how it came about, Ruimbo. I'm struggling to understand the context of a ghost in rugby.
Well, let's just say it comes from a more cultural perspective. Whenever you see a ghost, it tends to put you into the grave. And that's what he does when he's on the park, when he's tackling. Believe me, he's a ghost. Hard tackling, hard running, also very fantastic in terms of receiving the ball on the restart kick. We saw him actually receive the ball here as well. And the Pitbulls are on the charge. Great pickup, but where's the support? He's looking for the pass to make, but nobody there to support him. And penalty advantage now should be try time. Sibanda gets over, and it's try time there, and MANICALAND fall behind by 3 points. A great play there, that chip and chase.
Yes, Takudzwa Kamucheta there with a brilliant chip and chase, regathering his kick, really standing strong in the tackle, bumping those legs, placing the ball sufficiently enough for his charges to clean, quick ball, spread out to the wide onto the wing of number 11, Liberty Sibanda, who canted in to this near left-hand side, giving the Pitbulls a well-deserved lead once again in this third match of the day. as number 15, Chadiwa Kaduya, looks to execute a conversion from out wide. Doesn't waste time, and it's dead on target. Well done to the kicker there. Very confident kick as the ref signals halftime. As this the score. MANICALAND 7, PITBULLS 12. We'll be back after this halftime break. Welcome back to the second half of this third match of the 2025 NEDBANK Rugby Challenge, brought to you by NEDBANK and live stream courtesy of Rising Stars. Please remember to like, follow and share on our YouTube page. Ladies and gentlemen, the Pitbulls scoring a try just on the other side of halftime, handsomely converted by Kalea out on the left-hand side here as MANICALAND look to have a strong, fast start as the ball is driven hard into contact there.
Yeah, driven hard. Stefan Unduza doing scrum off duties, but Ambrose Sakala going into contact. A good leg drive as well to gain some meters just past the 22. That's a good running line once again by Shapi. Somehow, some way, he manages to squirm his way out, needs the support, and he gets the tackle. And while it may have been knocked back, it was booted straight into touch. So it is going to be a Pitbull's ball, but caught napping there. Maybe took far too many oranges at the halftime break and affecting their attention span.
Yes, Shapi wasn't held in the tackle there. Brilliant quick thinking, got up and really canted towards and breaking into the Pitbull's half there. A little switch ball out of the back of the hand. Unfortunately, his teammate failing to read that piece of play, but still hot in the charge here in the 22 of the Pitbulls as they look to exit, gathered out onto number 15 here for MANICALAND, Brendan Jamson. Jamson looked to have kicked that ball, unfortunately missing it completely, and a knock on judged by referee Talent, who's sporting some pink socks. Anything about these pink socks, eh?
Well, the first time me seeing pink socks was Edward Sigauke. He's the first man who began to sport pink socks for me on the local rugby scene, that is. And it seems like as if it's gone fever pitch. Now we've got Talent Gandiwa doing pink socks. He'll most probably tell you that I was the first one to introduce pink socks to the local scene. So I think it's an argument and will be a debate for one of these very interesting days.
Yes, referee Talent looking possibly to just be supporting the ladies and breast cancer awareness, which, as we all know, around the world, we support breast cancer, and it being Women's Month, a trusty gesture and a very kind and thoughtful gesture by referee Talent on this day.
Well, it will be interesting to see whether he celebrates breast cancer awareness throughout the year, because he does spot his pink socks all the time. But now here's a move coming together. Liberty Sibanda into the gap. Ambrose Sakala trying to follow him. Inside pass, and that is Tadiwa Kaduya. He's going to dive over. Beautiful move by the Pitbulls as they sliced them open there. Once that looping run came round from Liberty Sibanda, it was going to be so tough in order to hold them down. I saw Ambrose Sakala try to follow, but unfortunately the gold tint didn't have anything on the stardust in the legs.
Yeah, maybe he needs to wash out that gold tint out of his hair, because he was left for dust on that occasion. The winger, number 11, Liberty Sibanda, really taking it and really putting on the afterburners, sprinting towards the line. A brilliant inside ball to Tadiwa Kaduya, who was running an interesting and a very well orchestrated supporting line with a free run-in onto the goals here. Unfortunately, that kick a little bit rushed by Kaduya rather, and the scores are now Pitbulls 17, MANICALAND 7, and a great start to the second half by the Pitbulls.
Oh yes, indeed, and generally the expectation was that MANICALAND were going to put up a fist fight in the first half, but unfortunately it seems like they're tapering off here as we are getting into the second half, and that is coming as a result as well of the amount of physicality that they absorbed from the Pitbulls. Now, Pitbulls are a very physical side. The key is avoid as much physical contact as you can against them to preserve yourself as you go in the match.
Yes, as we see the tackle being affected there by number 22 for the MANICALAND players. It's written here Tatenda Maunga, but I'm not sure. It should be Simon Drury, as he is the only Caucasian player in the MANICALAND players, as number 15 looks to clear his lines there. A nice steady kick as he takes the ball over the halfway line for MANICALAND.
And Talan Kandiwa, as is the protocol, calls a stop to play, a hold to play, as the MANICALAND player has not been able to get back up.
Yes, ball going into close proximity of the injured player, as we are guided by protocol. You have to break down the play there, call a stop to play, so that the medics and physio team can be able to attend to the injured player. As we take a little bit of a short break here, your thoughts on this match? Still hangs in the balance. Yes, a 10-point lead now, as MANICALAND needs to play rugby within the right areas of the field. They are being pinned back a lot more. I'd like to see them play that territory game in the second half, Ruim.
Oh yeah, so 100%, especially in terms of territory. Brendan Jameson has got a decent boot on him. Make use of him. Even Stephen Nunduza as well. Try and get into those right areas. And I know that that will be some of the discussion right now. Stephen Nunduza is going to be putting amongst the boys. Come on, boys, let's play rugby in the right areas. More importantly, look, we're running hard. We're doing quite well in terms of getting into those contact spaces. But let's get into those contact spaces in the right area, not in our red zone. And that will be key.
Yes, key to that will be Shapi. Shapi can be able to orchestrate things a lot for his side. And we are hoping that they can just listen to the gods at this moment and be able to adjust and really take play to
So with the break over now, Pitbulls with the scrum. They're gonna look for a good shove. And they have a bad shove because they were pushing upwards and not pushing straight. And that is clearly something that World Rugby has spotted over the years, as people are taking advantage of that. Here's something I would have loved to see. A kicking tee coming on. Put yourselves up to 10 points.
Kick deep into the 22 of the Pitbulls of Harare, and a line out just outside the 5-meter line. Can they execute properly? Maybe a rolling maul, some execution of set piece play here for MANICALAND this afternoon, as they look to claw their way back and dig into this 10-point deficit that they have in the second half. All to play for as they look to throw. Just checking on the numbers in their line out at the moment, as the injured player would like to come on, but ref Talent just signals he should wait until play resumes for him to come back on. Overthrow there, however, still taken by the MANICALAND player. Can they be able to recycle the ball? Shifted out onto the wide, onto Drury, Drury onto Shapi, Shapi.
Actually, that looks like Hunduza, who's taken that one with the scrum cap.
Yes, Hunduza sporting the red headgear. On that occasion, really changing the direction. Pirouette on the spot, and they look to recycle the ball with number 6 in midfield here, as a pick and go by MANICALAND.
And now another pick and go here Manicaland going through the phases. I think they're doing very well, retaining possession. If there's one thing that Pitbulls doesn't quite enjoy, whether under 20 level or senior level, is the moment that you begin to structure your play like this. This is when gaps begin to open up within themselves because they are trying to put in a bit more effort to try and defend. And at this particular point, unfortunately, Manicaland holding on to possession as they were under pressure from the contestation and the breakdown. So Pitbulls will now look to clear their lines using their number 12.
Yes, Tanaka Chikwariro there on that occasion. The 9 dictating play to come out to Chikwariro, but however, Chikwariro a little bit isolated on that occasion. And this is a testament to game management of the 9s. As I was saying, I'd like to see the games be controlled by the 9 and 10 a little bit more. The 9 should be able to identify where majority of his players are, where he should dictate or direct traffic on the park. And on that occasion, guilty of sending it to an isolated player. And the Pitbulls, right on the money. Jackal forcing the turnover and some decent territory as we see the line out here on the 10 meter, still within their territory, but relieving their lines a bit.
Oh yes, definitely indeed. Now of course a slight pause in play, and now Talon Gandiwa says, okay boys, let's get on with it. Joseph Tumba, he was also part of the junior Sable setup last year, would have wanted to play a role in getting them to win this year, but oh whoa, what a lovely little dummy, and now they are on the charge. The Pitbulls, could they go all the way? Oh well, knocked on after a beautiful piece of play here by the Pitbulls. I think that was some beautiful running rugby. I think first and foremost, the dummy from the number 7, as he was looking like he was going to pop the ball, saw the gap, turned, and he ran for the woods. And that is Takudzwa Kamcheta. I think he's had a brilliant game so far.
Yes, really abrasive ball runner, as you'd expect from a Lucy. You're very physical as well as silky and light on the feet, and able to ghost pass, send the Manicaland defense in the wrong direction with a brilliant dummy, step forward, running through, distributing the ball out wide to the winger, Takudzwa Chininga, Takudzwa combination once again there. However, Chininga unfortunately trying the offload within the tackle, but bundled into touch, and in the process knocking the ball forward. Scrum for Manicaland as Hunduza clears his lines for his side, as Sibanda on the ball with the counter attack here.
Kaduya holds on to it and does well. He's tapped and he's gone. Oh, what a lovely sidestep past Ambrose Sakala. And it's strike time by Kaduya. Oh, beautiful. Twinkle feet is what we love to call it, Ben.
Absolutely twinkle feet at its best.
In the 7th season, and so used a little bit of that quick tap and go, quick feet, and well, there we go, and he gets the conversion right as well. So 24-7 it is, and Manicaland now staring down the barrel, 17 points behind.
Yes, Kaduya contributing more to these points here with 2 tries, 1 converted, 12 points in total. A really standout player, him and Sibanda, really putting in the work for his Pitbull side. A show for, I'm sure he has a lot of fans in the crowd, given he's playing in his hometown.
100%, and it looks like another injury has come up here for Manicaland. He stayed on the ground in his own 22, and medical team has already gone out to attend to him. I must also commend the medical team today. It has been very, very efficient. Every time they've been called upon, they've done what needs to be done.
Yes, right on the money are the medics, as we see the trusty ambulance corner. They've been kept busy today. I think they're running out of medication, but nonetheless, we hope that all the players will keep it safe out there, and we don't wish anybody any injuries at all, as Pitbulls seeming to run away, or beginning to run away rather, with this game in the second half, and MANICALAND looking to influence some form of positive play here, as we see some more substitutions for MANICALAND, as we see number 12 there coming
number
back.
16 has kind of joined the party.
Yes, Kudakwashe Madiro, who had seemed to have gone off, but forced to come back on due to injury of his teammate there, as Unduza with a very high restart, but handsomely gathered by the Pitbulls as they charge up.
Joseph Tumba straight into the hit there as Pitbulls look to rebuild. Great counter-rucking from MANICALAND. Just needs to be careful, and unfortunately just not clearing away or rolling away after having made the tackle.
Yes, and the cleaners there in from the side a bit there. Unfortunately not affecting play as much, but still the refs ruling that play was illegal, and rightfully so. A penalty awarded to the Pitbulls to be taken by Captain Karuma to look to take his side into the 22, and that is caught flush into the hands of the fan there,
and so looks like substitutions as well in the offing for Pitbulls. Others are beginning to call it a day. Spotting jersey number 21. That is Takudzwa Makwere. Joseph Tumba as well, also leaving the park. I think he's had a pretty efficient day with a number of carries. Vincent Chimwendo also looks like he's also going to be calling it a day. So a significant number of substitutions here. But if Pitbulls is anything to go by, I am sure they might find themselves on the top table of senior men's rugby this season,
yes,
which will most likely be the top 4.
Yes, overthrown a bit there. However, McLean Muhambi has had a very quiet game there. That ball eluding him once again, but the Pitbulls still on the charge here as they look to break the 22 of MANICALAND. Brilliant skip ball there as MANICALAND number 5 takes the ball, or Pitbulls number 5, Wesley Sanida there, a bit isolated and caught on the ball by MANICALAND for the turnover. Some brilliant defending, which they're doing quite well. They're letting themselves down on the attacking bit of play, Ruim.
Oh yes, just letting themselves down just a little bit. But I guess it comes with the territory. You live, you learn, you end up having to apply these things in other games as well. I mean, MANICALAND has now more recently become a force to reckon with on the top tier in the last couple of years. Obviously, we know historically as well they have been there, but in more recent times, I can say in the last 7 or so years, they've really risen to the occasion and are now really spotting themselves very well.
Yes, as Drury looks to take the ball to the line on that occasion, back against the grain. Ball is recycled here, out into midfield. A brave run by number 21 there for MANICALAND.
Sharpie dishes it out. Ambrose Sakala pushes it out to his winger there. Inside pop pass. Mutare continuing. Needed to have offloaded it earlier. Sharpie is onto it. Manages to find a teammate in Sakala. So Mutare, or rather MANICALAND, doing very well now. They've got a bit of an overlap. Stefan Unduza had to step on the ball. He finds a gap in the middle. He's taking it, and that's a double team tackle on him. But still MANICALAND in possession. I think this is one piece of play that they've actually executed very, very well, especially in this second half. Penalty against the Pitbulls, and it looks like cynical play means a yellow card. Talent Gandiwa has gone to his pocket and he's going to be sending off.
Yes, guilty of not retreating behind the last feet there and deliberately going to enforce the tackle there, breaking down the try scoring opportunity for MANICALAND on that occasion. And somebody needs to go to the bin here. There's a double blast, but I see referee Talent Gandiwa there just holding it a bit. I should have expected a warning of sorts to the Pitbulls on that occasion. Multiple infringements, remember?
Oh yes, multiple infringements, and because he's not happy, he said, Pitbulls, have a bit of a chat amongst yourselves and sort your lives out. Luckily for them, not a yellow card.
Yes, lucky indeed, as they are still up of 15 against 15 as MANICALAND opt for the scrum right on the 5-yard line, infield, just short, about 10 meters from the Pitbulls try line, as we see the forwards for MANICALAND come through with Shapiro sporting the gold in his hair.
No, that's Sakala actually.
Sakala, point of correction.
Well, another substitution that's taking place here, and looks like Sakala, who initially was going to be coming in as part of the loose trio, has been sent in as a hooker.
Yes, trying to add a little bit of muscle in that scrum there to gain the advantage. Can MANICALAND really put on a strong shove? Ball picked up at the base by MANICALAND with a strong fend from the 8th man.
Ball comes out, Drury getting ready to ship it out. Stefan Nunduza dummies it, looks to go back inside, goes past 2 or 3 tackles, and he's finally brought down, but he's made some good tracks. Drury now looking for the pass. A little bit of a hospital one to his winger, to be fair.
Yes, a strong fend from the MANICALAND man, who's absolutely hammered and sent over in touch there. Ball is still live, however signaled as a line out to the Pitbulls on the far side here. But some interesting play. Wunduza trying to inject a little bit of magic in the MANICALAND attack. A little bit isolated, as he seems to have it all to do for himself. His teammates really need to try and keep up with his tactical and also inventive style of play.
Oh yes, I mean, you hit the nail right on the head. That's what I was about to say. Somebody has to be there to understand and read where exactly he's going, and that is something that also comes in practice and also conversation. So hopefully that's something that they can also do and work on. Now, Kusena looks like he's coming off. Another substitution for MANICALAND. I think they've really used their bench today, both injury inspired as well as tactical.
Yes, picked up off the base of the ruck there as MANICALAND look to enforce some pressure on the Pitbulls as they look to score. Pick and go for MANICALAND there. Can they recycle this ball to get some fast ball? Unfortunately so, player is isolated once again, and the Pitbulls, multiple jackals at the breakdown, able to steal the ball. MANICALAND player caught holding onto the ball in the ground. Referee Talent Gandiwa signaling a penalty, some much needed relief for the Pitbulls, who were sort of under the pump there.
Oh yes, they were under the pump. Kick coming there, and looks like it's found touch, so that is going to be good relief, because just outside, or rather just on the inside of the 10-meter line before you get to the halfway line. So now Pitbulls can actually launch a counter-attack from this point and inflict us some damage against a much changed MANICALAND side.
Yes, a strong tackle there from MANICALAND as they look to contest at the ruck. However, ball recycled here for the Pitbulls. Pitbulls with a strong charge in the middle there. Strong fend and carry back against the grain over the gain line as they look to recycle once again. Out to fly half. Fly half with the dummy. Short ball off the left hand shoulder as MANICALAND. Strong tackle there as the Pitbulls enter into MANICALAND half. Sibanda on the ball here. Show and go of the ball. However, Drury read that like a book and brought him down just after the 10-meter line.
Well, now Pitbulls are really lining up for the ball, very confident that they can add more points to this. Running onto the ball, almost lost out on the ball there, but won't be too much of a worry. A slow down play here, the Pitbulls. McLean Muhambi will be a first receiver, passes it out, looking to go on the outside and puts in a big hit. Pitbulls once again recycling the ball very well. The passes are going through the hands very nicely. That was a good low tackle from Stefan Unduza.
Yes, a good clean out from the Pitbulls there. I like how they're recycling this ball here. Kaduya with the chip through, appealing to the ref there.
Well, the kick is bobbling past the halfway line. Won't be too much of a problem. Kaduya gets the pass out. Sibanda gets that pass out, and there's a clean break in the middle of the park. There we go, looking for that pass. Sibanda steps back in, and that was the wrong decision to take, I would say.
Yes, the gap opening up out on the wide there. However, some brilliant cover defense from Stephen Unduza on that occasion. Unduza with the brave tackle, brilliant running line. Shadow Rugby there, shutting down the space that forced Sibanda into the inside. A quick tap by number 10, Derek, and Captain Karuma. As the Pitbulls are hot on the charge here, back against the grain.
And it's a try time for the Pitbulls. And if my memory and my eyes serve me right, that is Makwelera, a young man who played for the Pitbulls as well.
Moment, multiple tries that they've scored. This their third try of the second half, and as we see, fullback Tadiwa Kaduya, who's also amassed 12 points during this match here, looking to make it 14 points, and successfully so off the tee.
Seems like the bite, he says, is the size of the bite in the dog, whilst many would say it's the size of the fight. He doesn't care about the fight, but he likes the bite. And this bite seems to be 24 times stronger than the bite of MANICALAND at the moment.
Yes, MANICALAND seemingly to have bitten off a lot more that they can chew. They are standing up to the task, yes, on defense at times, but obviously, points and tries win games, Ruimbo.
Oh yes, points and tries win games. Defenses are the ones that can win the trophies, and that's what we would like to see today from the sides. We've seen quite a number of sides just, accumulating points from the opposition and conceding, rather. That's the word I was looking for, conceding too many points from the opposition, and this tends to work against your favor, especially when you're getting into competitions like this.
Yes, a very key point you've raised there, as we're expecting our junior Sables to be involved in the Bathurst Trophy later on in a couple of weeks or months' time, and as you're pointing out, strong defense wins games, as well as point scoring, keeping that scoreboard ticking over. You need to have or to keep scoreboard pressure on the opposition, and as well being able to defend your scores from some very well drilled and very expansive opposition out there at the moment, as we see a very strong shove put on by the Pitbulls, who are really barking out there, really commanding the yard. This is their house at present, and a penalty signaled as Captain Karuma, with ball in hand, looks to drive his side deep into the half of MANICALAND.
Oh yes, he needs to get maybe his kicks a bit more right. And well, that's a good jump. Manages to keep that one in. Now he's going to go for a kick upfield.
Yes, trying to get the 50-22 there. However, a little bit of a hospital pass onto his number 9 from the number 14 there. Guilty at that. Now his team is under pressure. Can MANICALAND make the most of this mistake by... Yes, knock on there. I should feel the Pitbulls were guilty of playing the ball a bit on the ground there, Ruimbo.
Far too lackadaisical, and you can even see Jeff Mataki way out of his own technical zone, going to give them a piece of his mind, asking what exactly was that.
Yes, coaches sporting bald hair at the moment, courtesy of their players, who are causing them nightmares, forcing them to pull out their hair. But nonetheless, they can always go back to the drawing board. It's difficult to try and correct things on the day when you're supposed to be performing. This is stuff for the training ground, Ruimbo.
Oh yes, definitely for the training ground, and the hope is that Pitbulls will also polish up its act as they come into next week. Next week is going to be a very hefty and heavy day, because we are going to be looking at both a semi-final and a final being played. So there are going to be some tired and heavy bodies out there, and what you really want to do is, as I mentioned before, avoid the contact, ensure that you're as fresh as possible, find other ways of scoring which do not require you bruising yourself.
Yes, I'm sure the ice will be sold out later on, as all the players will be very keen for an ice bath. And a quick turnaround, as you're saying, matches to come next weekend, with the crunch end of the tournament being the semi-finals and finals. So all to play for, and as well, recovery is utmost important. They need to hydrate, they need to rest those muscles, maybe have a light gym session Monday, Tuesday. I'm not a fan of gym myself, but hey, as rugby players, it's expected of them.
Oh yes, 100%. Let's see whether the break in play can come to an end, and with play resuming at some particular point, it seems like MANICALAND are going to make their substitutions again. Talon Gandiwa has walked all the way through to the medical tent, where I am not sure whether if it's an issue of players that have had to be recalled who initially was substituted, and addressing some of those concerns.
Yes, it's very physical out there, and rugby being rugby, this is why I stayed away from rugby myself, just to go and play hockey, because I don't want to be in the sick bay every other week. You know, I like to canter and dribble players where I can, and a very smart style of player that I am, I wouldn't survive at all on the rugby park, Ruimbo.
Well, you could actually be a halfback and hope that every time you pick the ball, you distribute it quickly, and you should walk out with a clean pair of shorts, Ben.
Yes, just a shout out here to our sponsors of this, the 4th edition of the NEDBANK Rugby Challenge, brought to you courtesy of Rising Stars, courtesy of NEDBANK, who've sponsored this tournament. They've done so much work here out on this beautiful ground. The colors are out and shining in their banners out in blue and green and white, rather, on this beautiful Machinery Exchange Stadium in the heart of Harare at Harare Sports Club. And a brilliant day of rugby today. We've witnessed, to start off with, we had the ladies, the open side ladies contesting, as they all are also looking to be selected into the final squad. A brilliant tussle in the end, but the probables, or rather the possibles, proving too strong earlier on this morning with a comfortable lead and win in the end. As we see MANICALAND taking the ball to the line. Can they be able to recycle here and be able to put some points in the second half here?
Well, the pick and go I don't think was the brightest idea there. Spreading the ball wide was a better option.
Yes, PITBULLS not releasing the tackler on that occasion.
Well, can they get a good ball out there? Drury steps inside, pops it up once again. Sakala there, driven back. And now, from having been 5 meters out, they're now close to the 22.
Yes, backwards signaled by the ref there. Drury shovels out onto number 20, who's sporting the locks for MANICALAND there. As he drives the ball to the line, pick and go for MANICALAND as they look to recycle. Quick ball again. Drury into midfield. Who straightens the line is the number 13, back against the grain. Quick ball here for MANICALAND. Some sustained pressure. Can they hold on to the ball as he is muscled and manhandled literally as the ball spews out the back?
Oh, Sakala runs into contact. He finally goes to ground. Oh, blindside pick and go by Stephen Unduza. Almost yielding some decent results, but unfortunately running into touch.
Yes, some quick thinking there from legend Stephen Hunduza. Unfortunately, space running out for him on the far touch line there, putting his foot in touch, and some really exciting piece of play there by MANICALAND. Unfortunately, guilty of not properly recycling the ball when they needed to, and also going into these tackles upright. Remember, I've been reiterating from this morning, you need to take the contact in a low position such that you can get go forward momentum, you can pump those legs, but if you go upright, expect to be manhandled, as we just saw there.
Oh yes indeed. Well, ball comes out. Makwera, once again, good bustling run. This young man is young.
As we can hear from the crowd, she's bellowing for him to tease her, and which means to run away. And I'm sure she will do a much better a task on the field if given the chance, I'm sure.
Oh yes, well, the task is always much better executed from the mouth, and surely that's just going to be running through the hands. Great defensive tracking back by MANICALAND. If they can get there to the breakdown, well done by Stephen Unduza, jackling the ball there, and it looks like it is going to be a yellow card.
Yes, number 2 for MANICALAND, guilty of an illegal tackle where PITBULLS were running for a try on that occasion, deliberately breaking down with the high shot, as Siwanda should have just shifted the ball out wide here. They had the overlap. Can he draw and pass here? The fend, another fend again, bundled over. Brilliant run from number 16 of the PITBULLS there. Robin Gideon is the name. Gideon with a strong carry, fending off one, jinking to the right, step, try, and over in the near
Talan Gandiwa has a short look at the watch and says play does continue.
Yes, Kaduya snatching at the ball a bit there, needing to be a little bit composed, keeping his head down and coming off the side of his boot. But he's had a very good game all out. A real standout player, him and his number 11, Sibanda, and also brilliantly orchestrated at pivot by the number 10 as well, and captain Derek Karuma. This looks like to be the last passage of play for this third game between the Pitbulls and MANICALAND, as we see a substitution come on.
For MANICALAND, it obviously is a little bit more concerning, the number of injuries that they had to spot. But again, it's a physical contest that they had to suffer in this particular match.
Yes, and suffer they did indeed. And we see the Pitbulls send the ball deep into MANICALAND territory. Weighs his options there, looks for the chicken wing offload.
Liberty Sibanda couldn't get his boot around that ball.
Yes, a strong bustling run in the midfield there. Strong carry taking MANICALAND into.
Loses the ball there.
Offside,
and offside
there. Yes, offside signaled, but some good quick ball for MANICALAND on that occasion as they look to effect the quick tap. And that ball, a strong charge from MANICALAND in midfield. Quick recycle there. Hunduza on the ball, shoveling it out. Ball going straight down on that occasion. Ref signals play on there as both teams contest fiercely at the breakdown. A penalty signaled. Looks to be hands in the rock. A quick tap there from Captain Karuma. This is the last play as the time is up here. As Karuma takes the ball up here for the Pitbulls. A gap opening up, a wide gap. Ball over the top to the prop who canters over. A strong fend. Brilliant play by the Pitbulls. Advantage being played here. Sakala is held up, and that signals a knock on, but some brilliant over the ball piece play there by the Pitbulls. Over the top to the number 3 prop, who it's such a sight to see the big men cantering down the field as referee Tendai Gantiwa signals the end of this third match, which finishes Pitbulls 36, the men from MANICALAND 7. We'll be back after this break. Three spectacular games from this morning as we see the fourth and final match between HPC, the grassroots level team, taking on the boys from Harare, Old Hararians, which sports multiple Sables players. Yes, welcome back to our viewers. A point of correction there, and apologies to the men from the south. MATEBELELAND taking on Harare in a classic battle of the provinces. A brilliant shove here by the forward packs of OH, controlled brilliantly at the back by Aiden Burnett, as Sables captain Hilton Mudariki with the short ball out wide here. Ball being slowed down there, the player not rolling. As number 14, Daryl Thighs Makwasha, trying to clean out the player there, the player not rolling out, and we see Old Hararians here with Tinashe Hombiro, former Prince Edward boy, looking to effect a touch finder here for the Harare-based Old Hararians. Hombiro with a nice touch finder there, taking play into the half of the MATEBELELAND men as they look to build up this play here, as we see a very bulky Old Hararians pack here with number 2, Vuyiswa Mpofu, to throw in for OH.
Wow.
Knock on there. Brilliant tackle from Sables captain Mudariki there.
Well, one thing we can expect as well from Bulawayo Metropolitan Select is they are going to put in some physicality there. It's going to be a tough game. They're going to come hard and strong. Some of them here will want to stake a claim and show that they do deserve to be called up to the Sables setup. So this is a really good platform for them to show exactly what they can do. And that's exactly what we want. We want people that will bring a massive, massive amount of heart and tenacity here. Now looking at the man here who's brought the kicking tee out, or rather who's going to be taking on the kicking tee, he looks like a man called Glenn Maseko. And if I'm correct, Glenn Maseko within the rugby circles started off from XP Horns. And from XP Horns, did play a little for Old Hararians. And now here we have him spotting Bulawayo Select. That looks like a beautiful kick. Unfortunately, just missing the left-hand post there. So early scares here for Old Hararians, who have got a lot of Zimbabwean players, and they will not want to disappoint their coach, Pete Bernardi, who I'm sure will also not just be watching the stream, but most likely could be here around somewhere at the ground.
Yes, OH need to be very disciplined today, as you saw there from the kicker. Plenty of distance left on that kick. He can be able to kick it easily from his own 10-meter line. And Parenyatwa there diving on the ball for Old Hararians. Mudariki with quick ball onto Burnett with the grubber through. However, that looks to go out on the full.
Well, one thing I would say I appreciate about what Aiden Burnett did there He's realizing the opportunity behind the line. Execution may not have been that great, of which I excuse him for that. He's an eighth man, not a flyer for a fullback or a winger or a center who would be more suited to executing that.
Yes, some very lanky players in both sides here, with Makamba looking to Iswa Mpofu there on the ball for OH as he is ridden to the ground there. Mudariki digging for the ball early. Hombiro out wide to number 15, Nyakujga, with the counter attack there. Acceleration taking a side into the 22. Burnett with the right foot step, fending off the players. Quick ball for OH here. Hombiro on the ball, taking it to the line. Hombiro with the step, reaching, and it is a try for Alderarians. A brilliant left foot step and acceleration right under the nose of the MATEBELELAND try line, and Hombiro reaching out and dotting it over the white line. 5 points to 0. First blood to Alderarians.
Oh yeah, first blood to Alderarians. Also good to see Tinashe Hombiro coming back into the setup. The young man who dazzled schoolboy rugby when he was at Prince Edward, and that was around about the 2017 coming into round about 2018 thereabouts seasons. Played really good as a fly-off. Unfortunately fell off the grid, especially going into the COVID season, and then has finally come back onto the scene. Well, he generally came back onto the scene, I would say, around about the 2023-24 mark, trying to revive his rugby career, because generally many people felt that this is the fly-off that Zimbabwe should have. Beautiful boot on him, believe me, especially when he's on song, and almost carried the Zimbabwe under-20 side of 2018 into the Butters Trophy promotion. But of course, Sean D'Souza with his band of merry men then did the business when they did get that opportunity, when Sean D'Souza took over from Jeff Madake and Bob Mahari.
Yes, Mudariki swinging the ball out wide here as we see Makwasha thighs there with the strong carry for Alderarians. Quick recycled ball there. Strong carry again for number 6, Brian Yaude. Hombiro out to Makamure. Brilliant hands by Makamure. The prop for Alderarians there, but guilty of in through the side there. MATEBELELAND, but some good quick ball for Alderarians at this minute, and you'll be sure to have a very good platform for Mudariki, who likes a really running style of rugby, and I'm sure we'll see that on display today.
Yes, and so that kick into touch gives Alderarians another attacking opportunity. Of course, Thai Warrior, as he is famously known, donning the number 14 jersey, Daryl Makwasha, will be joining the line very soon.
Yes, Mpofu with the throw here. Looks like the target will be number 4, David Sibanda. Skipped over to number 7, Admire Shoniwa, who is the vice captain for, and a brilliant rolling maul with the ball controlled at the back by Vuyiswa Mpofu, as Alderarians look to gain some 5-10 yards. Use it, screened by the ref. Hombiro with the chip in behind. However, the ball is caught up. He should have called for mark there, but some good, brilliant play and positional play from Hombiro. Hombiro really steady on his feet on that occasion. Really cool, calm and collected player. I'm liking what I'm seeing already as a fly-off. You need to be really confident about your play, and this is what we're seeing at the moment from him.
Oh yes, indeed. Looking definitely quite good. I know that the kick into that particular territory had better intentions, but one thing I would say, under more alert player would have called mark, and that would have easily been taken on board. Vuyiswa Mpofu goes down now.
Yes, MATEBELELAND not rolling away there. Yes, ref just having a chat with the captain of Bulawayo Metropolitan, as I'm being corrected here in studio, as there's a penalty there, multiple penalties, as the ref just has a word with the captain to say no, he needs to have a chat with his charges to keep the penalty count down, otherwise we shall see a sin binning of sorts, as Humbiro has a nice touch finder there right on the 22 of Bulawayo Metropolitan, as Mpofu just getting some instructions there from Bimak Makamure and sporting the 3 jersey, as Makumbe looks to be the target here for OH, gathered at the back by Burnett.
And there we go. That was a very beautiful from Bulawayo Metropolitan being able to spot the opportunity. And now Daryl Makwasha goes on a run himself. Again, Tadiwa Parenyatwa bundled over, and that is a penalty. And the referee will have a little bit of a chat here.
Yes, multiple infringements here. Referee going to his pocket. He had warned the captain here. Number 4, guilty of cynical play, deliberately not rolling away on that occasion, preventing the fast ball for OH there, as Humbiro looks to go for posts, as he's taken off his headgear, his scrum cap there. I should think they are going for posts on this occasion here.
Well, Humbiro looks like he's going to kick for touch, looking to just add more pointers, considering that now Bulawayo Metropolitan are down to 14 men. This is the perfect time for you to put them under pressure, run the ball out wide, to stretch their defense and see whether you can actually collect the maximum points. So that actually is a good idea for them to try and do that with a good set piece. And, just looking at it, actually there's a change in jerseys there. It's Admire Shoniwa who's wearing 6, whilst Brian Nyaude is wearing 7. Whilst the 4 and 5 back pairing there remains the same. David Makamba and Tadiwa Parenyatwa. Nyaude goes for the take and says no,
signaled.
It's signaled. Yes. Well, I think there was a bit of a touch from the Bulawayo Metropolitan player, and that's what actually formed the maul.
Yes.
Whenever you want to execute that gate, you have to be so meticulous, otherwise you end up being in a ton of problems like they are here. And that it is. It's a penalty in favor of Bulawayo Metropolitan, and all the Hararians have bungled another chance to score a try.
Yes, brilliant driving maul there from the OH gentleman, unfortunately failing to control it in the last bit there as the white line approached. Campbell Nyakujga onto Tinashe Humbiro. Humbiro scans, goes to pass, a brilliant dummy there. Can he effect the offload as he carries the ball well into the half of Bulawayo Metropolitan?
Parenyatwa really wanted the ball but knocked it on in contact, and he's livid with himself, but really needed to have been a bit more careful with the ball there.
Yes, Parry just guilty of looking up to see the traffic that was coming his way and not looking at the ball. First gather the ball and then take the contact. Basic rule 101 for the kids back home.
So with that scrum, it will turn over to Bulawayo Metropolitan. I think I would love to see them letting Glenn Maseko loose. Glenn Maseko has got pace for days.
I think that's why he's sporting a very colorful white boot. maybe he'll be the white lightning of his team this afternoon. But equally so, out here on the wing in number 14 for OH, Daryl Thighs, as they call him, Makwasha, is no slouch himself.
Oh yes, indeed, a very quick runner, and unfortunately they're just not finding any room to make the pass. Wheels in the air, and penalty given to Bulawayo Metropolitan, offside line by Old Hararians, who are still leading 7 points to 0 against Old Hararians.
Yes,
or rather against Bulawayo Metropolitan.
Yes, once again we want to give a shout out to our sponsors for this, the 4th edition of the Rugby Cup Challenge, brought to you by NEDBANK, streamed courtesy of Rising Stars. Please remember to like, share and follow us on our social media platforms, and just give a shout out. If you are in the crowd, just take a picture and tag Rising Stars on the social media, Instagram, Facebook, you'll find us there. And just a shout out to all the guys doing the work behind the scenes, the brilliant work from the cameramen who are able to keep up with the play up to the minute and covering all the angles for the viewers to see back home, Ruimbo.
Oh yes, indeed. I mean, beautiful production as always, bringing you the pictures nice and clear in HD. Believe me, it's not 144 pixels anymore. It's HD stuff coming from Rising Stars Media, and of course that's with the advancement of technology, as we've seen all the way through. Now, I think what is also more important for us to spot out here, Ben, is the fans. Look at the fans. They've come out within their numbers. You can expect some significant numbers next week, especially as we head into the semi-finals and finals. And the expectation will just generally be that big sides such as Old Hararians, the Junior Sables, Pitbulls, who have also come out with a win, will find themselves in that final. Really good dummy runs. Maybe needed to have offloaded to Maseko. There was in a better position. I don't think that was an effective sidestep there, but anyway.
Yes, sidestepping right into the tackle there, and absolutely monstered, as he's a little bit slow to get up there. The little number 15 ball turned over there. Unfortunately, that ball going slightly wide from Munopa Muneta there, who is an adept and one of the standout players in the 7th circuit, but on that occasion failing to find the target, who was Daryl Makwasha, who had acres of space down this near touch line here. Unfortunately, no advantage signaled. Scrum down for Old Hararians, ball just on the other side of their own 10-meter line.
Oh yes, poor ball out to Daryl Makwasha, who was ready to get on his bike and attack, and Mpamneta there, the ball coming just far too flat. He is playing in the second center position today. And, it's been interesting to see their transition, particularly from the cheetah setup coming into this. Well, yellow card is over, so they can now get going. And Pamire decides to go straight into contact. Hilton Mudariki. Well, ball goes out to Aiden Burnett, pops it over the top. Campbell Nyakujga, he steps back inside, goes through 1 or 2 tackles before going to ground. I've been quite impressed with him. Hombiro sends it out to Admire Shoniwa. Lovely little dab over the top. Can he finish it? And he does! Oh, brilliant rugby. Looks like Munyaradzi Ngandu, who must have finished that one off. Munyaradzi Ngandu. Oh, he is a young player who's really coming up in the local circles.
Yes, some brilliant individual play there from Ngambi. Ngambi chipping and chasing there in the far corner as the officials deliberate whether he really gathered the ball and there was downward pressure. However, some good individual play there, orchestrated of course by Campbell Nyakujga with the brilliant step on the inside, really finding the runners on the inside. Defenders in 6s and 7s for Bulawayo Metropolitan. However, that try disallowed, and looks like it's going to be a no advantage signaled, as Old Hararians were playing under penalty advantage there for offside, and generally, yeah, I'd say a non-conclusive call. you should just give the ball back to the attacking side.
Oh yes, 100%. So immediately and quite quickly, we do get that kick into touch by Tinashe Ombiro, who I must also add is kind of surrounded by stardust. So it's very difficult to see how he would not be able to succeed in this particular setup. But
Yes.
it's also very good that the level of experience around him will be able to give him that capacity to actually step up and become the kind of player that we hope and expect he will become.
Yes, he looks very steady on the ball. A lot of time, ample time on the ball. He likes to run with the ball in both hands. But courtesy, of course, he's getting a very solid platform from his forward charges, and then excellent right on the money distribution from his scrum half in Hilton Mudariki, distributing the ball well, and he's really pulling the strings in fly half. And I'd say a real standout in terms of the display of fly halves that we've seen. Yes, his understudy, I would say, in Tino Rusike in the 10 jersey for the Junior Sables will give him a run for his money. But either way, I like how both players really take the ball to the line when given the opportunity.
Oh yes, indeed. Now as the scrum comes through, Bulawayo Metropolitan Province won't be too disappointed right now with the way things are going. But a turnover. Pamire has got the ball, needs to swing it out. Daryl Makwasha, can he finish? Surely it should be try time. And it is signaled as try time. I was a little bit skeptical there that maybe, just maybe, he would have dropped the ball. But it looks like the referee has given it, and Daryl Makwasha is on the score sheet.
Yes, Makwasha there, virtually lucky. Yeah, a little bit of downward pressure. The officials ruling that it was sufficient enough for them to rule a try, but not for a lack of effort. A brilliant turnover there, springed over the top by number 12, out to Daryl Thighs Makwasha, who sprints into the left-hand corner to dot over for this Alderarian. I tell you what, this boy can kick, and one step and over, dead over the middle of the post, right through the middle, and he canters over to high fives from his players. A comfortable 14-0 lead for Old Hararian Sports Club against Bulawayo Metropolitan in this fourth match of the fourth edition of the NEDBANK Rugby Challenge Cup 2025.
Oh yes, indeed, beautiful kick, and looks like Ombiro getting somewhat back to what we expect and to his best. And that particular restart kick from Bulawayo Metropolitan, a little overcooked. And with that overcooking, it means that you have to come back right into the center of the pan, and that will belong to Old Hararians. So Old Hararians will also seek from this halfway point to really bring more points onto the table. I think what will also be key.
Be sure, I think they're going to come to this near left-hand side here, as we see Ombiro and Mudariki kicking the ball with the grubber there for Old Hararians deep into the 22. I'm not sure whether that could have been deemed a 50-22 there, but looks like the ball has been given to, I cannot see clearly on the far side. They are deliberating whether it's a 50-22.
I would like to believe so. I think he did get that one just behind the halfway line, and correctly given. So it's a 50-22. Bulawayo Metropolitan there. Maybe also I would feel that might have been a little bit too eager with their wingers to try and bring them up. Well, great take, and Brian Nyaude, that's exactly what you want from your jumper, and he does that so well. Hombiro, pass to Muneta. But unfortunately, he was tackled and pushed back.
Yes, Muneta failing to control the ball in the tackle there, and an attempted offload as he glares at the referee just to beg him to say, look, give me a break. But unfortunately, ref right on the money there, and it was a knock-on in the tackle as he tried to offload. Maybe just take the contact and place the ball rather than looking to offload all the time. A bit of corrections for him at halftime, a bit of reflection, but nothing he can't handle at the end of the day.
Oh yes, 100%. So let's see how they go about business here. Big shove from Older Arians. Now Metropolitan struggling to get the ball out, but finally do. Maseko puts boot to ball, and that one goes straight out. But a lot of chirping, and the referee does not like it at all. Whether that was chirping against the ref.
Yes, Older Arians appealing for the scrum penalty there as they had the shove on against Bulawayo Metropolitan. However, the ref is saying, look, I'm the man in charge, I hold the whistle, my call goes at the end of the day. And as we see Maseko with the brilliant touch finder driving Bulawayo Metropolitan into the half of Older Arians as they look to inject at the line out, as Bulawayo Metropolitan a little slow to the line out here as the OH charges Makumbe and the likes. HARARE Nyachko very vocal in there as they're trying to watch. Brilliant variation by Bulawayo Metropolitan with the strong rumble as they ghost into the half of Older Arians there, as we see the ball being sacked. The ball still in play here. Short ball skipped, however, and a high shot again by, and the referee is going to his pocket, and a yellow card for number 6 and vice captain Admire Shoniwa, who, it's not his fault. I mean, the opposition player is like half his size, and he really has to get into the correct position to be able to effect a positive tackle. But unfortunately, rules are rules, and he's earned himself 10 minutes on the sidelines, as that was an illegal tackle, as the flyer there who earned the penalty for his side looks to get his side on the board with the kick from just outside the 22.
Well, this is good thinking, good test rugby. If you get it over, which he's missed it by a whisker, just by a whisker, didn't pull it enough towards the left-hand side.
I tell you what, Rimbo, even I could have gotten that. It was sort of dead in front of the post, and just rushing and snatching at the ball. You just need, it's all about technique. Kick, head down, follow through. That's all you need to do. Just chip at the ball, and the rest will do the work. I mean, these are all tools of the trade at the end of the day.
Yes, 100%, as the 22 dropout comes in. Favorable bounce for Older Arians, and oh my word, that was Tadiwa Paranyatwa flying in there. And the penalty is quick, taken by Hilton Dariki, but referee says, hold on. I was having a conversation with Bulawayo Metropolitan, would be thoroughly unfair.
Yes,
in order to allow that play to go on.
Tadi Parirenyatwa there coming through with the kick chase and absolutely hammering the Bulawayo Metropolitan fellow lock as well, and earning his side a penalty as Tinashe Hombiro kicks the ball just outside the 22 here for set piece play for Older Arians, who seem to have control of the set piece at the moment. Vuyiswa Mpofu getting instructions from Brian Makamure on that occasion as they look to really turn the screw here, as after that missed virtually gift of a penalty, and unfortunately Bulawayo Metropolitan unable to maximize on the chance. For scores still 14-0 to Older Arians.
Yes, as the line-out gets ready to come in, looks like Brian Nyaude will remain the target. No, this time round is Tadeo Parenyatwa.
Burnett breaks out of the back with a strong surge as he bundles over into the 22 of Bulawayo Metropolitan. Mudariki with the ball across. Hombiro with a little bit of a hospital pass to his player there. However, Bulawayo Metropolitan caught off sides on this occasion, and a lucky break there. I'd like to see Hombiro take the ball a little to the line.
Oh yes, one of the other things as well, when you do see a rushing defense being employed, what you also do want to see is an invention of play. Send a grubber through where there's a gap so that you send your runners onto it. Do a bit of a chip and chase, or maybe change direction from where they were anticipating you to come. Change direction, come back to the near side. And I think that's something that he will need to master and learn as he continues to go. But I think he's growing pretty much into the guy that we would want to see him to be. And this is just one game. We will obviously be assessing him throughout the senior men's season.
Yes, brilliant season at that, as he slots over the penalty to add onto their 14 points to take Alderarians to 17 points to nil, as Alderarians really commanding lead at the moment and total control of this match. Bulawayo Metropolitan can't seem to find the answers at the moment.
Yeah, answers eluding them, but not for a lack of action, not for a lack of effort. I think, as I mentioned before, the overemphasis on physicality might be their undoing. They need to get their backline running. We did mention that they've got some pacey people out in the back. So what you really want to do is, whenever you do get possession, then push in.
Yes, brilliant take off the restart there by Tadiwa Parirenyatwa, as the cleaners, Makumbe and co. for Alderarians seemingly to be going in from the side rather, as Brian Nyaude there also guilty, and a penalty to the charges of Bulawayo Metropolitan, as they have signaled to the post again. I'm not sure what it is. Maybe they don't back their line out. I mean, they are down by 17 points to 3. Penalty conversions aren't going to kick it with this try-scoring machine that is Alderarians.
Yeah, penalty conversions would be good if you're slotting them in, and that's exactly what they need to get done. Penalty conversions are a must if you take them, for you to bury them. If you don't, you pay the price. So let's see how go about business here. Goes for the conversion. It's looking good, actually. It's perfect from Glenn Maseko.
Yes.
So well done to him. He at least gets some points on the board for Bulawayo Metropolitan. And who knows, could this be a pushback?
Yes, the start of something new, a bit of resurgence for Bulawayo Metropolitan, as they have finally put themselves on the scoreboard, as we're just shy of halftime at the moment. Yes, 3 missed penalties. That could have been 12-17. And if they keep this up and try and play the rugby in the right areas of the field, kick for territory, and make the most of their chances, maybe they're in with the sniff. But 17 points to 3 is the current scoreline, as Bulawayo Metropolitan carries the ball strongly there into attack. They look to recycle here. Ball sent out onto the wing. A chip through here as Wisum Pofu taps it back to Campbell Nyakuja, who evades the tackle. Brilliant acceleration here. Chip and chase for Alderarians. And it's a try in the corner for Alderarians. A brilliant counter-attack piece of play there by Campbell Nyakujga, and
Munyaradzi
Nkandu with the chase after that kick and beating the defense. Commitment, wanting to get to that ball, diving on the ball. A try once again for Alderarians as they extend their lead to 22 points to 3, that of Bulawayo Metropolitan. Brilliant piece of counter-attack rugby by number 15, Campbell Nyakujga.
Oh yes, Campbell Nyakujga, a former Kyle College as well as a Falcon boy, did also represent Zimbabwe in the Craven Week under 18 setup, or under 19 setup, whichever way you would like to call it, but did represent them well. Also went off the scene as he went overseas. Now he's back in the country, and I tell you what, he has been really, really good.
Yes, and a fantastic conversion once again from the touchline by Tinashe Hombiro, who's proving to have it on a string today, and he's dead on target once again. Points are 24 points to 3, and yeah, I should think our Sables on national side should have a really strong outfit with this amount of talent at the disposal of Coach Pete Bernardi to choose from, Ruimbo.
Oh yes, indeed, he will be very, very pleased that even some of the boys he's looking at are doing very well. Knock on there by Parenyatwa, wasn't positioned well, so obviously that one will go back to Bulawayo Metropolitan. But it looks like that signals the halftime break. So as the halftime whistle is blown, it has been pretty perfect from Old Hararians. It is Old Hararians 24, Bulawayo Metropolitan 3. And so as the second half is up and running here at the Machinery Exchange Stadium, immediately Bulawayo Metropolitan looking to inflict a bit of damage against Old Hararians, trailing 24-3 at the moment. And Bulawayo Metropolitan going straight into touch. Oh, well, looks like Old Hararians wanted to restart play a little bit too quickly there.
Yes,
But Old Hararians are saying no, 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 no. When somebody kicks in their own 22 and it goes straight out, guess what? It is straight back in line with where the kicker was, and ultimately Bulawayo Metropolitan have dug themselves into a very nice little hole.
Yes, technical infringement there by Bulawayo Metropolitan, as we welcome you all back, our viewers. And this the final or second last game of the day between Old Hararians and Bulawayo Metropolitan. The ball tapped back there by Sibanda of Old Hararians. Mudariki on the ball, digging it out. Halfback being played there. As, the ball is charged. Mpofu with the strong carry, ever guilty of going in upright and driven in hard into the ground. A knock on there by Mutimu. And looks like a penalty for playing the halfback right across there, as Mudariki really milked it on that occasion. But yeah, rightfully so. He was played illegally so. And Old Hararians, who are leading 24 points to 3. And it's been a brilliant day of rugby today. Brought to you courtesy by our trusty sponsor, NEDBANK. Live streamed, of course, by Rising Stars Media. And the crowd is still trickling in. The stands are somewhat filling up as we see the two teams doing their paces on either side. HBC and what looks like an invitational or grassroots side on the right hand side of the pitch here, as play has been played through here by Old Hararians as they look to recycle. Forwards pick and go by Bennett rather, with the pick and go for Old Hararians.
Another pick and go as well, right at the base. Brian Makamure lining up as well. He will go round the fringes as well. Try to add more zest, but great drive back by Metropolitan. Looking for that pass, and oh, that was an intercept for the ages. But
Yes.
the whistle had gone. It looks like we do have an injured player from Old Hararians that is on the ground there.
Yes,
Not so sure.
looks like Brian Nyabude, who's been injured, went down after that line out and stayed down rather, and the ref, because the ball was played within proximity of the injured player, was forced to blow a stop to play there. And yes, after the intercept, which you might thought would have been a lucky break for Bulawayo Metropolitan, but unfortunately the ref judging that correctly and putting a stop to play at the minute, as we just see the medics attend to the injured player surrounded by Old Hararians. They just need to give him some space to breathe at the moment, Ruyumbo.
Oh yes, definitely, and it looks like he is up. Looks like he's now up and running. Whilst at the same time, Bulawayo Metropolitan just getting a couple of instructions off the bench. Maybe a change of jersey as well to one of the players. Looks like one of them is ripped, or two of them are actually ripped. So change of jersey will be effected.
Yes, Old Hararians need to donate that kit back for the ripped jerseys. It's testament of poor tackling technique, grabbing at the jersey. You want to hit the player at the hips or chop at the legs to effect a proper tackle. I mean, it's just a technique at the end of the day.
Oh, just a technique indeed. Let's see how play will move on from here. That's a scrum that's being set up. Hilton Ndariki a huge expectation that Aiden Burnett is most probably going to do an 8-man pick and go. Still expecting the scrum to push, still trying to take control, but the penalty advantage was given. And the referee reserves the right to give the penalty advantage or not.
Yes, that passage of play there, that scrum, illegal scrummaging from Bulawayo Metropolitan, not keeping straight upon the hit there as Alderarian signals another put into the scrum. So they're looking to turn the screw here for themselves, the home side in this provincial derby between Alderarians from Harare and Bulawayo Metropolitan, all the way from the capital in the southern region, which is the City of Kings, as they call themselves. A very nice, free-flowing city, and very friendly people, I must say.
Oh yes, extremely friendly, a great city. Also do know how to party as well. Love the nightlife. But one thing I can say is that Bulawayo Metropolitan is not loving the afternoon life here at Machinery Exchange.
Yes, I'm sure Mayor David Coltart is watching back home and really wishing his home charges well, but the Hararians are up to the task and really putting them to the sword at the moment, as we see Aiden Burnett with a strong carry and bundle towards the line as he picked it up off the base, beating and running over multiple defenders and bundling over just a few meters to the left hand side of the post, and another run-in try for Alderarians, taking the score up to 29 with the kick to come.
Oh yes, indeed. Aiden Burnett, in those kinds of scenarios, whether at national team level or here at club rugby level, you don't want to give him that kind of room, especially 5 meters away from the try line. He will bust through and he will definitely get the points done. A finisher of sorts, one who I do feel is an important part as well, even of our national team setup, and has been even from when we started this surge of wanting to go to the World Cup from the 2019 campaign. Definitely one of the boys who put up his hand. Now, Tinashe Umbiro goes for another one. Looks like he gets this one right, so 31 points to 3. And I would hasten to say that this game is not slowly, but it is quickly rolling away from Bulawayo Metropolitan.
Yes, as Hombiro seems to call it a day, as he is subbed off now. We're not sure who's come on in the scrum cap there for Alderarians into the pivot position, but Hombiro, a world-class display off the boot, in control, pulling the strings for his side today, and really contributing to this mammoth of the score, 31-3. As that kick doesn't go the full 10 yards off the kickoff there.
So the substitution has been made, but an expectation as well in terms of changes. It could be Tinotenda Savanu, because he tends to be the one who takes on the fly-off duties as well. So he most likely has come on to the park and is wearing jersey number 22, sporting the grey headgear. Decent day out for Umbiro. He won't be sad with his contribution. Hilton Dariki goes for the grabber, looking for the 50-22 again. This time round, just falls outside of the 22. And they will have to just work with what they have.
Yes, Mudariki with the effective play there by Aiden, or orchestrated by Aiden Burnett, just picking the ball off the base of the scrum. Mudariki going slightly to the right and then effecting the grubber through, looking for the 50-22, however, just short on accuracy on that occasion. Still, a line out in particularly good part of the field for Alderarians. Bulawayo here with the throw-in. Stolen at the front of the line out.
And it looks like all Hararians are going to do the needful, and that is they are going to have to try and defend here, because it looks like the referee has said the knock-on actually started from all Hararians in the contestation for that ball. So that contestation, knock-on ensued, and now it is going to be Metropolitan who are going to receive the scrum.
Yeah, Brian Yawuda there, the jumper in that line out, felt that he was penalized in the air by the opposition. However, that ball going forward and resulting in a scrum for Bulawayo Metropolitan as both sides packed down. Yeah, expect a strong shove from Old Hararians.
Oh yes, indeed. They have been bullying the Metropolitan scrum for a while this afternoon, and the expectation will be that they continue to do so.
Yes, our ref just having a chat with both front rows here for that early push, as he's just looking for that stability of the first hit from both front rows, as a reset is signaled here for Bulawayo Metropolitan as both sides pack down. Aiden Burnett has had a very strong game off the back of the scrum for Old Hararians here.
Indeed, let's see how they go now. Big shove, and Bulawayo Metropolitan quite lucky. They were struggling there immediately. Strong run, attacking the back line of Old Hararians. Ball comes out, not enough runners on the far side. Side to go for a kick upfield, and collected by Campbell Nyakujga. He decides to run it, passes it to Vuyiswa Mpofu, who's gonna go straight into contact and get all his other runners on the right side. Substitute here, whom we're not so sure who he is.
Yes,
Spotting jersey number 16.
Looking left, looking right, into the pocket of it's like Nyakujga, with a brilliant kick into the corner here, trying to find the 50-22. And off the side of the boot by Bulawayo Metropolitan, a huge net gain here by Old Hararians, courtesy of the boot of number 15 Campbell Nyakujga. A brilliant spotting of space in and behind, deep into the 22, and the fullback there for Bulawayo Metropolitan unfortunately rushed by the chasers, and the kick coming off the side of his boot. A nice net gain for Old Hararians there, as they have an attacking line out here in the 22 of Bulawayo Metropolitan.
So it is going to be a line out here. Looks like Vuyiswa Mpofu has taken a bit of a rest as the substitute has come on board. Brian Naude comes in, and once again looks like it's a free kick.
Yes,
short-term penalty.
Numbers here not matching for Bulawayo Metropolitan, seemingly to have more numbers in the line out there. A technical one for the viewers back home. You're supposed to match the equal numbers of the players participating in the line out set piece, unless you want to concede a free kick, as was signaled by the ref there. As the ball is taken up strongly by Admire Shoniwa there. He's the vice captain, 22 onto the ball, ball over the top, unfortunately going slightly forward. You want a player to reach in behind the tackler instead of over the top. That ensures that the ball goes backwards out the offload.
Yeah, it was always going to be hard, especially with the body positioning, for him to be able to offload almost somewhat a back, behind your shoulder, over your shoulder type of pass. It's always difficult to execute one of those, and as you rightfully said, maybe you'd want to reach behind the tackler and offload in the contact position. But anyway, let's get to see whether they can correct some of those issues as they go into the season. It's going to be a packed season. Games I will be looking forward to watching. Old Hararians taking on Harare Sports Club, Old Hararians Pitbulls, Pitbulls Harare Sports Club. I mean, generally these games are going to be set up to be classic clashes as we go into the season, and this is a good preseason tournament to actually see where you are, what you need to tweak and deal with as you go forward. But as for now, I must hasten to say that Old Hararians are well ahead, 31-3, with Bulawayo Metropolitan at the moment, unfortunate to say, huffing and puffing, but not necessarily delivering anything that has bothered Old Hararians yet.
Yes, a little bit of a toothless dog performance there from Bulawayo Metropolitan, but not for a lack of effort. And as you were saying, the league for the senior and open sides looks to be very competitive, as we saw OJs are not too far off from what we're seeing from Old Hararians. Yes, Old Hararians have a much solid platform at the moment, which has enabled their backline to execute their silky running skills, brilliantly controlled by Tinashe Hombiro in the pivot and number 10 jersey. But all the same, I tell you, OGs and OH, that should be a very good game. Bragging rights at the end of the day.
Oh yes, 100%. And now we are still in a bit of a pause in play. Just attending to one or two things. Assistant referee being called in as well, as we have another player who's walking off here. Not so sure if it's another ripped jersey, because it does look kind of ripped by the side here. Might need to replace that jersey quite quickly.
Yes, I think the fabric coming out of the south isn't doing the players justice, as yes, definitely another ripped jersey. One to look out there for the coaches, as it's not a sight that you would like to see, nor should players worry about something as fickle as kit that is tearing up at the end of the day.
Oh yes, indeed. I remember playing rugby one day, and my short was ripped. I didn't have another one to change, so I played with a ripped short throughout.
Memories, I tell you, you'll carry for the rest of your life, Ruben.
100%.
It's testament to the commitment that you have, even behind the microphone here in commentary. You've been around the blocks a lot, in leaps and bounds, and covering a lot of sport in and around Harare, Zimbabwe, and as we try to bring this sport to the viewers back home, and as you're with us today here at Rising Stars, the goal is to just bring an excellent and magnificent feel and experience to the viewers back home at the end of the day.
Yes, indeed. Are they looking for an 8th-man pick and go? I'm not so sure that's the wisest idea. Ball does come out, but the scrum was wheeling, so referee will want that scrum to be taken again. I think one of the things as well that Bulawayo Metropolitan have suffered from is not getting the ball out quickly. And sometimes you need a quick feed, get the ball out as quickly as possible, and run at your opposition so that you can catch them before the numbers do line up. One of the worst tackles to receive is as a backline player and a forward player jumps on you and he then lands on you.
I tell you what, it brings back a memory when we were playing inter-house rugby in my final year of high school, and a legend somewhat in the SABLES circles of Njabulo Ndlovu absolutely smashed me from behind, and I tell you, I didn't want to go back onto the park, but I felt it for sure. I felt it.
Well, it looks like a charge down there by Hilton Mdariki, and it looks like that line out has been given to Old Hararians, so either it skewed off the boot or it came off someone. But since it has been given to Old Hararians, the assumption is simple: skewed off the boot, line out to Old Hararians, and as simple as you like. Surely this should be another try scoring opportunity that they want to deliver.
Yes, throw in here for Alderarians as they look to take advantage. Thrown to the back for Parenyatu. However, the ball going over the top, picked up by number 1 for Bulawayo Metropolitan with a charging run up the middle here. Quick recycle ball as the ball is sent out onto the right. Strong tackle there by Nyaude, who's really been a standout player for the forwards for Alderarians today. Kick across, however, Alderarians were deemed to be offside as Muneta in midfield and number 11 Munyaradzi Ngandu deemed to be offside there for Alderarians. And can Maseko gain some much needed territory for Bulawayo Metropolitan as they look to add on to their score of just 3 in this match versus the 31 of Alderarians.
Yeah, and a lot to reflect on. They will be coming up again next weekend, and obviously playing in the placement matches through the day before we get to the semi-finals and the final. So Ohio will look to have a much better performance come next weekend. Ball is moving through the hands, but again a little bit of huffing and puffing, and ends up what we call much ado about nothing, because it doesn't seem like as if there is a serious plan how we actually are supposed to go about penetrating the Alderarians' defense. It looks like they found a chance here, but a tackle by Hilton Mundariki stops the man.
Yes, some silky footwork there by the replacement fullback for Bulawayo Metropolitan with the kick in behind. However, the ball bouncing in space as Bulawayo Metropolitan runs after the ball. Unfortunately, the cruel bounce of the rugby ball going awry, and the ball just going into touch slightly, and he was almost there, Ruimbo.
Oh yes, he was almost there. That was actually a beautiful piece of play to try and get the man in behind the defense, but ultimately that is just inside the dead ball area, and so David Makamba will be running off. He has served his time. Didn't really set the scene alight, but doesn't tend to happen with forwards. They aren't here to set the scene alight. They're here to do all the dirty work, and then the backs look great. Aiden Burnett with a beautiful run. Hilton Ndariki sends it out on the other side. That looks like Savanu. It's not Tenda Savanu. Bobbles that one back. Out to Glenn Maseko. He now decides to put on the afterburners. I told you he's very quick, very hard. Too hot to handle, too cold to freeze.
Yes, Maseko with a brilliant counter-attack piece there, evading 5 or 6 defenders for Alderarians, and no advantage signaled there, and hands past the ball there as they were looking to steal the ball from Alderarians. However, first having hands past the ball, and that is illegal, and a penalty signaled for Bulawayo Metropolitan, which I'm sure Maseko should kick for the corner to try and drive his side deep into the half of Alderarians. And in this encounter, can we see a try at least from Bulawayo Metropolitan? I mean, to travel all the way to Harare and not being able to score would add insults to injury, Ruimbo.
Well, it would, but as we've been saying all time long, it hasn't been for a lack of effort, maybe for a lack of precision, I would say, and hopefully they can go ahead and deal with some of those creases in the clothing, one would say.
Yes, I'd like to see Maseko on the ball a lot more. Maybe to put him in at pivot at number 10. Maybe he can be able to control things rather than play him out of the back. Because ultimately, if you are a 15 and deemed to be your best player in the back line, you want your best to be at number 10. I think we've had this debate of like in the All Blacks. I am an All Blacks fan, and you'll find that there's a debate: is Mackenzie a number 10? Is Barrett the choice number 10? etc. But my vote goes to Boyden Barrett nonetheless. Damon McKenzie is a brilliant player, but more of an impact kind of player. Same as we're seeing here with Maseko. Maseko should be in that pivot role to really pull the strings for his side. I'm no coach at the end of the day, but just an observation out from the commentator's booth here.
Yes, 100%. And let's see whether Bulawayo Metropolitan can get the ball. And unfortunately, that line out is not in straight. And the referee pointing that out quite quickly. Looks like Harare Sports Club are now getting ready to also come on, which is a sign and a signal that this match is also nearing its end. Also at the same time, the NEDBANK under 20 grassroots to greatness HPC side also lining up as well to get ready to come onto the field of play.
Yes, the pool of players that Coach Sean D'Souza has to look after, as well as that is where most of his replacements, that is where most of the competition for the 23 of the under 20 junior Sables is coming from. So these boys they've been given a chance to really show what they're made of and really stick up their hand to be called into that final 23. And opportunity presents itself, a nice crowd to play in front of. People are coming out all in leaps and bounds. And shout out once again to our trusty sponsors, NEDBANK, who have made this event possible. This the 4th edition of the NEDBANK Cup Challenge in 2025.
Indeed, indeed. Hilton Ndariki with the box kick, which goes straight out. And it looks like another substitution as well coming off. Tamuka Pamire is coming off the field of play. And one of the other Muneta twins has come on. So Munesu Muneta. And remember, both of these gentlemen also played for Old Georgians at one particular point. But now donning the green and maroon of Old Hararians. So, short-term penalty, free kick it is. Metropolitan almost breaking through. Good run, popped over the top, knocked on, and
yeah, looked like to be knocked back by Nyakujga there in the tackle, and not illegal. And as we see, all the Hararians clear their lines there, but some brilliant pace and showcasing of good footwork and acceleration into the gap by the Bulawayo Metropolitan number 15. Some very fast running rugby from him that we've seen 3 times that we've seen him with ball in hand executing some really good pieces of play there.
Yes, they do tend to accelerate. I think what has been the problem each time on attack has been the issue of not having the final ball, which would affect the scoring of points, or that killer pass. Well, here, Bulawayo Metropolitan getting there, lucid there, slipping. But no harm, no foul. They continue.
Yes, I should say this is the chance for Bulawayo Metropolitan as they're charging up here. Penalty signaled.
Referee saying offside line. Again, double teaming on the tackles. Now deciding to run back inside, and that is being jackled by Tonderai Chiwambutsa, also known as Dwadwa in the rugby circles.
I tell you what, some of these rugby players have very interesting names. Dwadwa. What is a Dwadwa?
So it's basically it's basically one word said twice because of his impactful nature on the game. So it's dwa, dwa.
I don't know how to translate that into English, but all I can say is he's one player who possibly gives boomfas, as they're known more commonly on the international circle, he really runs the ball hard at the opposition, as we see Bulawayo Metropolitan looking to execute more running rugby here, as
well, they were almost on their way.
yes, referee calling play back there. I'm not sure what the call is. That occasion looks like a knock-on by Bulawayo Metropolitan in the tackle. A huge tackle at that, because the crowd groaned with loud oohs and ahs there. And yeah, at the end of the day, some very tight-knit defense from Alderarians throughout the day today.
Oh yes, and considering that amongst all of the men's teams, this is the one side that has actually conceded the least amount of points, makes it a little bit tricky for us going next week, because clearly defensively they are more sound than the others.
Yes, defense does win games, especially in those tightly contested ones. But Alderarians sporting a very large and bulky, abrasive forward pack, and it's very hard to get past them unless you employ a very clever and running style of rugby, and that's how I see you can be able to get past them. But equally so, their backline has been sublime today.
Oh yes, indeed, it has been sublime, and it's really the least that you can expect from a side that has got 3/4 of the boys in the SABLES setup. That's a tackle. Bulawayo Metropolitan now being driven back, losing all of the momentum up to the gain line. It's a penalty. Looking for the pass out there. Great hands to have taken it that low into contact and taken down. A goose step, tries to offload, and Muneta doesn't get it, and Bulawayo Metropolitan able to break the shackles. Oh, courtesy of a Muneta mistake right on the outside. He was the last line of defense. I think he tried to go over the ball and he wasn't able to knock it on as far as it should have gone. And there we go, try time. You were talking about them traveling for a long distance, and there is the reward of huffing and puffing throughout the match.
Yes, I really encourage them to put some sort of pride on the board for their charges. I'm sure the fans back home, as you heard from the crowd, a large cheer for them to go over for their first try as Glenn Maseko lines up this conversion. Let's see if he can match the accuracy of his opposite, Hombiro, who was dead eye straight with the tee earlier on, as we see that kick, and it's slightly wide. Had the distance, although a little bit of a curl would have done him a lot of good for that particular piece of play. But brilliant piece of passage of play by Bulawayo Metropolitan, finally getting themselves on the mark. Point is 31 to Alderarians and 8 to Bulawayo Metropolitan as the ball is restarted here.
Big run as well, finding some space in the midfield, and Muneta once again with the knockdown. I'm quite lucky, especially now in the sevens game, there is no negotiation. It actually now is accidental, deliberate knockdown, straight yellow card. They're going to the sin bin.
Yes,
so cuts out any of the issues around interceptions. You only go for an interception if you're 150,000% sure that you will get it.
Very correct, Rainbow. One to look out for, as Muneta and his twin brother are key elements of our Zimbabwe, the cheaters, who are our seven side, and discipline is important. making sure that you really go for the ball if you're 100% sure if you're going to catch it. Otherwise, it would mean we'll be down a player. So 15s is the time for them to practice, really get the running lines. As we see 15 Yakuja on the ball here, sent out wide to Muneta. Ball is stolen back by Alderarians, who's absolutely hammered there by Bulawayo Metropolitan, who are rocking over there, committing to the breakdown as the ball bobbles out. And it's come out on Bulawayo Metropolitan side, but illegally so. And the ref rules what I think would be a knock-on in favor of Bulawayo Metropolitan. A knock-on in the tackle there by Alderarians, but some good injection of pace, maybe a little too late by Bulawayo Metropolitan.
Yeah, maybe a tad bit too late. We're looking at just under 6 or so minutes that are left in the match, and really with some of that being exhibited in the first half, maybe could have given them a bit of a shot. But anyway, once again, a really nice and colorful crowd, and that has come out here and enjoying all the rugby action. I'm sure NEDBANK will be quite proud to know that they are serving the rugby community here in Harare. Some good rugby, and this is really a good pushing from Bulawayo Metropolitan. They've gotten the penalty advantage. Lovely little pass and looping run. That's a pass out to the winger. He's now coming up against one of the harder tacklers, Dion Kumalo. Almost snuck away, and now he's been pushed into touch. And so that is going to be easily a line out.
Yes, number 14 appealing, as we can see the ref signaling there that, or the assistant ref signaling that a bit of foul play there. That was a high shot on the winger, and rightfully so. Alderarians guilty of that, knowing what they did. They've already retreated back 10 and expecting the ref to signal a penalty to Bulawayo Metropolitan as he calls over the captain to have a chat. That was what it was really uncalled for there. He wasn't really going anywhere. There was 3 defenders right in front of him. He just needed to execute the tackle correctly. Discipline at the end wins you games. And as you saw, the player who was playing on the right-hand wing has went across to the other side of the field, Rimbo. Maybe he knew what he was doing, and has just been given a yellow card for that.
Wow. Well, Alderarians will have a slight blemish on their afternoon CV, which is obviously losing out on a man to a yellow card.
Yes, quick ball and a step in the tackle there. Another high tackle. Campbell Nyakujga there running away with the ball and trying to slow down play there. Some stepping in and out there by the Bulawayo Metropolitan player. In from the side a bit there. A double blast of the whistle. Somebody is going to the sin bin there. A deliberate entry into the ruck from the side. Another player should be going to the bin once again. But unfortunately the ref, maybe that was the last warning. But I mean, they've been on a warning all afternoon.
Let's just say he's a lenient ref.
Yes, as he was unfortunately bundled over there from that strong charge from Bulawayo Metropolitan. Can they execute strong player, a strong tackle and charge at the line? Looked like a strong tackle right on the line there by number 6 and looks like Shoriwa who made that tackle, and that is a wrap. The final score here on this, the 4th match on the 4th edition of the NEDBANK Rugby Cup. One more match to go. It's finished 0-8. Alderarians 31, Bulawayo Metropolitan 8. We'll be right back after this break.
So the list that we have, we've only got Wafana Way.
So ladies and gentlemen, a good afternoon to you, a good late afternoon I must say. Welcome to the final game of match day 1 of the NEDBANK Rugby Challenge Cup 2025, and it is the 4th edition today, and we are witnessing the home side, that is the Red Lions of Harare Sports Club, who are taking on the NEDBANK Under 20 Grassroots to Greatness program, which effectively is your HPC side. And these are many of the youngsters as well that will be looking hopefully to represent the Junior Sables next year. That is a beautiful high-hanging kick. Good contestation by Nyasha Shiripinda, who seemingly is the captain for this year. Linians Tambuera does exactly what it does best, looking for the 50-22, but unfortunately overcooks it this time round. But talk about experience in that fly-off position, it doesn't come in any better form than Linians Tambuera. Ben, it has been a good day, a long day of rugby, but a good day as well. Great entertainment for us. But I think this is where the cookie crumbles.
Yes, rightfully so. That is where the cookie crumbles, as this is the curtain drawer, let me put it that way, as we sign off today after a brilliant day out in the sunshine here in the capital of Zimbabwe, the beautiful country of Zimbabwe, as we see a strong shove by Harare Sports Club there. A little bit of a late hit, as the IF looks to execute, well executed there by number 10, Tanaka Masawi, as he finds touch on this near side, on the left-hand side for the Junior Sables HPC.
Oh yes, talking about Tanaka Masawi, he played a really good hand for Old Hararians, leading them into the final, unfortunately, where they were brought to a halt by PITBULLS. Nyasha Shiripinda does well, collects the ball well, and that is Linians Tambuera, and that's a heavy run at the 8th man of Harare Sports Club. Red Lions will be looking to say, we're here to teach the young kids a lesson. Linians Tambuera finds the kick, high hanging Tafadzwa Tigere makes a bit of a meal around it, but picks it up, and he decides to go for the kick. Doesn't bounce too kindly for the winger who's wearing number 14 there. But anyway, a decent clearance kicker by Tafadzwa Tigere. Now Tafadzwa Tigere was also considered to be front and center in terms of being part of the Junior Sables this year. And not happy with the tackle, Pride Nyameni. Pride Nyameni, we know, has been part of the Cheetah setup. Also represented side from Botswana Spartans, which came here and did humiliate the Cheetahs in a sevens tournament, Zambezi Sevens Challenge. It looks like we might have a try time.
Yes, unfortunately the player bundled into touch slightly on that occasion, and a little bit unsighted there from the commentary booth as the Junior Sables look to execute some brilliant set piece play there, but unfortunately a last ditch effort of the tackle by Harare Sports Club, bundling the player into touch, and a defensive line out here as it's a bit overthrown. Looks like a knock on there, unfortunately, and a brilliant opportunity was at play there for the Junior Sables.
Oh yes, and looking at that HPC Grassroots to Greatness Development Program side, I want to point out a couple of youngsters who I felt did quite well within the season. I spoke about Tanaka Masawi, played well for Old Hararians under 20. Also, Emmanuel Tawarua, who's wearing jersey number 11, played very well for Old Georgians, almost led them into the final, but again faltered. Tapiwa Malenga, and there is that a tendency of senior players when they're playing an under 20 side of wanting to impose themselves physically, but there's also a realization that's needed that some of these youngsters are just as physical as you are. So sometimes the wiser idea is move the ball out, and we heard quite a bit of that in the crowd. Tapiwa Malenga, move the ball out. Why are you hitting? You're not a second center. You're not a prop. You're not a forward.
Yes, trying to flex his muscles a bit there, but the Junior Sables are equal to the task. I'm sure some of them have played the big boys out in East and Middle of Africa. The Ivory Coast men, the Kenyan men aren't small boys at the end of the day, so they are equal to the task, and it will be to their own downfall, I tell you, Ruvimbo, because these boys are out to play, as you can see already with that rush defense of the Junior Sables, forcing the mistakes on the older mature heads, and one up for the Junior Sables at the moment.
Yes, and talking about the history that lines up, Tafadzwa Tigere, who is the fullback for this HPC side, did play for Harare Sports Club in one season when they did make the semi-final of the under-20 Paramount Garments, and then decided this season to move over to Old Georgians, where he played alongside Emmanuel Tawarua. Ball comes out, Matson Wolfenden, here comes Tigere. Tigere decides to go into it, but that is a high tackle from Tapiwa Malenga.
Yes, an immediate yellow card signal there, as Malenga is guilty of what you were just saying. He's just trying to prove a point to these youngsters. These youngsters do not lack skill. Do not underestimate youngsters, I tell you, and it's proving detrimental to Old Hararians, conceding a penalty within their own half, as number 10, Dean Makweche, the captain, or rather Tanaka Masawi, in the pivot for the Junior Sables, kicking into the corner here, as we see Junior Sables up into the 22 for an attacking line out.
So another line out coming here. could be a 2-ball from Harare Sports Club. Oh wow, it's actually the HPC side. Oh, great collection. Tanaka Masawi looking for the move. Should have handed it over to Takudzwa Mandiambira, the former Wise Owl captain from last year. Now looking to accelerate these boys, putting on the afterburners to try and get in. That's a double team tackle from Harare Sports Club. And while the gallery might be enjoying the tackles, it is Harare Sports Club that are in serious trouble. And the referee says no, there was an accidental obstruction.
Yes, the screen runners there and the ball who was given, or the player who was given the ball behind the runners there, a little sluggish in that move. They should have been maybe 2 yards ahead to effectively secure that piece of play. But as you can see, the Junior Sables are bringing the game. They look very silky. Harare Sports Club are in for a real dogfight in this afternoon's curtain downer, as is.
Oh yes, most definitely. And if I am the youngsters, I would also again avoid the physicality, because I'm looking at Shiripinda, I'm looking at some of the other top players here. And that one hangs high. Tavarua picks it up. He's now on the charge. We know how dangerous he can be. To get it, gets onto the ball. Oh, he decides. Oh no, Harare Sports Club needs to do better. Honestly, that is a horrible attempt at a tackle. Hacking the youngster right on the neck. Nyasha Shiripinda has been called in as the captain. And clearly that is going to be a yellow card. There's no question around that one. And that is borderline red card stuff. Yes,
if we did have a judiciary or third referee appeal, as it's in the international stage, that's the kind of play that we don't warrant, and we try to look out for safety of the players. It's just ill-disciplined tackles. It look like a deliberate shot to the head, because the Junior Sables do look very comfortable on the ball, which has rattled Harare Sports Club on this occasion. And we just don't like to see it, Ruimbo. And the whole crowd even bellowed with groans and calling out, begging for a red. And in my view, that should have been a red card, because that was deliberately and direct to the neck and head of the Junior Sables pivot.
Oh yes, and him going on to the sin bin means there are 2 players that are on the sin bin right now for Harare Sports Club. And the question actually is, for what? You are the more experienced players. The under 20 players are the ones that are learning. So why are you trying to impose yourself and try to prove a point? Unfortunately, a knock on there. And that one will be to Harare Sports Club, much to their delight. But they are still down to 13 men at the moment.
Yes, looks like a scrum down to Harare Sports Club, if I'm not mistaken. And yes, correct, right under the post on the 22 at territory game at the moment. Junior Sables up 1 against Harare Sports Club here, playing most of rugby within the Harare Sports Club half. Short arm penalty for the early push there, as a quick tap and step there into the midfield by number 15 for
that's Teddy Boxer, Teddy Asadzandivandira, an important player as well for the Sables. And our ball does finally come out, trying to get them to run in. And referee says that's a penalty. And HPC side caught offside there. Spotting a number of youngsters that were playing for Old Hararians, Old Georgians, 1 or 2 Steelers players as well that are in this side. But one who's very difficult to miss is the young man sporting an afro. Wolfenden. He played in the final for Alderarians. He's a young man coming from South Africa, we do get to hear, and plays quite a decent running line as a center. It looks like today again big tackles by Harare Sports Club, looking to be as aggressive as possible. Young man there who's wearing jersey number 3, I'd like to believe he's called Takudzwa Chisepo. He played for the Zambezi Steelers.
Yes, collision there with the 50-50 ball that bounced up into the air for Martel Wolfenden, just mentioned by Ruvimbo. A transfer from South Africa, but really zoning in and calling, really trying to stamp his mark in the Zimbabwe under-20 circles, and doing particularly well. Would like to see him more on the ball, as you said, sporting a nice afro there, but can we see him generate a lot of go forward for his side here, as he is on the ball, scanning, stepping, and recycling the ball here well for, fortunately caught napping on that occasion. And number 15, Tafadzwa Tigere, really questioning why did he cut back inside, yet they had a little bit of an overlap out here on the near touchline here.
Oh yes, one of the other players we haven't spoken of, that is Tawanda Chisungo. Got to play for 2 sides this season. Initially started off the season playing for Harare Sports Club and decided to move on to Alderarians. Couldn't play the final. Not 100% sure whether it was an issue of injury or other commitments, but what was necessary or important was the fact that he got to play. Now, we saw his qualities whilst playing for Falcon College, same team as Tafadzwa Tigere. Oh, great interception there. Now Tawarua unfortunately caught napping as Shiripinda got onto the ball. Harare Sports Club now very close and sniffing the try line despite being down to 13 men.
Yes, Harare Sports Club actively playing territory game well at the moment, down 2 players, and as we see, Harare Sports Club guilty of stealing the ball off there at the base of the ruck. A very welcome breather. As I tell you, the Junior Sables were under pressure there. Should Harare Sports Club had managed to recycle that ball cleanly, they were in for all money, because they're right near the try line for
well, it looks like Tanaka Masawi was aiming for the golf course there. Luckily didn't go over the Jura hole, otherwise Royal Harare Golf Club could have been a nice beneficiary of a brand new Gilbert rugby ball.
Yes, you should have. We were expecting somebody to yell 4, and although they would be looking for a golf ball, the oval-shaped ball would be the one that would be hurling within their direction. As we see a line out here to be thrown in by Tafadzwa Magada for the HBC Junior Sables. Ball stolen in the line out there. Brilliant tackle by the Junior Sables, driving back the lock of Harare Sports Club there. Some great aggressive tackling and rucking at a competition at the breakdown by the Junior Sables. Shoveled out to the right-hand side. A brilliant fend, another fend again. Driven back by number 2, Magada, in the tackle.
Oh yes, that was Francis Penias, son of the current vice chairperson of Harare Sports Club, and also more recently elected as vice chairperson of Harare Province. Onto the far side, and it was quite a sweeping move by Harare Sports Club, but stopped in their tracks. Pride Nyameni to his captain, Nyasha Shiripinda. And was looking to offload and almost intercepted, but almost intercepted illegally.
Yes, almost intercepted there, but Harare Sports Club playing under advantage. 2 players down, earning themselves a penalty. You're bound to kick for post, and rightfully so. They've called it, and the fly half there will kick for posts to earn a side points, which you wouldn't expect being 2 players down at this level of rugby.
Oh yes, just doing my recount here, it looks like Tapiwa Malenga might just be back on the pitch. So that means they are down to 14. And it's just a little bit sad that Harare Sports Club have not necessarily played the cleanest of games. Imposition through physicality is not a problem, but when it's done illegally, it does become a bit of a concern, because after all is said and done, we are all part of the same rugby community. These are youngsters that are going to be flowing into your setups as well. What would that do if you would have broken a collarbone or ultimately end his rugby career at the end of the day?
Yes, just Harare Sports Club, they're guilty of trying to bully the youngsters. Classic case of seniors versus juniors, as we see Banga drive the ball for Harare Sports Club here, sporting the number 8 jersey. Junior Sables nowhere near the tackles there on that occasion, and that is slightly knocked forward, and luckily so there by number 9 Dean Makweche, who's the captain for the Junior Sables HPC side. Point of correction, Tanaka Masawi there, who was lucky, could have gone either way, could have been called deliberate, but ref ruling just attempt at catching the ball and just a knock on and a scrum set for Harare Sports Club.
Oh, yes indeed. So as time continues to roll along, Harare Sports Club had to resort to a conversion to try and get ahead. It's just only 3 points, but here comes, and there is Thaddeus Zandiwandira, and that is a penalty, and that is Kudakwashe Nyamakura, one of the Sevens players.
Yes, as we see Tanaka Masawi. Point of correction, is that the 10?
Looks like Tafazo Tigere actually.
Yes, Tafazo Tigere with a knife. Tigere with a nice touch finder there for Junior Sables HPC, as they look to throw it into Tafazo Magada, out to the back, out to the scrummy. Masawi out onto Tigere, who straightened it up for HPC. Ball is being recycled there, fast ball for the Junior Sables, who is held up. More called there by the referee. More signal there, and a ball coming out on the Harare Sports Club side, who hoofs the ball. It's ridden to the ground there after an attempted dummy. Another strong tackle by HBC, forcing the knock by captain number 4, who's really leading from the front for Harare Sports Club. There's some better tackling techniques, as we're showing. You tackle the right way, you can be able to get the advantage, as we're seeing from Harare Sports Club later on in the day.
Oh yes, I think one of the challenges there by Tafazo Tigere, look, you are already in your red zone. You're the last line of defense. Emmanuel Tawarua did very well in order to get onto the ball and try to give him clean ball. Yes, Zandiwandira was arriving, but Tigere could have cleared his lines. He didn't clear his lines. Now they're in trouble because Harare Sports Club are now running hard. Oh, what a pass from Lilian Stambwera. Tapiwa Malenga now going in physically. charging in. Linus Tambuera with a beautiful pass.
Yes.
And what about sidestep on the inside, and it's try time for Harare Sports Club. It's finally come together for them, despite the fact that they are supposedly one man down now.
Yes, Harare Sports Club here turning on the heat a bit. A much improved approach that they're doing at the moment. Really direct running, straightening the line, really aggressive at the breakdown, spreading the ball wide, playing under advantage, of course, from offside from the Junior Sables in 6s and 7s, unable to fan out fast enough to be able to cover the overlap on the far side. Stepping inside was the big winger, diving over the line and giving the opening try of this match to give Harare Sports Club an 8-0 lead with the kick to come.
All right, obviously now having put their first set of 5 points, that will also settle the big boys. And with Linus Tambuera obviously taking care of conversions, usually is a good, but he misses out on this one. A rare sight with Linus Tambuera, and looks like we've got an early substitution here as a result of an injury, and it's not looking too good because they have called out for the stretcher. Usually when a stretcher comes on, a substitution ensues.
Yes, referee blows time off there for the injured player who seems to have taken a knock on his leg. Looks like a knee injury, and the stretcher signaled on. And, Junior Sables really need to just get a grip once again and trying to control this very physical and spirited Harare Sports Club attack. They've really fine-tuned their discipline. Their tackles are in the right areas, their aggression.
And felt that they had to try and impose themselves in an illegal manner.
Yes, good sportsmanship being shown by the Junior Sables as they clap off the injured player. That is the sight that you want to see in any sporting discipline. It's always about the camaraderie. Yes, competitive on the field, but not for a lack of love and brotherly love for your next opponent on the field.
Here comes Nyamakura, who's on the ball, looking for the pass outside. Thaddeus Zandiwandira, but goes down. Good protection of the ball as well. Shiripinda decides to go over the top, wanted to offload it immediately for the runner, but couldn't quite find him. Nyameni pushes the ball out to Nyamakura. Zandiwandira holds on to the ball. Linus Tambuera is going to go into contact.
Yes, taking on the line there. Pick and go by Harare Sports Club, who are taking a little bit of a measured approach here, working the phases.
Well,
rush defense from Junior Sables on that occasion, shutting down the outside channel there as they look to come down to the short side.
Well, Nyamakura goes down, unfortunately, off his own man. Oh, well, Malenga breaks through, but finally taken down. Double teamed. Linus Tambuera now ships it off to Shiripinda, who fends off, but also been taken down by the plucky little Masawi. And now, penalty. They go for the quick tap and go here. Pops it out. Masawi decides to go for the kick. Hits a Harare Sports Club player. Linus Tambuera will return the favor. To get it, holds a steady under it. He decides to also kick it. This time round it goes straight into touch, and that is going to pull play all the way back in line to where Tafazo Tigere kicked it out from, and he also recognizes that it was a poor mistake as he holds his head in his hands.
Yes, Junior Sables just need to get a little bit of control of the game. As you've seen, their counterparts are really working those phases, really measuring, drawing the tackler, and then passing or taking the contact, recycling. That's the kind of rugby that we want to see, a really controlled and measured approach, Ruvimbo.
Oh yes indeed, and line out gone all wrong for Harare Sports Club. Masawi decides to go for a high hanging kick. Well taken by Thaddeus Zandivandira. He's looking for a 50-22 and misses it just by a whisker as well. And that means he too has made the mistake that Tafadzo Tigere made. And it's going to be straight in line with where he kicked the ball out from.
Yes,
a world rugby rule which is horrible in my opinion, Ben. But guess what? It works.
It calls for precision, it calls for ultimate skill. Execution off the boot, good hand-eye coordination, clutch as they call it on the international circle, to be able to drop the ball into space and roll it virtually. A little bit of elevation on that kick out of the boot. Maybe he wants to keep it a little lower next time. Of course, he's trying to beat the charges of the Junior Sables who are charging at him, and it's the execution of skill at the end of the day.
Here comes Tigere, sidesteps inside. That was also another high shot there. But referee allows the play to continue. Felt the arms were right by the neck. Good rush defense from Harare Sports Club and jackling as well. They say ref says it's free and Harare Sports Club have turned it over. And they're trying to catch the runners off guard. Tafadzo Tigere looks like he's going to go for an up and under as well. High hanging kick. Pride Nyameni picks it up. Linians Tambwera will return the favor all day long. And if there's anybody that can hang it high, it is Linians Tambwera. Lovely little sidestep there. Good running. They now need to learn how to retain possession because Harare Sports Club have been jackling the ball away. Oh, that's a great piece of play. But unfortunately, the knock-on coming in contact. I will also be fair enough to say I feel that the tackle actually came in before the ball arrived.
Yes, unfair and equal and rightfully hard done by there for the Junior Sables, as Masawi just ghosted into the gap that beckoned in midfield there, offloading in the tackle. Unfortunately, that judged to be spot on in the tackle, but as we saw it out in the commentary booth, even the crowd oohs and ahs, Ruimbo. But at the end of the day, it's the ref's call and the official's call. So scrum down with the knock forward in the tackle there, and it is Harare Sports Club ball.
Let's see now how they decide to go about issues, as the referee is just waiting for the scrum to come together. Pride Nyameni feeds. It twists a little. Nyameni comes on the outside. Lovely little dab upfield by Linians Tambwera, despite finding himself bundled over.
Yes, he caught the nasty attention of Nax Matebeleland on that occasion, as a little bit of a late hit, but he was already committed to the tackle. But the silky skills of the flyer showing on that occasion, and just dinking the ball through, grabbing it into the half, just driving the Junior Sables HPC back into their half.
One of the things I must point out to these boys from Junior Sables as well, and looks like Nyamakura is going to get a talking to by the referee.
Yes, Yamakura there with a high shot and also pleading to the ref that, no, he's half my size. But that's what we're looking for. We're looking for the perfectly executed tackle. You need to get down on your haunches. You need to get down perfectly into position and effect a perfectly legal tackle at the end of the day.
Well, yes, indeed. Line out still remains with these young boys from Grassroots to Greatness, part of the Grassroots to Greatness program, which has been funded by NEDBANK, all to try and bring junior development to our rugby. A ball taken quite cleanly, a good line out as well, a good pick and go. Well, he has been held up by Harare Sports Club there. Masawi goes for a high hanging kick. He's got a beautiful boot on him. Thaddeus Zandivandira goes and takes it. Did he call mark?
Yes, looks like the Junior Sables were guilty of being in front of the kicker on that occasion. Masawi putting everything into that very high up and under. But I'd like to see him take the ball to the line a lot more. Just as we saw in that previous play, the gaps are opening up. He just needs to utilize that, back himself, and really go for it. To be a little bit daring, like we see on the international stage by the likes of Damian McKenzie.
Oh yes, 100%, and looks like the referee has gone on to give a scrum. Most likely the choice was going for the kick or dealing with the scrum. Anyway, what does matter is that they are going to deal with the scrum. And HARARE Sports Club will also be proud of themselves, generally having dominated that scrum position, dealing with the various breakdowns. Pride Nyameni obviously having a chat with Linian Stamwera so that they are on the same wavelength. Good shove, twisting, and penalty advantage given. Nyameni dishes out, Malenga pops it out to Linian Stamwera, and no advantage there, so the penalty will be brought back.
Yes, no advantage signaled there, and the Junior Sable scrum really disintegrated by HARARE Sports Club on that occasion. A strong shove from the more mature men, and really putting the sword to the Junior Sables as they look to effect a three-pointer off a penalty, as they look to go into the halftime break with a convincing 11-point lead. Junior Sables, not for a lack of effort, but are really having themselves to blame because they're playing rugby in the wrong sides of the field. They're tending to want to kick more. I just want them to keep the ball in hand, really go through those phases, fly half. Masawi really take the ball onto the line. I tell you what, he just needs to back himself and back his players and really bring them in, as we see the conversion attempt being sent through, dead through the middle, as the assistants raise the flags and the referee signaling the start of halftime. It is HARARE Sports Club leading Junior Sables HPC by 11 points to 0. We'll be back after this break.
Harare Sports Club. This is NEDBANK Grassroots to Greatness Under 20. Harare Sports Club leading 11-0.
Yes, welcome back to this second half of the final match of this, the fourth edition of the NEDBANK Rugby Challenge Cup. As we are seeing Harare Sports Club with the kickoff here, leading by 11 points to 0 over the Junior Sables HBC grassroots level, grassroots to greatness level, as we are seeing Harare Sports Club stepping in at the moment and really trying to stamp the authority to pick up where they left off in the first half.
Oh, lovely pass. Thaddeus Zandivandira looking for the gap. May have needed to have offloaded, in my opinion, but anyway, the space was running out, and they will continue to push along.
Yes, a double shrill from the umpire, from the ref there, rather, and signaling a knock-on by Harare Sports Club, but a brilliant, set-piece play there with some decoy runners and shifting the ball out the back with the somewhat silky backline for Harare Sports Club, who are looking to just continue off from their very strong first half with the commanding lead, as we see a substitution for the Junior Sables at halfback.
Dylan Gamel, a young man coming from Old Georgians. He played for Hellenic. Oh my word, the ball ripped away, and Tapiwa Malenga scores the try, and Takudzwa Mandi Ambira went into contact, body positioning all wrong, ball ripped away, and Tapiwa Malenga finishes the Jews. 16-0 it is, and now the HPC side will be staring down the barrel from here.
Yes, Harare Sports Club really bringing a physical type of game to it. You really need to get low in contact, really protect the ball. However, Junior Sables guilty of going upright. The ball ripped away, and Malenga with an easy counter and dot down right underneath the goalpost right there, and the score's going up to 18 points to 0 for Harare Sports Club, and this is the final game of this live stream, brought to you by Rising Stars and sponsored today, of course, by NEDBANK.
Oh yeah, Takudzo Mandiambira absolutely guilty of trying to go head up in contact. If you don't go low, especially at this level of rugby, you'll be held up or rip the ball away very simply from you, because you did present it to them in a head up position, and ultimately they will move along and score the try.
Yes, I think it's the international American rapper Ludacris who sang the song, "How low can you go?" That's where it applies in the world of rugby. So they really need to get their body position correct, as we see a counter attack there. Brilliant run by Harare Sports Club. Why?
That's a high tackle there, and ball dropped. Oh, that's a good tackle. Young man as well, called Masunda. He played for Old Hararians in the last couple of games. As we were coming to the end of the season, another import that came as well, as Old Hararians were looking to beef up their side. Now, with some of the substitutions that have come on board, the young man who's called the little Simba Mandiwoma from Old Hararians has come on board. He definitely can throw the ball. He's a wonderful hooker.
Yes, Junior Sables, they're guilty of a high tackle and earning themselves the yellow card. Ref not taking any nonsense anymore, as we saw 2 yellow cards for Harare Sports Club in the first half. Continuity, you have to blow it both ways. And Junior Sables are now down to 14 men, and making life even more difficult for themselves, as Harare Sports Club look to do a line out. However, a sub being signaled. Rather, the injured captain for Shiripinda who might have taken a knock there to the nose and is just receiving some attention from Ann Butau.
Well, it is definitely one of those in rugby you can get hurt. And, so the desire is to make sure that they just clean all of that up and get it right. Also from a scrum half perspective, Pride Nyameni is off. Nigel Tinarwo is on. Nigel Tinarwo, a former PITBULLS player as well, played for PITBULLS in the under-20 setup. At the time that he then progressed past under-20, PITBULLS had not yet formulated a senior side. And so he moved to Harare Sports Club, where he has continued to play. Oh, great hands. Francis Penius now looking to go in. Harare Sports Club still making progression up the field.
Yes, a nice fend there by the number 8 with the strong carry. Mulenga with the ball out wide into the wing here. Unfortunately, that pass deemed to have gone forward out of the hands of Mulenga, who was bundled off the ball there. And a brilliant, nice set piece play there by Harare Sports Club, creating the space with the decoy runners. And unfortunately, the final pass to cash in on that extra space on this near side, adjudged to have gone forward slightly as we pack down. We look at the size comparison of the front rows. You can really see that the junior Sables are really juniors in comparison to the bulky and large frame of the front row of Harare Sports Club.
Oh yes, indeed. And with that, whenever you're much smaller, what you really want to do is just reduce the amount of time the ball spends in the scrum. That's the only way that you can be able to deal with it. Reduce the amount of time the ball spends in the scrum. As you can see, as the ball comes in there, quickly out. That's what Dylan Gamel is trying to push for. The ball does come out. Masunda. Oh, he's a heavy runner. He's a heavy runner. Harare Sports Club having to deal with him. Gamel to Masawi. Masawi to Tigere. Tigere swings it out to his winger. Does he have the pace? Doesn't look like it. Dylan Gamel swings it out. Masawi again. Now trying to make more use of the player. That's a knock-on in contact. However, the referee is going to bring play all the way back for an
side by the looks of it. And yes, Junior Sables, they're trying too hard. Just take the contact, recycle, and continue building the phases. They are much faster than Harare Sports Club, but are guilty of just trying to rush things a little bit too much on that occasion. Can they at least put a score on the board to breathe some life back into their whole effort and charges today?
Yeah, so again, to have some sizable blocks and that throw not going too good. And it looks like Harare Sports Club, they're infringing in that space in between there, in that line out. So it is a free kick. Dylan Gamel takes the quick tap. Masunda now. Quick runner by Tigere, who goes into contact, double teamed. And that is a penalty, holding on to the ball there. I think Tigere a little bit too eager going into contact. I would have loved to see him release the ball. I know he is playing with heart, trying to prove a point, but also at the same time needs to be very careful.
Yes, Junior Sables there just guilty of isolated play, and yes, Tigere accelerating onto the ball nicely, but just caught without support of his players. He needed to cut back a little to give his loose trio time to get in there to effect the clean out. Harare Sports Club quick and in fast to jackal away that ball, and it's a line out which has been stolen here by the Junior Sables. Can they begin to work out the phases here? As Harare Sports Club look to be offside on that occasion, not behind the last feet.
Oh, that's a great rush defense there, forcing the boys behind. The defensive line has been full of running the number 6 from Junior Sables, or rather from the HPC side. Dylan Gamil gets the ball out. Masawi decides to take the gap, but great recovery from Shiripinda because it was going to be so hard.
Yes, looked like deliberate hand in the ruck there from number 19 of Harare Sports Club, not picked up by the officials. Some cynical play at the breakdown there, and almost, well, we did get away with it as we see Dylan distribute the ball out here for Junior Sables. Can they get onto the attack here? Some front football. It's much needed. Strong leg drive here as they bundle towards the 22 for player caught offside there.
Nyam Kondiwa, also known as Zaiso in these rugby circles. Ball is there. Masawi goes for a quick tap. He's going to receive the hammer down. Harare Sports Club were not back 10, so the penalty advantage still does continue. This could be a point for them to actually score the try. Another penalty advantage given. Dylan Gamil tries to go over, but he's fallen a meter or so short. Yellow card is going to come out once again for indiscipline from Harare Sports Club. It looks like it's Nyamakura who is going to get that yellow card for cynical play once again.
Yes, deliberately not retreating behind the 10-yard line there, breaking down the play intentionally. Junior Sables have a sniff here. Can they execute some recycle fast ball here? Offside advantage for the Junior Sables again as the ball is shifted out wide to Tigere with the step off the left foot, however dragged down. Dylan with the recycle here. Junior Sables hounding the line for Harare Sports Club. They pick and go and dive for the line. Is he short or is he held up as the officials deliberate there? And he says held up, and they were playing advantage again. One should say multiple infringements in the red zone, and Harare Sports Club lucky to get away without a card as the ref looks to move the penalty to the correct position.
So as the night sky is slowly beginning to envelope Harare Sports Club, looks like the youngsters might just be going for the kicking tee, or they decide to go for a tap and go here. And that is again a high tackle. Francis Penias this time round the one guilty. Another penalty advantage, long arm penalty.
Yes,
Nyam Kondiwa driven back. Dylan Gamil brings it out. Masawi, can he get it through? Oh, that's a beautiful run. Can he make it over? And he does. And the boys get it over the line. Beautiful run from the back line. Winger, finally justice has been served for the HPC side.
Yes, HPC really patient on the build-up there. The ball out the back there to Masawi, who was standing deep, shifting it out to Masaga, or Tigere with an angled run towards the try line, ghosting past the defenders, running against the grain and managing to dot the ball over for the first try and first points for the Junior Sables HPC in this final game of the day as Masawi lines it up for the conversion. Do we see a comeback late on here for the Junior Sables?
I think one that is a little bit too late. The kick looks good and is through, so 18-7 is the scoreline now. 11 points to deal with if they are to come back into it. There are boys who are young, who are hungry, who really want to keep on pushing through. So let's see whether they will be able to deal with it. Here comes Linian Stambuera. If there's anybody that can hang it high, it's him. He can literally put it on a coat hanger in the air.
Yes, Junior Sables needing 2 converted tries here to secure the lead and a victory late on as Harare Sports Club secure the ball. Mulenga shifting it out wide. Rush defense by the under. Yes, the ball ripped within the tackle there.
Well, inventive way for Thaddeus Zandiwandira to get the ball out. They were under some serious pressure. And as you can see, the support for the number 23, that is Nyamkondiwa, plays for the Pitbulls and also known as Ziso. He is a jackler for days. He is a tackler for days. Very physical as well. I mean, if you look at his body and his build, you wouldn't think that he's a tackler, but he tackles hard and he jackals hard as well.
Yes, brilliant counter attack there. Ripped, driven over in the ruck and ripped again as Harare Sports Club looks to clear their lines. On this occasion, the kick not finding touch. And he needs to run across the field. That's where the space is. Masawi taking the ball to the line there. Ball held up nicely. A strong shoulder. Head down as they look not releasing. Is the call from the referee as Harare Sports Club looks to retreat as Masawi looks to add the extras for his side as they're just chipping away at that lead at the moment, trying to give themselves within at least 1 converted try and maybe a penalty. This will give them 10 points to 18, 8 points, which means 2 scores and they win in the end.
Oh, Ben, one thing that I must say, controversial it will be, and let me be quoted on Rising Stars media platform. The HPC side is playing a more controlled game than the Junior Sables this morning. Penalties are coming through. They've taken the penalties, they've grabbed the 3 points, chip away at the score, manage the game. Don't go into too much physical contact. Just use all the available avenues of getting points on the board. And look at it, they are now just 8 points away. Now, Harare Sports Club is about to kick back to them. They can restart play again. If they get a converted try from here, it's now a 1-point game. So these are some of the things that we hope youngsters, especially for those that will be watching this stream and trying to learn about rugby, need to learn about. This is how you play rugby. And as you can see, Harare Sports Club are panicking. An overcooked kick from Linian Stambuera brings them back to the halfway line. This is meters that you haven't had to pay a price for. From here, you've got 50 meters to get into the try box, and who knows, maybe change the course of this game.
Yes, Junior Sables really giving themselves a sniff at the moment, just chipping away slowly but surely at the score. As you were saying, yes, decision making is important, and these, which is the broader squad of the Junior Sables anyway, they would have been drilled the same, and the decision making, as we were seeing by number 10 Masawi, proving to be somewhat advantageous for his side at the moment. But can they continue to grab a grip on this game and really drive and grind out that much needed extra score? Now, I believe in them. I'm sure the crowd believes in them, and Harare Sports Club looks to be panicky at the moment as they put on a strong shove. It looked like a knock on at the base of the scrum. Unfortunately, the ball needs to go in and out because the forward pack of the Harare Sports Club gentlemen is putting on the power, and if I were the Junior Sables, in and out quickly.
Oh yes, in and out indeed. I think maybe there might just be a bit of confusion at the feet of the props and the locks. in terms of trying to make sure that it gets out of the mix. But ultimately, Harare Sports Club have done themselves a favor and ensured that they do retain possession. So that is a penalty, and unfortunately they're found going on your knee and collapsing the scrum. So at the end of the day, all that they had gained has been lost. And Lilian Tambuera will go for touch, which he will find with relative ease.
Yes, Tambuera sends a side into the 22 of the Junior Sables HBC Grassroots to Greatness side, who are trying to get a grip on this game. As you see, Harare Sports Club really playing to the ref. A little bit of gamesmanship here, a delayed action towards the line-out, really dwindling down the clock, cleverly so, a mature approach in this tightly contested encounter.
And so Harare Sports Club are driving, and the referee has said you can continue to go. I'm not so sure if he's gonna signal try time. He's gonna say TMO.
Yes, looked like a bit of truck and trailer there, as the Junior Sables literally just backed off after that was seemingly clear, as the officials just deliberate between the two of them there. They literally just backed off, appealing to the officials there for what might just be signaled as a try, as our view is a bit obscured, as the crowd is also standing wanting to know what's what, as
well, the referee there, I'm not so sure if he got it right. Look, the gate was opened and nobody touched that Harare Sports Club driving maul. These days, that's the only way of defending against a driving maul, where you don't engage in it, you open the gate, and that's it. But in any case, Harare Sports Club gets try time. That means their score now goes to 23 points to 10, with a conversion yet to come, and Lilian Tambuera will want to continue to eat the seconds away from what is an already fast spent game.
yes, Tambuera there lining up the kick, as we can see here, for Harare Sports Club. Out from our booth here, with the live stream brought to you by Rising Stars, as Tambuera lines it up and kicks it smack bang through the middle of the post, giving his side an extra 2 points, and a 25 to 10 lead, which is 15 points, and one would say curtains to that game, as these are the final exchanges in this last match of the day.
Oh yes, of course the youngsters may be a little bit disappointed, but I will also hasten to say, Ben, that these boys have put out a good fight. I think they've played some really decent rugby. I think that there's so much to work with from this Grassroots to Greatness program. Lilian Tambuera will go for the kick, and I think that this time round he overkicks it. And of course the celebrations within the crowd. See what they can do from here. If they can maybe have a flurry, score one last try, make this scoreline a little bit closer than many would have thought it actually was. What a flighted ball from Dylan Gamil. Now looking to attack, and maybe just that stop-start not giving him exactly what he wanted.
Yes, spirited effort here from the Junior Sables, as they're looking to really drive in and salvage some pride here. A nice loop around ball by the Junior Sables, as a I would have felt that the tackler didn't release number 1, and the stealer there seemed to have gone beyond the ball, hands on the ground first before getting onto the ball. The officials got that one wrong. The Junior Sables really done hard done by there, but at the end of the day, it is the rub of the green seemingly going in favor of Harare Sports Club in the second half, as he might fail to find touch on this occasion, but the flight of the ball eluding the right winger for the Junior Sables, as Harare Sports Club looking to regain lost momentum that was, and as we see this line out about to be taken.
Well, as the line out is about to be taken, Lenience Tambwera goes off the park. Counter-rucking from Harare Sports Club. Ball does come out. Masawi finds a gap. Decides to go over the top. Well, it is upfield. Collected now. Looking for a counter-attack. Oh, looking to put on the afterburners here. Showed some good pace.
Yes,
high tackle.
High shot on him there from that acceleration of pace. Can we see Junior Sables execute some silky hands down the right as he tries to bump off the defender there. Brilliant over the ball, over the top ball there. Junior Sables shoveling the ball out. Captain Shiripinda dragging the Junior Sable down to the ground there with a quick cover through, and looked like a late hit. Yes, and penalty signaled for the high tackle.
Well, that was a really bad tackle, and it looks like once again they are going to most likely try to go for a line out. I think their lineouts were actually quite good today, and even they did steal quite a number of lineouts from Harare Sports Club, and that should be some form of motivation, especially going next week. But as for today, it wouldn't be anything bad to say that they just unfortunately found the result on the wrong end of the coin.
Yes, as Masawi looks to just add more points at this juncture with a long-range kick about 45 meters out for his charges. Slight bit of an angle, but a very kickable one for him. Can he add just 3 points for his side? Seems to have the distance and the direction, and it is over. A brave kick from Tino Masawi, the fly half for the Zimbabwe Junior Sables HPC Grassroots to Greatness side today, who's really put in a maximum effort in the shift out today. One for Coach Sean D'Souza to have duly noted today.
Oh yes, definitely, and I think Masawi has played very mature rugby. Yeah, look, you know what? We may not necessarily get up on the scoreboard, but what we can do is we can keep on chipping away. And what that does is it causes teams like Harare Sports Club to start panicking. We saw even Lenience Tambwera overcooking a particular kick. And now on the ground. Ball out. Masawi. Chip and chase. Smart idea as he noticed that the rush defense was on. Knock on. And it looks like the advantage being played by the referee. Can they move it down the line? And finally driving forward, if you can get the ball onto the side. Masawi. Oh, what a lovely run from Masawi. Masawi decides to go for the dab through, though I do feel he had inside runners on the left. He could have kept that move going on. And once again, another yellow card. Surely this is the biggest and the highest yellow card count in match day 1 of the NEDBANK Rugby Challenge Cup. Nigel Tinaro gets his yellow card.
Yes, I'm not a fan of this very poor show of discipline by Harare Sports Club today. I mean, it's uncalled for, and you just need to play within the right spirit of the game. It seems deliberate in my view, and just from the get-go, the amount of high shots, Ruimbo, I mean, this must be a record in terms of yellow cards for in a single match in this type of showcase.
Oh yes, and so that yellow card comes in the sin bin. He goes, and it's going to be a scrum. 1 or 2 substitutions happening on the high performance squad. Really good work that Sean D'Souza and his technical team have done with these boys. A lot of them showing a lot of promise. I do believe that Masawi is definitely going to be someone to watch out for in the future. Ball comes out, looking for Mandiambira. Mandiambira, ball over the top. Needs to give it to Masunda. And honestly, what was that? Decided to go for the grabber kick instead of just releasing the ball. Oh, well, Shiripinda goes in to jackal the ball. Ref says release. Masawi decides to go for a cross kick. Oh, missed tackle there. But otherwise, the idea was quite perfect, to say the least.
Yes, charged on by Junior Sables there. It comes back onto their side. Some brilliant bit of play there that we are seeing from Masawi. Unfortunately, that ball looked like it went backwards as
and has been jackled well by Harare Sports Club. So that's a penalty to them. And
yes,
Butao very quick to respond, to cut across the field. And the floodlights are coming on here at Harare Sports Club. Time is fast spent. And of course, that has also sent portions of this crowd into singing, who have obviously enjoyed a couple of drinks, more than we have been.
yes, the crowd coming into themselves, coming into their voice right now as we see the bottles and beer mugs being held up high. They must have consumed a lot, a little too late. Where was this support for the ladies earlier on in the morning? I'm sure some homework there for the crowd to do. You need to pitch up early, as rugby is an afternoon game. It's not time like when you're preparing to go out to the clubs, remember?
Oh yes, indeed it is. And a referee is continuing as it really does get darker and darker here. Concerns will also be a little bit about if everybody can still see the ball. We do know that the floodlights are slowly but surely coming on here at Harare Sports Club, but I don't feel that enough light has already shed itself onto this park to allow visibility to be well.
Yes, safety of the players is important, especially for this young side against a very aggro outfit of Harare Sports Club, as I might say. But a very competitive game. They really brought it to Harare Sports Club, who had to dig deep in order to gain ascendancy in this match. Somewhat 25-13 score, and illegal scrummaging there as a quick tap by, unfortunately, brought back as it wasn't taken from the correct mark, as they look to gain some form of territorial advantage by Masawi, kicking for the corner there, as he's just gone just beyond the 10-meter line of the Harare Sports Club. And can they execute a nice set piece play here in these dying moments of this match, as Harare Sports Club still leads by 25 points to 13. And this throw gathered by Harare Sports Club, who recycled the ball as they fan out. Rush defense here by the Junior Sables. Recycled for Harare Sports Club. Spotting the
great
gap.
running line. Malenga now cuts back in. Decides to go hard in on the last defender there, but what a great running line that was. I believe that must have been Lucky Sitole wearing the scrum cap, and as the ball continues to go out on the wide side, double teaming on the Harare Sports Club player to finally get him down. Ball comes out again. Sports Club continue to make the runs.
Yes, Harare Sports Club through Malenga, out the back door. Harare Sports Club with the drop goal attempt. However, that went wide. Looks like it will be a 22 dropout. However, ref just taking mind of his watch there as he signaled, which looks like a scrum. It will be, or a 22 dropout for the Junior Sables. Yes, Junior Sables looking to find touch, and 22 dropout here for the Junior Sables as he takes the gap there into contact. Nicely recycled there. Malenga on the ball, out the back to 22, who goes for the chip and chase, looking for the 50-22, and yes, does look like a 50-22 effectively executed there. And well, that ball started out within the half and drawn back into their own half, but the officials ruling that it was a genuine 50-22, and Harare Sports Club really managing the game well as we wind down the clock in these final exchanges, as they're just turning the screw here on the Junior Sables HBC. Line out throw from the Junior Sables, well executed. Seemingly the last phase of play here as another driving maul executed here. Unfortunately, a knock on off the top of the line out there, as there are numerous discussions and a possible penalty, which Masawi takes a quick tap, spreads the ball out wide. As Junior Sables look to recycle the ball here. Head down here by the Junior Sable winger, who seem to have knocked it on. No advantage signaled.
Can be quite frustrating.
Yes, it's very annoying that the ref will be literally dawdling to the mark and then he would call you. I mean, why can't you just add a little bit of fitness to your game and really just trot around the park to make life easier for the players as they try to get the ascendancy of that advantage? There's really no advantage in blowing it for the retake.
Harare Sports Club was looking to go ahead and knock on. Ref still saying, according to the watch, it looks like the game is now finally over. 25 points to 13. Harare Sports Club survives a little bit of a scare from the NEDBANK Grassroots to Greatness Development Program under 20 HPC. But once again, a pretty good game as well. We saw some really good plays from both Harare Sports Club as well as the HPC. Many will question some of the high tackling and aggression from Sports Club, but the most important thing is to say match day one is done and dusted here at the NEDBANK Rugby Challenge Cup for 2025, the 4th edition, and it ends with Harare Sports Club winning 25-13. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a wrap from Ben and myself.